Well, we knew we piled a lot of interesting issues into one day. I gave you a shout out this morning, Craig.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, we're live.
Power of radio.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee public hearing for March 14, 2022. We have a lot of people signed up today, so we're going to try to get underway. If there are brief comments from Representative Stastrom, Fishbein, or Senator Kissel, you may do that now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm all set. Looking forward to a great day.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Stastrom.
Just welcome everybody. Good morning. Just quick admonishment to folks. We do have 227 people sign up to testify. We'll be bouncing back and forth on sharing. The 3-minute time limit is a strict 3-minute time limit today. And I would ask members to please be as brief as you can in your questioning. We do not want folks getting frustrated and leaving us at 8 o'clock tonight because we're only on number 47 on our list. So let's try to get to the public today, please.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, good morning, and to everyone. This is a public hearing. This is the only time that public gets to speak on these bills. And we have a lot of language before us here today. And I look forward to hearing those many questions and those many answers there too. So I would ask that those that are asked questions that actually answer the questions, because a lot of times we end up having to repeat our questions. So that's my comment for the morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Representative Fish. Thank you, Representative Fishbein, Representative Stastrom, and Senator Kissel. We'll begin now with Commissioner Ravella and company.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judicial Committee. My name is James Ravella. I'm the Commissioner of Emergency Services and Public Protection. And thank you for allowing me to testify today in strong support of the Governor Lamont's proposal, Senate Bill 16, enacted addressing gun violence and juvenile crime. Combined with the $72.5 million in the governor's budget and surplus and ARPA packages, SB 16's common sense proposals represent a targeted, comprehensive approach to public safety. The SB appreciates that these proposals, they fit into the administration's historic support of public safety. Among other efforts, the administration has trained an increasingly diverse and historic number of state and municipal police officers, funded police departments, and probation services during the pandemic, supported hospital-based violence intervention programs, medical funding, and worked with neighboring states to trace illegal firearms. While Connecticut remains one of the safest states in the country, this administration recognizes public safety must remain a top priority, adapt to new and emerging challenges. Here and around the country, rising crime is a symptom, population reeling from 2 years of COVID. Illegal guns, SB 16 proposes to fund community violence intervention programs, support municipal police departments, shore up the Justice Department's response to certain crimes, and slow the proliferation of illegal firearms. We support these. And there's 5 pages, and Senator Winfield, I'd probably look for questions other than going through the 5 pages of testimony already provided.
Thank you, Commissioner Ravella. And I would say that anyone who submitted testimony today, we will read it. If you want to summarize, that will help us get to your questions quicker. Questions for the commissioner from members of the committee. And by the way, thank you for your staying under time. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you. Morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Good morning.
So, Commissioner, you've testified that you're in strong support of SB 16. Am I to understand that you don't object to any portion of the language as drafted?
I don't object to the language, although I realize that there'll be a lot of tinkering, Representative, and a lot of going back and forth to find the right language to move forward.
With that in mind, are there any tinkerings that you would suggest?
I'd have to look a little deeper. I brought along today Lieutenant Giannoni also, who has a background in the firearm section. Lieutenant, do you have anything to add?
Well, sir, this is my opportunity to ask you questions. You've testified that you're in strong support, and I would trust that you've read the bill.
I have.
Okay.
So
So,
Representative, when we talk about subject to discussion, gun dealers, when we talk about trading in guns, you know, we're going to have where we require either a permit or a certificate. That's one thing we have to talk about a little more in depth, because we neglect to talk about estates, abandonments, gun buybacks, things of that nature.
okay, and that's in conjunction with the portion that has to do with the local permit.
The gun dealer's permit, yes.
Yes, and presently, one who sells 10 or more handguns in a particular jurisdiction, they're required to get a local permit presently, correct?
Yes.
So this new permit is for whom? Long gun sellers? I'm trying to figure out.
Representative, that's why I brought the pretty much the expert, Lieutenant Giannone.
Okay, well, you've testified you're in strong support. So are you aware of the utilization of this new permit?
It's for both, Representative Fishman,
Okay.
long guns and handguns. I
Okay.
believe what the commissioner was talking about is one of the specific sections that says in order to sell your personal collection of guns, you need a eligibility certificate or a permit. I believe that's the section that the commissioner was talking about. Am I correct, sir?
That's correct.
Well, just one thing, Officer Giannone.
Thank you.
Sorry?
You broke up.
We just need you to put your name on the record.
Oh, yes. Lieutenant Alex Giannone, GIA, and then ONE.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, procedurally, certainly I don't want to get conflicting answers. If Commissioner Rovella is going to defer to Lieutenant Giannone, perhaps it would be more efficient and I don't want to tell you how to run the meeting, if Lieutenant Giannone makes his presentation and then we deal with it that way. I don't know.
So Representative Fishman, I take your point. Commissioner, let me just verify. Officer Giannone is here to act as an adjacent to you, answering questions, or is he providing his own testimony? I thought he was to help fill in spaces. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Giannone could fill in all the spaces in regards to the proposals for the guns and firearms and dealers. I can provide information on the gun tracing task force along with the juvenile sections.
Thank you. So to your conversation with me, Representative Fishman, I don't think he's providing separate testimony. He's just here as an agent of the department.
No problem. I will tailor my questioning accordingly. Commissioner, there is presently a statewide firearms trafficking task force that was codified, I think, in 2012, correct?
Yes.
And what's the status of that task force presently?
That task force is only staffed with one trooper right now, and they're only tracking guns that are recovered.
Okay, and since 2012, when I believe it was the Malloy administration essentially created through DASP, this task force, has it been staffed?
It has been staffed continually, yes.
Okay, and how many persons have staffed it since 2012?
I don't have that answer for you. Just the present information I provided.
It was my understanding that an inquiry was made, I think, in 2016 and about the staffing, and we were informed that it hadn't been staffed, at least at that time. Do you have information to the contrary?
I do not in 2016. No, sir.
Okay, and you became the commissioner in what, 2018?
19, sir.
Okay, do you have actual information about the staffing of the task force prior to 2019?
At least one trooper, and one has since retired from there.
Okay, so what is the purpose of now changing, it appears, the name of this task force from trafficking to crimes and tracing?
So Representative, without going too long here, historically, we just don't know where these guns are coming from, the guns used on our city streets, whether they're from out of state, whether they're from in-state. This task force would include troopers and local law enforcement officers with a stipend to go out and try to figure out where these guns came from.
Presently, the task force, as supposed to be operating since 2012, what prevents them from engaging that activity now?
I would have to put a lot more troopers in there, and this task force includes reimbursement for 4 local task force municipal officers to join in there.
Okay, and have you requested that since 2019 to try and address gun trafficking in our state?
I requested that last year through the governor's office, and it's taken some time right now to get to the point of the funding.
Well, I take it that you asked for it last year and the governor ignored your request.
That's not true, sir. When we
Okay.
began talking about the ARPA funds and proposals, that's when it came up late last year.
Okay. Now this, you said the only other thing you're here to testify about is the juvenile portions. Is that fair to say?
That's part of it, yes, sir.
When you say that's part of it, I just don't want to, talk about the juvenile stuff and then go to something else and then somebody come back and say that Commissioner Ravella should have been asked that question. Is there some other portion of this bill that I should be asking you about other than the juvenile justice portion?
I could also speak on the electronic monitoring, the community violence intervention, even though Commissioner Jutani will be here later to talk on that.
Okay, we'll wait for the commissioner on that. The juvenile portion, a portion of it has to do with the flexing of the 6-hour hold. Is that something that you had asked to be in this bill?
Yes, I did, sir. And that's a result of speaking to quite a few local chiefs who wanted an increase of 2 hours on top of the 6 hours.
Okay, and the access to records in the field. My review of the language indicates that an officer would be able to access the current records of a juvenile that were created within the last 90 days. Is that a fair summarization of that portion of this language?
This proposal, yes, sir, would allow access to municipal officers.
But only for those records created within the last 90 days.
Correct.
If a juvenile was convicted of a crime, let's say 6 months prior thereto, the officer would not have access to that, correct?
Well, he wouldn't have viewing access, but he could call a probation officer and find out about a previous conviction.
Well, actually, under the system, he can't call a probation officer. He would have to apply for access, use the form that the judicial branch has created to get access. He couldn't just call up a probation officer. We would love to have that process, but
Correct.
so have you spoken with the judicial branch about the ability for them to every day put into a data batch those documents that were created within the last 89 days so that an officer, if an officer pulls someone over that night, let's say, that they would have access to that?
I have not specifically spoken to judicial on that point, sir.
So how how do you envision that this would be able to happen?
The mechanical process, we'd have to work through judicial for the mechanical process on that, including OPM in the conversation. But it's the ability for officers to have as close to real-time information as possible to make evaluations and decisions.
Yes, and why the 90-day provision, sir?
We felt that 90 days was an appropriate time period for judicial to adjudicate most of their cases, and 90 days is more timely for officers' information.
Well, let's just say that a juvenile has been convicted of stealing 3 cars. Those convictions happened 2 years ago or thereabouts. An officer in the field would not know that, and they would not be able to get access to that information without applying to get access to that information. They would only know about present cases within the last 90 days. So why did the department decide that 90 days was sufficient instead of the entire juvenile's record?
I don't know the exact reasoning, sir, but we felt that 90 days from the law enforcement side was an appropriate period of time to see what was open on the juvenile's record.
Okay. Additionally, some of these cases get transferred to the adult court. Juvenile probation officers don't have access to that information. How would an officer under this language have access to a pending case in the adult court that, let's say they were arrested 90 days ago, case is not closed? How would, under this language, how would an officer get that information in the field?
I don't specifically know the answer to that question, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I'll direct the rest of my questions on SB 16. Oh, I had one more. Are you here testifying on any of the bills that we have here today?
No, sir.
Okay, have you reviewed the other bills that we have before us today?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming out. Way back in my younger days, I had represented the state police when there was an insurance policy involved, and before it went all over to the AG's office. But so I am somewhat familiar with the statewide firearms trafficking task force, and just basically, if you could, in a sentence or two, explain, is this proposal giving you more flexibility with addressing the gun violence? Like how are, and I've gone through it, it seems like it's very similar to the old task force. And I'm just wondering, how it's different and why, if you could, in your own words, if that's, I know it's a fairly broad question, but I'm just trying to understand what's going on.
So, sir, this new task force also involves an MOU that was signed with a couple other states, meaning New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, that allows us to exchange tracing information. It reestablishes a task force that's been dormant for some time, knowing that, guns and drugs and automobiles are a real problem, especially guns in the cities.
Fair enough. And so, and dormant for some time, in your words, clearly you've been asking for money for this, correct?
Yeah, late last year, I asked for money for this. Yes, sir.
Do you know, in using your words, why it's been dormant for some time? Was it a funding issue? Was it a, why was it dormant for some time, as far as you can tell?
It was more of a manpower issue in regards to the state police, sir.
And I understand what are your current numbers? I know at the peak in the, what was it, early 90s, late 80s, it was 1,200, as I understand it. Now you're at what number?
As of March 1st, I'm at 888 troopers.
And what was your peak? Do you know? And when that was?
Well, before I was here, I believe the peak was 1230 or 1240.
And that was, am I correct in my recollection? That was sometime in the 90s, or do you have a different understanding as to when that peak was?
I can tell you January 1st, there was almost 1,100 troopers. My numbers don't go back any further than that.
January 1st of what year?
2017.
And you said there was about how many?
Almost 1,100, January 1st, 2017.
I used to sit on post, which I know is not does not oversee your training. But are you having problems hiring now? Is that part of the problem as well as just retirements?
Well, that's a natural trend across the country, problems hiring. For instance, we had luck with a very large class of 100. The present class due to graduate in March is 50 to 60, when you used to have some bigger classes. It is a problem for local law enforcement to hire also.
All right, well, based on your past answers, I'll reserve the rest of my questions to next. Commissioner, I really thank you very much for coming in for your responses, and hopefully we'll be able to fund you appropriately to address the huge increasing crime going on around our state. So thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in. Really appreciate it. Couple of questions about the task force. Following up on Representative O'Day's comments, you said that there was basically a shortage of people to staff the task force in the past. Is that changed?
It will change as of March. I hope to keep up close to retirements, even though I'm not confident I will. But Representative, it is a problem for our bigger cities and our smaller cities, this gun violence and where these guns are coming from. So there's really no choice in the matter for me.
Was that not a problem last year and the year before?
Yes, it was.
Okay, well, I know I and a number of members from the Conservative Caucus have introduced a bill for many years to reinstate this task force, and it got absolutely no support from the governor's office or anybody in the administration during a time when gun violence was very severe. Why is that?
I'm not aware of those proposals.
Okay, shouldn't you be?
Can you refer them to me, or did you do them last year? I just don't know when you sent them in.
Okay, well, I don't have the bill numbers in front of me, but I know that I've introduced a bill to reinstate the gun trafficking task force for at least 4 years, perhaps more, since essentially the time that the state police abandoned it. I'm just wondering why it was abandoned, if if there was a lack of manpower. Has that changed? And you say that we're going to now start directing more officers. Do we have more officers to do that? Or is it just now a priority?
There's a comprehensive plan to include other task force components, which includes reimbursements for local officers also. I haven't seen your previous proposal, sir.
Okay, understood. You haven't seen the previous proposals, but has this been a priority for the administration for any period of time, or is it just starting to be one this year?
No, it's been for a little while, sir. We've sent troopers to several cities, mostly during the summertime. I still have troopers participating in different task forces, not only at the DEA level, the FBI violent crime level, embedded in different city police departments, Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford. We've embedded troopers into drug task forces, so, and auto theft initiatives. So we've been participating in this violence for quite some time.
Okay, have you experienced or do you have data to show there's an increase in firearms trafficking over the last 4 or 5 years?
We have data to indicate the recovery of firearms is increasing across our bigger cities, and criminals don't know boundaries, state boundaries, city boundaries, or local boundaries. So these guns are out there.
Okay, respectfully, Commissioner, that's not what I asked. Do you have data to indicate an increase in gun trafficking over the last 4 or 5 years? I'm not talking about recoveries, obviously, because you just said you put more officers out there. So do you have data to indicate there is more firearms trafficking into Connecticut over the last 4 or 5 years?
Gun recoveries would lend towards gun trafficking, sir.
Okay, but you're putting more resources towards it, so you'd expect more numbers, right?
I'd expect more numbers, and it would also, the gun trafficking task force would also require reports to not only judiciary, but to public safety.
Okay, so is there anywhere that you keep data to indicate the number of guns coming into the state?
Only the recoveries and the evidence collection.
Okay. So, all right. I'd like to ask you about the portion of the governor's bill with regard to demanding to see a person's license. Can you tell me how that is possibly constitutional?
Well, sir, I do watch across the country that more officers are being shot. I know this has been up in front of you folks several times over the years, but it also allows municipalities to have ordinances. And it gives an officer a little more security and the ability to ask for a permit and relieve the stress of having somebody armed close to you.
Okay. My question was, how is that constitutional?
I think the legislature can enact a law to allow officers and lessen the reasonableness for officers to ask those questions.
Okay, it's your opinion that the legislature can pass a law allowing an officer to stop somebody and demand to see a permit without any reasonable articulable suspicion that that person has committed a crime?
I wouldn't go along with it just stop, but when an officer does come across somebody, I think it's for the safety of an officer that he has the ability to ask for a permit for somebody that has open carry. And it also relates to open carry during protests, demonstrations, constitutional free speech.
Okay, so it applies to constitutional free speech, that when a person is engaged in constitutional free speech, a police officer can stop them and demand to see a gun permit, even without an reasonably articulable suspicion of a crime?
Free speech can be inhibited by those carrying firearms.
Like it can be inhibited by people who are 7 feet tall and weigh 250 pounds too. Does that mean the police get to stop them?
No, sir, not in that.
Okay,
not
so
that example.
I'm going to go back to my original question. How is this possibly constitutional?
So Representative Dubisky, I'm going to let you have that question. but I think you tried to get at this a couple of times. I'm going to ask you not, if you don't get the answer you want, I understand you're trying to get to something. If you don't get the answer, to not continue down that path because it's not yielding what you're looking for.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I again, you know, if you decide to tell me that you're not going to answer a question about the constitutionality of the bill that the governor has proposed, that's fine. Just say so. But if you are going to tell me, then please tell me, how is this possibly constitutional?
I'm interested in the safety of police officers, sir, and the safety of other citizens in and around those folks carrying guns.
Okay, well, there are a lot of things that would protect officers and other people, including banning all firearms, wouldn't it, in your view?
No, sir.
Okay, that wouldn't help protect police.
No, sir, because illegal firearms are out there. We're not asking for that.
Okay, so illegal firearms are out there, so banning it from the law-abiding citizens isn't going to help protect people, right? And police officers?
Sir, illegal firearms could show up anywhere.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Illegal firearms could show up anywhere.
Okay, so banning firearms from the law-abiding isn't going to protect the police.
We're not asking for banning firearms from citizens.
Well, in this bill you are, aren't you?
No, we're not. We're asking that officers can ask folks for permits on open carry, especially during, and banning that open carry during demonstrations of free speech.
Okay. But you are in this bill asking to ban firearms, certain firearms, from the law-abiding citizens of this state, right?
No, we're not. Not banning ownership of firearms. No, sir.
Okay, own specific firearms.
Display of firearms.
No.
Representative Zabiskie, the same admonition. You've asked that question several times, and
The witness clearly isn't understanding my question, because there are provisions of this bill that specifically ban certain firearms. So I'm asking him about those provisions.
Representative Zabiskie, you've asked that question, and to his knowledge, he's answered your question. If you have something specific that you want to point out to him, I will allow that, but I'm asking you to not ask the same question of the witness again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware that there is a provision in this bill that bans certain firearms?
Are you referring to ghost guns, sir? Because you switched from allowing officers to ask for a permit to ghost guns? Is that where we're going?
Well, that's one type. Well, no, not ghost guns. The guns that are referred to as others. Those are being banned in this bill, right?
Can you refer to the actual section, sir?
Sure.
Line would help.
Second. Serial number. Well, I don't want to take up the committee's time. I'll get back to it. With regard to the provision that you're calling ghost guns, you're aware that the legislature recently passed a bill, a very comprehensive bill with a regulatory scheme with regard to what you're referring to as ghost guns, right?
We're actually seeing quite a few more ghost guns, and Lieutenant Giannone is here to answer any questions about ghost guns.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, how will that work? Do I ask Officer Giannone separately, or will he respond to my questions within this question?
Representative Dubisky, he's here along with the commissioner as an agent of the department. He can answer the questions currently if you ask the question of him.
Okay, thank you. My question was, are you aware that only, I think it was either last year or the year before, the legislature enacted a very comprehensive set of regulations and statutes regarding what you are referring to as ghost guns, which are firearms that are manufactured by individuals. Are you aware of those statutes?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that those that was the that the legislature believed that that was an appropriate way to handle that type of firearm, right?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And would you point out something in that set of statutes and regulations that the legislature enacted recently that has caused some type of danger to the public?
That I would refer to Lieutenant Giannoni for the actual particulars.
Okay, well, if he would respond, that would be great.
Good morning, Representative Dubitsky. To answer your question, I can't cite to the specific sections of the statute that you are citing. However, I can say that pragmatically in speaking with law enforcement and knowing the field, the statute as written makes it a little bit difficult to enforce. There is a cutoff date by which has already passed in 2019, and anyone who had a firearm, manufactured a firearm before that date was required to, or it was grandfathered in. Anyone after that date, however, was required to obtain a serial number and register it with the state police. The problem becomes with the enforcement aspect is it's almost essentially impossible absent someone making an inculpatory statement that says, yes, I made it after the cutoff date. Unless you catch that person with a receipt that shows that they bought an unfinished frame or lower receiver and then built it out after that date, or they admit it to you, it's essentially impossible to determine whether the crime has been committed. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, almost impossible to determine whether a crime has been committed. But these are generally seized in investigating the commission of a crime, right?
It could be. There are certain instances where law enforcement sometimes comes across firearms that are in possession of people. You know, for example, if someone is a subject of a protective order and they're required to turn their guns in, if a firearm at that point was discovered to be in possession of that person without a serial number, it's very difficult to ascertain whether or not that person is someone who was grandfathered in, or if that person manufactured it after the cutoff date.
Okay. And do you have statistics of instances where any of this has created a danger in any way to any officer or member of the public?
I don't have statistics to match your question, sir.
Okay, so you're creating, or this bill would be creating a solution without a problem, simply because it's harder for law enforcement to track these things doesn't mean that there is a threat of any type or a danger of any type to officers or the public, unless you have statistics to show me otherwise. Do you?
We have statistics that show how many people have registered for and requested a serial number for their firearms. Considering the numerous law enforcement agencies across the state and the state police, it would be difficult for us to determine statistics that would impact officer safety.
Okay, so why are you pushing this bill if you don't know that it's impacting officer safety?
Commissioner, would you like to answer that?
Sure. Recently, East Hartford, in connection with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, or the FBI seized quite a few firearms in East Hartford in relation to this. Ghost guns around the country are popping up in my daily reading as being a threat. So we're attempting to tie up a few loopholes in the law and to make ghost guns either registered or illegal.
Okay, but popping up around the country is not an issue in Connecticut because we have a very comprehensive statute in place already, right? Something that happens in Wyoming, which has no ghost gun statute, is irrelevant to what happens in Connecticut, which does, right?
No, I disagree with that. What happens around the country affects Connecticut too, whether it's traffic fatalities, hiring police officers, violence in our cities, gun crime. There's no difference from around the country to us.
But we have different laws than they do, right?
We have folks that break the law also. Those are the folks that we're addressing these laws at.
Well, but this is specifically directed at people who have not broken the law, right? This is directed at people who legally own firearms that don't have serial numbers because they're grandfathered. This isn't directed at criminals, is it?
We're asking that those guns be serialized in some fashion.
Okay, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask him again. This is not directed at criminals. It's directed at people who lawfully own firearms without serial numbers, isn't it?
Representative Dubinsky, I'm asking you, Commissioner, please answer, but I'm asking you not to continue down this again. If you can't yield what you would like to yield, asking a question over and over again doesn't yield it. We've seen that multiple times. Commissioner, please respond.
Can I have the question again, Mr. Dubinsky?
Sure. This bill that requires people who own unserialized firearms to register them with the government is not directed at criminals. It's directed specifically at law-abiding individuals who own unserialized firearms, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What criminals is this bill directed at?
It's directed at criminals who successfully purchase parts or manufacture these parts and are able to assemble a firearm and hit the streets with that firearm and cause injury to our citizens.
Okay. And do you believe those people are going to register those firearms?
Probably not, unless they sell them to someone. And that's part of this too, is the sale of these guns. How do we track these guns after sale? From a law-abiding citizen to another one, how do we track those guns? These are serialized numbers that we can track later on in life.
Did the department create a mechanism under which somebody can obtain a serial number?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that put in place?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that was put in place when the actual changes to the law occurred.
Okay,
That's correct.
And since that time, how many people have gotten a serial number from the department for a firearm that they built?
I would have to get back to you with the numbers on that one.
Okay, you don't know?
Presently, no.
Is it in the hundreds?
I don't know, sir. I'm not going to venture a guess.
Okay, I'd appreciate those numbers. Is it fair to say that it's more than one?
I think that's fair to say.
And was there any problem with providing that serial number to that individual or those individuals who asked for them?
I don't know the answer to that.
Does anybody?
I'm sure we could ask a special licensing firearms unit.
Okay, there's nobody here today to testify about the process, even though you've got a bill up to change the process?
Lieutenant, is there anything you'd like to add to this in regard to the process?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking about the process by which someone would obtain a serial number, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As it stands, if you buy parts to make a firearm, a lower frame, unfinished frame or receiver, you would purchase it. You'd have to apply to SLFU, our agency, to obtain a serial number. A serial number would be issued to that person with the appropriate forms and requests that they are seeking, whether it's one gun or numerous. We would issue a serial number to them. At that point, that person would be responsible for engraving that firearm in an appropriate manner as prescribed by the statute. I believe it's ATF guidelines. And then within 30 days of that gun's completion of manufacture, they would have to fill out the second part of the form and notify SLFU as to what type of firearm it was made into.
And and that process is up and running?
Yes, sir.
Has there been any problems with that process?
No, sir.
So an individual who sought a serial number, strike that. In the past year or so, individuals have obtained serial numbers for firearms that they've built?
Yes.
Okay, and there's no problem with that process?
None that have come to our attention, sir. No.
Okay. Is there any reason to change that process now?
The actual process of obtaining a serial number or the law?
The process of obtaining a serial number.
The process of obtaining a serial number, no.
Do you know how many people have obtained these serial numbers? How many have been issued over since the initiation of the program?
I don't have an exact number.
You have an approximation?
I would venture to guess, and this was maybe a month or two ago, maybe hovering around 40.
Okay.
But please don't take
No,
that for
I'm not
gospel.
going to hold you to it, but more than one, less than 1,000. Is that fair to say?
Absent something that I didn't, unforeseen circumstances, I would say that's fair.
Okay. Do you expect more after the passage of this statute, this bill?
Yes.
You expect a higher rate?
It's hard to tell. I don't know how many people are out there manufacturing guns without notifying us as opposed to ones that are.
Do you expect that anybody who is committing violent crimes with firearms is going to call you and ask you for a serial number?
Again, I can't tell. I can't tell what their intentions are. However, someone who is a criminal is a criminal.
And people who are law-abiding are law-abiding. Right?
Sure.
All right. All right. Well, I don't want to monopolize the time with these gentlemen, so I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner and Lieutenant Gino, and thanks for coming in. Question regarding the up-to-date information that officers are getting on the street. When someone's arrested in in Connecticut and they're assigned a docket number, how quickly is that information hitting SPRC?
I'd have to get you the answer from that representative. I don't know what is the because it hits judicial, so I'll try to get you an answer for that one.
But perhaps, is there a backlog that you know of at this point with entering that information?
For that information, no, sir. I don't think there's a backlog.
Okay, and in regards to the bill, in Connecticut, would you agree more crimes are committed with handguns than with long guns, or what's classified in the governor's bill as assault weapons?
Well, handguns are the more used more frequently.
And in your experience, Commissioner, when a gun crime is committed in Connecticut, is it committed by someone who's a legal gun owner or permit owner, or are they someone who has illegally attained that gun?
Generally, those who have illegally obtained a firearm.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess my point is that we continue to have more and more bills regarding firearms, but having worked in the field for almost 30 years, I can tell you that criminals don't care what the law is. So we continue to lump laws on, and I'm not sure the effect it will have. One further question, in this bill, Commissioner, there are several long guns that are classified as assault weapons that are being banned, correct?
Lieutenant, would you just chip into that one?
Yes, the SB 16 in its specific section seeks to amend the definition of assault weapon to include others, yes.
And Lieutenant Giannone or Commissioner, if you could answer this, how is one of those newly banned weapons, how are they more deadly than a semi-automatic handgun?
Lieutenant?
Sure. I don't know that more or less deadly is fair to describe, but I can say that an other, as opposed or compared to a currently banned assault weapon, is the functional equivalent.
Okay, so I guess my point being, as of now, automatic weapons are obviously illegal in Connecticut, correct, Lieutenant?
That's a yes and no. You can get machine guns with a tax stamp through the ATF.
You can, and
But-
how would that? I don't want to get into the weeds with that. Sorry, Lieutenant. But when it comes to if we've got criminals are the ones committing the crimes, they're going to ignore the law. We don't know if handguns or assault weapons are more deadly. I'm not sure the purpose of this bill, but I just was for myself and for the panel, I just wanted to get some clarification. And so I really do appreciate your answers, Lieutenant and Commissioner. Thank you for coming in, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Commissioner. In your mind, is there any difference between your officers having the ability to ask someone if they have a gun permit and their ability to ask for ID from others in a stopped automobile?
Not really, sir, but I'm interested in the safety of police officers and the public around there. They're just not going to go out and try to find people that are carrying firearms and ask them. Folks that they come across that have during the investigation or during a stop should be asked for a permit for their firearm, similar to a motor vehicle.
All right, and you're obviously advocating for both for officer safety.
Correct.
Okay. And I came in a little late to the conversation that you were having with Representative O'Day on the number of officers. I did hear you say that back in 2017, you had approximately 1,100. What's your current staffing number?
Today, there's 888 troopers with a class scheduled to graduate later this month, anywhere from 50 to 60 troopers. And there is, for a complete picture, there are probably up to 50, 55 troopers scheduled to retire April 1st.
So basically the incoming class then is going to be a wash.
Yes.
Okay. And ideally, what would your staffing number be?
Well, in the staffing report submitted last year, I noted 1,000 troopers to be fiscally responsible. and 1,100 troopers to get back to full staffing levels of specialized units.
All right, thank you. I experienced firsthand on November 6th that you don't have enough officers. I did a ride along that day with Troop I, and it was a series of events going on within the troop that really taxed the number that you have. But even if those things hadn't been going on, it was clear to me that you don't have enough people to cover the territory, and certainly something that I would work towards for you, as you clearly need more help.
Representative, I'm funded for 2 more classes, one to begin beginning of April, and another to begin hopefully by the end of the calendar year.
Are you getting the same level of interest in signing up as you were a few years ago?
No. Now, when I first started, we had an average of 3,500. That's slimmed down to 1,700 or so. So you can see it steadily decreasing.
Are you concerned at all that in order to meet numbers, that folks who might not have been hired before are going to end up being hired?
No, there's still a rigorous background and all the usual standards that go with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Commissioner.
Sure.
I'd like to start with SB 392, statements by juveniles. Can you ask me, or can you tell me, I'm sorry, can you tell me if a 16, 17-year-old is pulled over in a motor vehicle stop, how's this going to affect that stop?
It won't affect that stop at all unless there's a take into custody order issued for that the juvenile when they run a records check on.
Okay. What about asking questions to that juvenile about the motor vehicle violation?
Shouldn't affect it at all.
Can any of it be used in court?
They're the operator of the motor vehicle.
Right.
In relationship to just the traffic stop, I believe it can, but otherwise, it has to be in the company of a adult.
Right. So if I ask the operator for license, registration, insurance card, and the operator says, "Well, I don't have insurance, I couldn't afford it," can that statement be used against that juvenile?
If in fact that's the juvenile's vehicle, I believe it could, yes.
Because when I'm reading this, I don't see that. I basically see that no statements can be used unless I'm missing something. Can be used in court against that juvenile.
I think the standard, and we'll have to research this with legal, the standard for a motor vehicle is less than a criminal offense.
Okay. What about if you pull them over for DUI? Can you ask them anything? So I get a 16-year-old DUI. I have to run him through the tests. Can I do that? Because nothing can be used against anything he says. I ask him the alphabet, can't be used against him. I ask him, basically, I don't think anything can be used.
It would be challenging, yes.
Very challenging. Yeah. And that's a big problem I have with this bill. If we're going to make it, so difficult that you can't arrest a DUI of a 16, 17-year-old, because it's going to be hard to stick if you can't use anything they say. But all right, let's move on to SB 16. You said that it's to protect officers. How about asking for a permit of a legally permitted person? Just asking them for a permit, and that person says, "No, I'm not giving it to you under this new law." What are you going to do about that person?
Hopefully the officer is going to be trained well enough to talk through it with the person, but otherwise, in worst case scenario that I think you're reflecting to is what would be the criminal side of it. Failure to interfering with a police officer, breach of peace. It depends.
So interfering, because I'm legally carrying, and somebody comes up and says, "Hey, give me your license." I mean, wouldn't it be a violation of this law? How do you get interfering out of that?
We're certainly not advocating, sir, that willy-nilly or just based on just the sight of a firearm. An officer has to have some interaction in relationship to asking for a permit. And those are, you can put in legislative actions, or we can do it on the post side to really specify when that can occur.
On the post side, but this law says that an officer can ask them, and go up and just ask them, "Let me see your permit." And if that's violated, I almost see that as a I don't know. I think that's an overreach, personally. How about all the areas that that we're now banning guns from in the statute? Can you just relate to me how many crimes were committed in those areas with a firearm that basically brought this ask, I guess?
Well, there's several of them, and if we need to go into detail, I'll call on the lieutenant. But things like loaded firearm transport. That lieutenant can talk on that. Which one are you referring to, sir?
Well, let's take the 75 feet from a voting district. I know a bunch are in schools, which would prohibit them there. But if they're not, I mean, was there a crime that was specifically committed that somebody pushed this? I don't know who pushed this bill forward. Was there one that brought that out?
I don't have one specifically, but when you talk about free speech, and voting certainly is part of that. Because we watched Wisconsin and what happened out there with Rittenhouse carrying a firearm during a protest, or we watched Portland, who had a shooting a couple months ago in relationship to that. It's really banning firearms in those places that folks want to have free speech and not be intimidated by firearms. And there's some in here that there's provisions in here that allow municipalities to actually enact ordinances which allow certain things.
And I know what you said before about other areas of the country, and every time I hear that, it doesn't make me happy. I was a police officer for 22 years. You know that. And to be judged by incidents that occur in other states, that's kind of bothersome. Because there's different things that happen in those states, that are reasons behind a lot of those things. When you mention Portland, and the fact in Portland they have elected prosecutors, and those elected prosecutors have determined that I'm not going to enforce certain laws, that's a problem. And that's what that basically caused a lot of the issues out there. So when we generalize and say, well, it happened in this state, I want to know what happened in Connecticut. Especially when it comes to officers, police officers, and we start saying that, well, this officer in this other state did this. We have some of the best trained police officers in the country. And when somebody comes out and says that, they want to compare our police officers to other police officers from out of state, I get offended by that. So, when this whole list, I know this precipitated, this is a governor's bill. And when the governor came out, basically was saying that, we got all this rise in crime, we got to do something about guns. I have a problem with that, because that's not the main factor in the rise in crime in the state of Connecticut. Rise in crime is because we are basically treating criminals as victims, and we're not holding them accountable. And every time we pass a law, such as the juvenile SB 392, where you can't, anything they say you just can never use, and you've got these same juveniles out there stealing 3 or 4 cars a night, hitting people, killing people. That's a problem. That's a big problem. because it's going to continue. And now, as you're well aware, those juveniles that we slapped on the wrist for many years now are now 18 and into the low 18, 19 and in the low 20s, and they're still committing these crimes, and some are getting worse. You know, I hate reading the newspaper and I see that, you know, a career criminal has committed another crime. Well, you know, there's a bunch on this list that I'm not going to support, obviously, because I think some of these are just going to continue to create the crime problem we do have in the state. So thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to leave it at that.
Understood, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. Next, we have Representative Fishbein for the second time. And I would just say this, and it's not directly at you, Representative Fishbein, but for members of the committee, if you have to go a second time, please be as brief as possible. We have 200 plus people signed up and we're on the second hour, still on the first individual. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, or I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't ask you about the demonstration portion because it was my understanding that you were not here about that. So that opens me up to addressing some of the questions that you were asked. Does the demonstration portion of this bill apply to law enforcement?
Off-duty, sir. Actually, those specifics are not detailed in this proposal.
Well, as the strong proponent of this bill, what is your position with regard to whether or not this provision would apply to law enforcement?
As far as off-duty law enforcement attending a demonstration, I think they should be held to the same standard a regular citizen is held to, and not carry a firearm during those, an exposed firearm.
Okay, so off-duty officers collecting, I believe the standard is 15 or more, to protest their collective bargaining agreement. It's your belief that this law does or should prevent those officers from having firearms on them?
Sure, as it's written, but we have to keep in mind that these things change with you folks and how they're adjusted later on. Do we want law enforcement officers who are trained? I don't want these guns exposed and inhibit free speech. I would say to you that a law enforcement officer is trained to a far different level. And if their guns were concealed, I would support that.
Okay. Then why would you permit parole officers, and I'm specifically looking at lines 228 through 230. Parole officers gather to protest some sort of action by the government. You would allow those individuals to openly carry based upon the exclusion. Why is that, sir, in your strong support of this bill?
Parole officers are also far better trained in regards in DOC. They're licensed and by statute to carry firearms and to operate outside of the walls of the correction offices. So those folks are equally as trained.
Yes, sir. But the distinction is that your rank and file officers under this language and what you just stated would be required to conceal their firearm at that demonstration. However, the parole officers would be able to open carry at the demonstration. Why are you holding your rank and file to a much lower standard, or actually a higher standard, than parole officers?
I'd like to see parole officers also concealed rather than open carry.
Okay, so there's other provisions in here of exclusions, and I think you've got some serious equal protection issues there. The firearms themselves that you're talking about banning. In here, are you aware that this law calls for certain restrictions on firearms? You aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but I'll refer the technicality to Lieutenant Giannone.
Well, I mean, other than it being a rimfire, I mean, rimfire for the most part are very strong, small caliber firearms,
Yeah.
correct?
They are.
22s, things that, you know, your high school rifle team shoots 22s, right? Those are rimfires.
22s are rimfires, yes.
Yes. So why are you having these restrictions on these very, very small caliber velocity firearms?
Because they can also kill people.
Okay, as can a slingshot, as can a knife. In fact, sir, are you aware that there are no more stabbings in this state than there are murders with 22s?
I'm not aware of that particular more stabbings than shootings with 22s. No, sir.
Do you differ? I mean, do you disagree with that statement?
I don't have a basis to agree with it, sir.
You were asked about bills that have been submitted previously with regard to this gun trafficking task force. And, you know, I shouldn't have to, but I'll bring to your attention that in 2020, SB 126, submitted by Senator Sampson, asked to fund the statewide firearms trafficking task force. Also that year, HB 5157, put in by the members of the Conservative Caucus, also asked to fund the statewide trafficking task force. Why is it that it wasn't until a year later, when the ARPA funds came in, that you asked to fund the statewide firearms trafficking task force?
Well, I wasn't aware of the two previous asks, sir. But this is a comprehensive approach. There's so much more included than just the gun trafficking task force.
Okay, I'll also bring to your attention that in 2021, Senator Sampson put in SB 341 and Representative Wilson put in HB 5433, also asking to fund those task forces. And I don't see any support from your office. So I'm a little troubled by the position here, but I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the ability to ask the question.
Thank you, Representative Fishburne. Representative Dubinsky for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for Commissioner. I've been listening intently to your answers. With regard to asking somebody for their permit, even without a reasonably articulable suspicion of a crime, you indicated that the police first need to have some interaction with the person before asking for that permit. Is that in this bill?
No, it isn't, but that can be worked out with either you folks or at the post level. By no means am I telling officers just to go out and find folks that are open carry and do that. Only interaction with those folks during investigation or some other factor can they be allowed to ask for that. Close proximity.
So they first need to have some justification for stopping the person.
Not just stopping a person, interviewing them in that nature.
Well, to interview somebody, you have to stop them, right?
Or be near those folks. You wouldn't want to interview somebody and have another person with an open carry standing 5 feet away from you, 10 feet away from you.
Okay, so if you're, so cops on the street talking to somebody, and I'm standing 10 feet away with an open, and I'm open carrying a firearm, are you saying that the police officer can now turn around and stop me and tell me that I'm not free to leave and demand to see my permit?
I'm saying that the officer is far distracted now by that open carry of an open firearm, and that he should be allowed to ask that person if he's a permit carrier.
Okay, but he's allowed to do that now, right?
No, he has to have the reasonable, articulable reason for doing that.
Okay, but he can ask, but under this bill, the person would be required under penalty of law to provide that and to interact with that officer, right?
Correct.
Okay, and if the person didn't want to interact with that officer and wanted to leave, that person would not be free to leave, right?
That would be left to the discretion of the officer, either to allow him to leave or to make an arrest if it's appropriate.
Okay, but under this bill, the officer would have the ability to arrest that person for refusing to interact with the police.
That's very possible.
So, all right, well, frankly, I see that as a very, very significant overreach and breach of our basic constitutional rights, but I cannot see how this could possibly be constitutional. With regard to banning all firearms on public transportation. So what this is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if me and my neighbor both work in the same place across the state, I drive and he can't afford a car, so he takes the bus. I'm allowed to carry my firearm to work, but he's not. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't you think this is directed specifically at the people who live in the inner cities who don't drive?
No, folks take buses all over the state.
Okay, and none of those people would be able to carry their lawfully licensed or permitted firearms.
Not on public transportation, no.
Do you have any statistics to show that lawfully permitted individuals carrying lawful firearms on public transportation have resulted in an increase of crime in Connecticut?
I do not.
Then why would you prevent people from carrying their lawful firearms to work if they don't have a car?
It's a public area on the buses, as is other places, and that's why we're doing it.
Okay, so is it your feeling that people should only be able to carry firearms in private places?
No, not at all, sir. Just in areas in the public where the public gathers, public transit, public buildings, polling places, open carries, as we listed in the law proposal.
So how does one get to and from places if they don't have a car, if they can't use public transportation with their firearm? They walk?
That's possible. It's just the elimination on public buses,
And trains,
trains.
okay? And any type of public transportation, they can't carry their lawful permitted firearm.
These public areas that were specified.
Don't people typically need a firearm more in public areas? Isn't that the purpose of a defensive firearm, is to have a firearm available to defend yourself when you need one? And typically that's in a public area, isn't it?
That is one situation.
You can walk onto a bus with a baseball bat, can't you?
I guess that's possible. Yes, sir.
And this bill doesn't prevent anybody from walking onto a bus with a baseball bat, right?
Not that I know of.
Is a 75-year-old woman able to effectively defend herself against a large, young male with a baseball bat?
Generally not, but
Right, because bats in the hands of weak people are typically not very good defensive weapons, right?
I'd agree.
But a firearm is, isn't it?
Firearm it brings a dangerous situation to it. Yes.
Firearm is effective as a defensive weapon, whereas other clubs, knives, things like that are not effective defensive weapons, right?
I'm not going to agree with that. That's too broad and too general.
Okay, so a 75-year-old woman would not be able to use a bat effectively, typically as a defensive weapon against a larger attacker.
Probably not.
But she could effectively use a firearm.
Possibly, yes.
And if she's sitting on a bus and she's attacked by a larger, younger attacker, the only effective weapon that she could have with her would be a firearm.
I won't agree with that. No, sir.
But a bat would not be effective.
Probably not in that closed area by a 7-year-old, 5-year-old woman.
What if a town wants to allow people to carry their lawfully permitted firearms in their municipal buildings?
That's part of this proposal. It allows municipalities to adopt ordinances talking about law enforcement officers. So town may have that ability.
Can you point me to the line that says that towns have that discretion? Because what I'm seeing is that at line 217, it just says no person shall carry any firearm upon such person's person in any municipal or state building.
I can't right now, sir. Any thought?
Okay, so essentially what this is doing is it is banning lawfully permitted people carrying firearms from virtually all public places, or a significant portion of the public square.
The public square, yes.
Do you know any other constitutional right that would be limited in this way?
No, sir.
There was previously a statute on the books that said that set a minimum number of state troopers that needed to be on the streets. Is that correct?
There was a previous statute, yes.
Okay, and what was that number?
1230, 1240, is that? 1240, we believe.
1,240 officers. And for a significant period of time, there were somewhere in the realm of 1,240 officers, weren't there?
I don't know. My numbers I'm looking at right now don't go that far back, but I did see numbers that said at one point they had 1,230 troopers.
And now you indicated we have 800 and how many?
888.
888, which is a significant reduction from 1,230 by my math. And during that time, has violent crime increased?
Yes.
So during the time that we have lost somewhere around 400 officers, which is about 1/3 of the force. Violent crime has increased.
We saw an
And-
increase, yes, in violent crime
And
last year.
And the governor's solution to that is banning lawfully permitted firearms from the public square, as opposed to bringing our numbers of troopers back to 1,230.
No, that's entirely incorrect, sir. And let me help you through this a little bit. The governor nor myself got you into this problem with troopers. That happened 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago when they failed to hire to replace troopers. You know, the first numbers I saw, the governor's brought on over 255 troopers, trained over 800 municipal officers, and I have another class to come out. I didn't get you into this problem, but I'm going to get you out of it with the troopers. There's 2 more classes scheduled on top of the one that's going to graduate. We'll have you back over 1,100 in 2023.
Okay, so you anticipate that there will be more officers, but right now there aren't. And during the time that it went from 1,230 to what was it, 840? That's what you just said?
888.
88. During that time, crime increased.
Last
And
year, we saw an increase in violent crime, yes.
right, and this is the governor's comprehensive criminal bill, a crime reduction bill, and I don't see anywhere in this bill where it talks about bringing our troopers back to 1,240. All it says is, well, one of the things it says is we are going to ban lawful, law-abiding citizens from carrying firearms in the public square.
Well,
And-
that's not true, sir. The biennium budget increased, a dramatic increase in hiring troopers.
Is that in this bill?
Not in the bill, sir, but you're not mentioning the biennium budget.
Well, I haven't seen the officers and neither have you. They're not on the street. I don't want to argue with you about it, but the fact is that we are down to 880 some odd officers from 1,200. And during that time, crime increased. And this is the governor's comprehensive bill to stem crime. And it shows, it attacks law-abiding gun owners. So I'm not going to argue with you about it.
And I'm not going to agree with that. If you want to continue the conversation. that'd be fine.
Commissioner and Representative, you're beginning to speak at the same time. That makes it impossible for people to hear. Also makes it impossible for you to know what each other are saying. Representative, I'd also suggest to you that you're on your second time.
I'm finished. That's why I said, Mr. Chairman, that I'm not going to argue with him about it. I'm finished. I think I've made my point, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Senator, Representative Dubinsky wanted to know how many firearms ghost guns were registered. We got that. There's 40 registered. So
Thank you.
I'll clear that up.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. 2 quick questions, please, sir. Do you feel as though the pandemic has contributed to the rise in crime?
Yes, very much so. And if you'd like, I'll explain.
I would, please. Go ahead.
So just like other areas, just like the rest of the country, listen, the pandemic really had folks shuttered. Our court system slowed, probation system slowed, parole system slowed, law enforcement proactivity slowed, education we weren't bringing kids to school. Mental health wasn't there. Our community folks that are a huge portion of reducing crime, because I never underestimate the community side of it. They slowed also. We actually redirected some of those folks to feeding programs and vaccine programs and PPE. And the system kind of slowed down for those kids that and adults that had no outlets anymore, and they really acted out. We saw violent gun crime go up in the state. We saw it go up around the country. You know, it's as a direct result of the pandemic, and I could go on and on.
So is it fair to say, and I'm not asking you to, you know, to be a psychologist, although you may have a degree in that, I don't know, but is it safe to say that the rise in crimes, the nature of the crimes reflects people's mental health and frustrations, as opposed to crimes of opportunity or pathology, or people doing kind of crime that will benefit them, and, you know, fencing stolen goods? Is it more things like domestic violence and you know, acts of desperation, or am I reading too much into the nature of the change in the kinds of crimes that you're seeing?
Probably a little too much, Representative. Domestic violence did go up for us, but you know what, that's expected because folks were closer together. Mental health services slowed, which are really as a result of our education system also, that our kids are funneled that way. We saw a rise in our cities of folks shot, as did the rest of the country.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then my last question is, why would people other than law enforcement officers and perhaps a few others that I can't think of need to take a firearm to work, whether it's on a bus or in a car or a train?
I don't know why. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for testifying today. I just have a couple of questions. I was going back and forth between Zooms. I'm sure you're familiar with that process. So if I'm asking a question you already answered, I do apologize. Do you know of incidents where permit holders committed violence or used their weapon on a bus in any situation in Connecticut?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And same question with a polling station or a town green where there may be something going on, maybe that somebody wasn't aware of or was aware of, that a permit holder, a legal permit holder, used their weapon in a situation?
No, sir.
There's clearly an uptick in gun violence here in Connecticut. That's fair to say?
Yes.
Would you say a majority of those crimes are committed by individuals that have permits or don't have permits? And when I say those crimes, I mean shootings.
Shootings, the majority are committed by those without permits, but we have seen with permits also.
Sure. But the vast majority would probably be the ones without permits?
Correct.
Got it. I understand gun violence is rampant and we have to try to way to solve this issue together and collectively. I just don't think this is going to be the best approach. And I understand that you have a job to do, but I just have one last question. What do I tell a constituent when they ask me, why can't I possess my firearm to walk, across a green, that there may be something going on? You don't know what's going on at a green. What do I tell my constituent that's going to be very upset about this?
I think you should tell your constituent that free speech should not be inhibited by those carrying firearms.
And again, I do apologize because I did hear a part about officers that are off duty should carry their firearms concealed. Is it my understanding that they could carry their firearm concealed? So if the family's walking down the street and there may be something on a green and they have their firearm concealed, that is okay? They just can't have it exposed for an intimidation factor?
You mentioned a few variables in there, Senator. Realistically, law enforcement officers are far more well-trained than just citizens.
Okay, so we'll leave the law enforcement off duty or on duty, whatever the case may be, out of the scenario. If they are just a permit holder, don't worry, no background included. Military, could be a pistol arms instructor, but let's put all that aside. They're just a general citizen that has a pistol permit. Carry when they're in the public, when there might be the biggest risk for, God forbid, something happening to them or their family?
Senator, you just broke up, I think, at the key point. Can you just give me that once more?
Sure. Can they carry, can a just pistol permit holder, not law enforcement, not retired law enforcement, off duty, just a regular citizen with a license to carry a concealed weapon, carry it concealed at one of these type of things, especially if they're just walking through, not even attending? Can they have it concealed? We talked about out in the open, but concealed. Can they have it concealed?
In our proposal, it would eliminate firearms at polling places, public, in those factors.
Okay.
It would eliminate firearms from those areas.
Got it. And in the second scenario that I mentioned, where somebody's just walking through and has no idea where they, what was going on in that situation, and God forbid something happened, and that person that has a permit to carry was there, they would be technically arrested. They would have broken a law, essentially, correct?
No, we leave the discretion to law enforcement officers. As you said, just happen to be walking through.
Yes, just happen to be walking through. It would be, it's just like a catch-22 of this legislation. That could be an unintended consequence of sure many others, but this could be an issue that could arise when people don't know what's going on in their town or an area, and may get themselves in a situation. So that was just something that I wanted to bring up and make a point of. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much for testifying.
Sir.
Thank you, Senator Ciccarella. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I've been working on gun responsibility laws my entire career, over 30 years. I've had one attorney general actually introduced me once as the grandfather of gun responsibilities laws, which I thought was kind of cute. But at any rate, I want to commend your very strong support and Governor Lamont's introduction of these bills, fine-tuning the really good gun responsibility laws we have in the state of Connecticut. We are a national leader. And I want to touch on some of the points that were made earlier, I think speciously, but that's just me. I believe forewarned is forearmed. That's apropos, I suppose, of dealing with arms, but I also believe with Justice Brandeis that states are the laboratories of democracy. And indeed, I've led an organization called the Council of State Governments, which is composed by all of the states, territories, and even have associate members with Canadian and Mexican provinces. So, and it has a program called Shared State Legislation. And it's where we swap proposals, it's where we where we swap laws that various jurisdictions have passed, where we've talked about the needs, where we've talked about the approaches, we've talked about the pros and cons. And it's one of our more exciting and most popular programs that we have. So when you talk about looking to other states for inspiration for Connecticut's laws, I couldn't agree with you more. When I see groups of armed men wanting to kidnap the governor of Michigan, when I see groups invade the US Capitol on January 6th, not necessarily all of them armed, but certainly insurrectionists, and I think it was treasonous activity. That's my opinion. When I see fascist-leaning, gun-toting people wanting to overturn democracy and replace it with government by dictatorship, I get really, really angry. and I get really frightened, and will continue to fight that. So when I see a proposal that says no guns in polling places, I mean, there's entire groups of people who just love to overturn elections. That's been a story for years now in this country, and even in others. When we see that people are afraid when they see someone carrying a gun openly in public places, they're frightened. And as Justice Cardoza observed, danger invites rescue. Who's to be the rescue? And I suggest that it's, in this case, it's the state, and it's our very fine police officers. I think, as you do, that weapons should be banned from places where people would feel they are in danger if they see someone carrying them, like polling places, like on public transportation. It really makes me nervous to see this kind of thing. Intimidation should have no part of our electoral process, nor should intimidation be part of just trying to get to work together. And I totally reject the idea that baseball bats and guns are the same thing. Baseball bats are manufactured to play baseball. Guns are manufactured to kill. That's the difference. And similarly, I support the idea that if you have a permit, you can be politely asked to show it if you're carrying openly. And it's interesting, Commissioner, the Constitution of the state of Connecticut is stronger when it comes to gun rights than the U.S. Constitution. That the right to defend yourself and own a firearm to do so is in our Constitution. And all of the acts that we have passed over the last 30 years have been within that, and I insist they stay within that. And indeed, in one case, the Connecticut Supreme Court ruled that, yes, this is a right enshrined in our Constitution, but like everything else in our Constitution and in our laws, it is subject to the police power of the state. We can regulate, we can decide what's defensive. This was in the context of banning military-style assault weapons a few decades ago. So I see this in that light. So my question to you is, do you agree that using information from other states on this or any other law is an applicable and helpful way to act and to move, and that protecting people not only from real people who want to disrupt the election process, for people who want to be able to get on a bus and go to work without being afraid for some gun-toting person to intimidate them. Aren't these things within our, not only our purview, but actually within our responsibility to move forward, Commissioner?
So you mentioned three things, Representative. Yes, I'm in agreement. Guns are intimidating. As far as national, my reading in the morning is all national trends and, you know, what's happening. And on the Homeland Security side, you know, we're looking towards the horizon on a lot of different things. So I'd agree with those things. Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think it really creates a solid foundation as we move forward on these issues. And I appreciate both your support, Commissioner, and certainly Governor Lamont. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Veach.
Good morning, everybody. Through you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I have a quick question to ask, and I apologize because I'm jumping back and forth to another meeting. If I'm walking my dog in a municipal park, whether I'm concealing or not concealing, with these new laws that you're looking to
pass through, would that be something that would be interpreted as not, following the new law that you're looking to push?
Representative, with strictly reading it, yes. But, we're well aware that you folks up there tailor and tweak and move move into different areas. And so we're very open to continued conversation over these things.
So right now, if I am walking, or if this is to come, if I'm walking my dog in a local park where there's bear sightings, coyotes, animals that certainly would prey upon my animal and me in turn, okay, I cannot protect myself as a legal permit owner since I've been 18 years old. Is that correct, sir?
No, it actually bans firearms in polling places, public buildings, public transit, open carry at demonstrations, and this and that. So that's why I say there's.
So not parks, sir? I'm sorry. So not municipal parks that are throughout my town?
I don't think municipal parks and towns, unless there's a demonstration or a public gathering for things. Lieutenant, am I hitting that correctly?
Yes, Commissioner. The law does not prohibit someone from carrying in a park.
Good morning, Alex.
Good
So
morning.
if I were to take my dog over to one of our parks, because you live in the same community that I do, I would be okay to continue to carry in that park.
As the law stands now, that's correct, yes.
And what you're proposing, it would still remain that way.
You would be allowed to carry in a municipal park, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Beach. Comment or question from other committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll next hear from Mark Pelka.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that Lieutenant Giannone had his own presentation.
No, as I said to you, he was here to answer questions for the department. He didn't have his. That's what I said to you earlier, Representative.
It was my understanding that he was here, that they were going to be different.
Well, Representative, when you had that kind of back and forth about whether or not you should ask the question to him, I said that he was here in order to answer questions. And remember the conversation I said about answering the spaces in the commissioner's testimony. That's
I specifically bifurcated what I did just to deal with the commissioner on those particular aspects, and then came back on the second bite when the commissioner chose to go into aspects during his questioning by Representative Dubitsky about areas that originally, it was my understanding that he was not here to testify about. So that's how I handled it. I just don't know if Lieutenant Giannone is still here. If I could, there's just two small areas that I wanted to ask.
Well, Representative Fishbaum, I don't see him, and that's I tried to offer you clarity. I'm sorry that you didn't understand what I was trying to say. We can get him we can make contact for you to get your questions.
Yeah, I do see him still on he's not on the video. I do see him in the system.
Yeah, Officer Giannone, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. But Representative, I'm going to ask you to please be extremely quick. We're going. I know you didn't understand, but we are in round 3.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I would have asked the questions in round 1, quite frankly. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant Giannone, I'm looking at, and you have the bill in front of you?
I do, sir, yes.
Yeah, line 698 has to do with assault weapons used in official duties. And I read that there's a distinction between firearms that are owned by civilians and well, firearms owned by one who's in the military, let's say, as well as law enforcement, is there some sort of registration classification for official duties as opposed to non-official duties?
Yes, I saw that. If this is the section I'm thinking of, if you could just give me a moment. I think that this provision extends the current provision of any law enforcement officer who retires shall, within 90 days after retirement, register and certify their assault weapon. But I think if I'm reading it correctly, it creates two different things. A law enforcement officer would still be allowed to purchase an assault weapon, but if I'm reading this correctly, what I believe it says is if you're not going to use it for on-duty purposes, that you would need to register it immediately.
Well, no, well, certain assault weapons, I don't think you could register. Well, okay, register immediately.
And that's where I drew a little confusion, because in the previous section of the law, it talks about the purchase and possession. In this section, it talks about the registration.
Yeah, and that's, I flagged the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
We're of like mind here. And then the state license situation for firearms that's created by this section 10, I believe it is.
Yes.
The permit or the license can be denied for failure to provide, and I'm specifically looking at 812, any other materials required by the commissioner. What is anticipated by that language? You're muted.
Sorry, I was muted by accident. I believe what that's intending to capture is, in the process of any forms and applications and information required that would be standardized or template boilerplate information. So I'm assuming it would give us, we have the authority to create forms for people who want to apply. I'm assuming any other materials required by the commissioner would fit that bill.
Okay, I think it's an expansion of 803 through 806, because if the application requires certain documentation and you haven't submitted that documentation, then there is no application, so to speak. So
right.
I don't see a need for 812. And then just a couple more lines here. 835. What is possibly a failure to comply with representations? I understand furnishing false or fraudulent information. That's one thing. But failure to comply with representations in 835. What is anticipated by that?
That's a good question. I don't know. Failure to comply with representations made in any application.
I've never seen that language before.
The only thing I might assume is representations made in an application if we were to ask follow-up questions. And then failure to comply with those follow-up, maybe?
No, but it says made in any application, so it wouldn't be a follow-up.
Right.
So anyway, and the last one, 836 through 837. A permit, a license can be revoked based upon false, misleading, or deceptive representations to the public. So if a licensee puts a sign up in their window that says the Governor Lamont is a good governor, one could say that's a deceptive representation. That's subjective. What is possibly the application of that language?
It was probably intended and more likely should be narrowly tailored to false, misleading, or deceptive representations in the process of obtaining the application and in the process of conducting their business.
But that would be redundant with 834 through 835, which already prohibits furnishing false or fraudulent information.
at outset, but I would say maybe after that initial outset of an initial application, false, misleading, or deceptive representations as the business is continuing. So if someone were to make a fraudulent business-related statement that would meet the standard, it would enable the department to suspend, revoke, fine, etc. But that could certainly use some tailoring as well, sir.
Okay, and last but not least, 846 to 848. If an FFL license is revoked, then how does one convey, transfer a firearm lawfully in the state of Connecticut?
You're looking at 846, sir?
Yes, sir. So they're FFL, so they are required under the federal law as well as the state law to have a FFL license to transfer firearms. The FFL has been revoked. They can't transfer firearms.
You're talking about if ATF revokes their FFL or if the state revokes their state license?
No, it says or FFL is revoked, right? So that would be an action by the ATF.
Right.
You can't transfer firearm anyway.
Right.
Okay, it just surplusage. Anyway, thank you. I'll ask you the other questions offline, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. Recognizing Lieutenant's been here for 2 hours, which I know this committee appreciates. He's just certainly a guru in this field. And good morning, Lieutenant. I just very briefly turn your attention to Section 2. If you could just clarify for me how SLFU will interpret and enforce Section 2. As you all know, there are a lot of guns that are manufactured in this country without serial numbers. And a lot of people oftentimes will see a patent number, for example, on a barrel of an old shotgun and believe it's a serial number. But we're in agreement that that's not a serial number, that won't qualify, relevant to the language in Section 2.
That's correct. The patent number is distinct, correct?
It is distinct?
It is distinct, meaning it is not a serial number. It's separate from a serial number.
Correct. So somebody who has one of those old firearms that maybe they got from their grandfather or something would have to apply for by 2023 for a serial number or a unique identifier, right?
No, anyone who had it prior to the date of 2019 would be grandfathered in. And that person at that point would just need to register it with the state police. They would not need a serial number. The only people that need a serial number are the people who obtained a firearm or made their own firearm after that effective date, which was 2019. They would need to apply for a serial number. Anyone prior to when the Gun Control Act took effect in 1968, the firearms were not made with serial numbers then, would be exempt. They would just need to notify SLFU and register it, but no serial number would be required to be engraved on that gun.
Thank you for the clarification, Lieutenant. Thank you for the time you spent here this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you for joining us, Lieutenant. Next, we'll hear from Mark Pelka, the Undersecretary of Criminal Justice Policy and Planning. Mr. Pelka, you may provide your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I was actually part of the prior panel, just to be there as backup if I could help the commissioner with any questions. None came my way. I didn't want to just abandon the meeting after, so I stayed on to tell you that was my role.
Appreciate you for that, Mr. Pelka. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, sir. Take care, sir.
Next, we'll hear from Manisha Justani, the Commissioner of Public Health. Good morning. You may provide.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representatives Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of SB 16. In the past 2 years in the United States, we've seen a substantial increase in gun violence, which may be in part due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and along with other state agencies experts and advocates, DPH has been closely monitoring and working collaboratively to address the gun violence epidemic. Community violence intervention programs exist at the heart of this mission to save lives by preventing and reducing gun violence and by providing trauma-based services to victims, survivors, and affected communities. With the support of ARPA funding included in the governor's budget, this bill will expand the duties of the DPH Office of Injury and Violence Prevention to include a community gun violence intervention and prevention program, which will allow the department to build on evidence-based and data-driven programs that are proven to reduce community gun violence, all while monitoring these effects and evaluate program effectiveness. So DPH works forward to working with our community and legislative partners to continue to promote these initiatives and build a strong community gun violence intervention and prevention program. I have with me a subject matter expert, Susan Logan, who has been working in this area for a very long time and will also be able to help assist with answering questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a comment or a question. Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner, has your department been involved with data regarding juveniles and possession of firearms?
I will ask Susan if she can answer that on my behalf. Susan, would you be able to add specific information on that?
And just before you go, please identify yourself before you speak.
Susan, I think you're mute.
Can you hear me now?
We do.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, my name is Susan Logan. I'm the director of the Injury and Violence Surveillance Unit here at DPH. So we don't collect data on juvenile possession of firearms. The data that we currently collect is homicide data. And we do have the ability to collect data on non-fatal injuries related to firearms.
Is there a reason why you're not collecting data on juveniles that are arrested with firearms?
That's not our area. We're public health. We track surveillance of the injuries and deaths due to violence and unintentional injury, motor vehicle accidents, sexual violence, suicides. That's not in our purview of collecting data on possession of firearms. That would be another agency.
Okay, well, the balance of this bill that your department is here testifying on is not within the purview of your agency. You would agree?
Correct.
Okay. So do you collect data on firearm incidents involving juveniles?
Yes.
Okay. And are you, in conjunction with those, do you collect data on whether or not those firearms are lawfully owned leading to those incidents?
So we do collect data on the ownership of the firearm as it relates to homicides. The data that we do have is not very reliable. It's hardly ever known whether or not the folks who have died from a homicide, a gun-related homicide, if it was their own firearm or if it was another firearm, the suspects that were involved in the homicide, if they owned the firearm or if it was unlawfully owned. So we do have basically fields to collect that information, but it's hardly ever collected.
So I'm trying to understand, in the context of the Department of Public Health, what specific section and or sections is your department in favor of in SB 16?
Section 33.
Okay. I didn't hear that initially, so I'm going to go to section 33. Okay, and this is the section that would provide for the gun violence intervention and prevention program.
Yes, starting on line 1523.
Yes. And presently, within the department, isn't there an ability to do this already?
We don't have currently the capacity or resources or the funding to do this currently. We have an Office of Injury Violence Prevention, but we have no dollars for prevention of community gun violence. We have surveillance money, but we do not have prevention money and the ability to work with our state partners and community-based organizations that do provide evidence-based programs. So we're not able to help them or help fund them currently.
And this language also calls for the collection of data involving stabbings.
Yes.
And why, because we heard about gun violence prevention, why is stabbings being included here?
Because along with the gun violence, there's stabbing violence. We don't want to limit it to just community gun violence. We want to take an overall comprehensive approach around community violence, which would include stabbings and other types of weapons. Blunt force would be another one.
Well, that's not addressed in the language, but what does it mean to say collect timely data on firearm and stabbing involving injuries and deaths? How would that change through this funding?
Commissioner, do you want to answer any of that or add to that?
I just wanted to add, thank you, Susan, that, the ARPA funds that are being dedicated to this. Susan, maybe I could ask you to just put yourself on mute for a moment because I'm hearing myself echo. I think the thing I wanted to just highlight is that, as Susan mentioned, that the ARPA funds that are being dedicated towards this specific aspect in where DPH is involved really go towards being able to help fund us do these prevention efforts and work with community partners in a way that we currently are unable to do. And I'll have Susan fill in, but in terms of your question on timely data, sometimes these data take a long time to get to us and then to be able to act on and work with community partners. So by allowing that to be streamlined a bit and have the funding to be able to respond to it, we can potentially make interventions that are more timely than over a prolonged period of time. And Susan, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think you answered that.
So what interventions do you anticipate as a result of this program? It's all past tense, right? So, unfortunately, a stabbing has happened. Sometimes it's a domestic violence case. Husband and wife, they're going through a divorce. Unfortunately, there's a tragic incident and there's a stabbing. What intervention is anticipated in that particular case?
So again, I'm going to turn it to Susan in a minute, but what I'd like to say is often the kind of incidents that you just described highlight something that is going on in a community. And so when we identify cases like that, identify triggers, identify what's going on in a community, and potentially identify patterns of things that are happening in a given community, that's when you can now work with a local group, a local prevention agency to try to prevent future events from happening. So although you are correct that it is past tense, something already has happened, the goal of prevention is to prevent subsequent similar attempts or incidents from happening. Susan, do you have other things you'd like to add?
Right. So there is, for this programs, they have both intervention and prevention. So yes, it's past tense. So there are ways to reach out to the people that were the suspects in that crime, but there's also prevention. With Commissioner Giuthani was just talking about, one of our main goals is to understand the patterns and the circumstances around violent crime in general, and really approach those risk factors that might lead someone to perpetrate a crime and try to get to them before they perpetrate or others perpetrate crimes in the future.
Hasn't this been an issue for years now?
Yes, but there hasn't been, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's exactly why it's part of this legislation. This has been an issue for a very long time. This is an office that DPH has, but does not have the capacity or funding to be able to do this work. So this is absolutely, as you highlight, an important, long-standing problem that we would like to address as DPH. And with your support, we will get to work and do that.
Well, the problem is that for whatever reason, it hasn't been a concern of anyone in this administration until the feds came in with money, right? Because I'm hearing about it's the ARPA money. So there was no money.
I would rephrase that, because I think this is something that's been longstanding far before this administration. And I think what the ARPA funds do is they give us an opportunity to put our money where our mouth is. And I think the governor has very clearly articulated here that for a very long time, not just this administration, this has not been something that has been funded to date. And with this infusion of ARPA dollars, which does give us an opportunity to do some things that have not been done to date, that this is important. This is important. It is a long-standing problem that needs to be addressed. And that's why the proposal is such.
Commissioner, before Rep. Fishbein, I just ask you both to be careful about stepping on each other. I know you were excited to answer the question, but I just want to make sure he gets his question out. You get a response, you get to finish your response, and then he has his follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my concern is this newfounded initiative prompted by the federal government saying we're going to give billions of dollars to the state of Connecticut. What happens when that money is gone?
Let me answer that.
Yes, Susan, would you like to answer?
Yes. So there are existing programs going on currently that are being funded from other sources. There's the Victim Against of Crime Act, Victim of Violent Crime Act, the VOCA money. That's a federal funding. We usually, as Department of Public Health, we usually get our funding from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They have been reluctant or not able to provide funding around gun violence or homicide due to different legislative on the federal level issues. Currently, there has been no funding on the federal level other than this new ARPA funding. We do have some current state funding, and that goes to Project Longevity. So there's 3 programs that the OPM supports. I believe it's $100,000 a year to the 3 Project Longevity sites, the Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford. And that is pretty much the extent of the prevention funding. That's more of a focused deterrence method, reaching out to communities that engage in violence and hoping to get to the youth and get them out of, out of either harm's way or getting the so that they don't perpetrate more crime. So they have community-based violence prevention specialists in the communities that are currently working as part of Project Longevity. So we want to expand the evidence-based programming that's happening on the state level in different areas of the state, and expand those, build their capacity to do more of evidence-based and data-driven programs.
And as part of this programming and the data collection, are we going to be collecting data on the number of firearms crimes that are not prosecuted in this state?
I believe DESP collects that information.
But that would not be of concern to a gun violence intervention and prevention program?
It would be. We would be using that as one of our data sources. So when I look at the data, I look at data from DESP. We actually do retrieve data from DESP. We retrieve data from death certificates. We retrieve data from other sources, DOC, in order to understand the whole problem.
So what data do you presently have? Because you said you have ongoing programs.
Right.
Having to do with gun crimes that are arrested, individuals that are arrested for gun crimes that are not prosecuted in this state, that you claim the DESP is doing. Do you have that data?
So the data that we get from DESP is related to family violence and homicides that occur. So we get data from the supplementary homicide report. So we'll get information on offenders or suspects of the crime, who specifically when they happened. And then we put that into our system and we try to compile all that information. So we get data on, the firearms that were used at the make and model. We get whether or not the gun was stored. We get information on ownership. Do you have any other questions?
Well, yes, because it appears.
I don't think I answered your question.
Yeah, you didn't.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to go back 2 questions, because the specific question that I asked you is, as part of collecting data here, will this group program be collecting data regarding firearm cases in this state in which there are arrests and that are not prosecuted? You said the DESP already collects that data.
I believe so.
Somebody has to mute because I'm getting feedback, but
It's probably me. So we only collect data on people who are injured and who have died from a firearm related or other type of weapon related homicide.
okay.
And we do collect some suspect information, but I don't have information on whether or not those people were prosecuted for their crime. I only have information on suspects.
So we'll get rudimentary. Do you believe, as part of this program, that illegal guns create gun violence?
I don't have enough data on that because we're not tracking whether or not the guns were illegal or legal.
No, I'm trying to get to the root of this. This is a gun violence intervention and prevention program. Do you agree with me or disagree that illegal guns should be prevented in order to decrease gun violence?
Like I said, I mean, we don't look at whether or not they were illegal or legal, so I can't really say
No, ma'am, this is
if it was illegal.
This is a fundamental opinion question. If everybody had illegal guns, do you think there would be more gun violence?
Representative, I think you've asked the question a couple times now. I'm not sure she's necessarily here to give her opinion on this. I think she's talking about the workings of her agency and what they do or don't do.
And that's what I was asking about. And I was asking about whether or not, as part of this program, they are going to collect the data regarding gun crimes in our state and the number of those arrests that are not prosecuted. And she said the DESP has the information.
No, she didn't know. So that's a yes or no question.
Originally, she said the DESP collects that information. That was the original answer. But then there was other questions, and then there was an indication that she didn't know. So I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, does anybody in this program care about the prosecution of possession of illegal guns? I mean, if they don't, then why are we doing this?
Representative, you know full well the executive branch is not responsible for who prosecutes crimes or not. That's the judicial branch. But if you have a yes or no question, please rephrase it.
Is it relevant to gun violence prevention, prosecution of possession of illegal guns?
We're looking more on the public health perspective rather than the criminal perspective of what, and the judicial perspective about gun violence. So we want to go ahead.
I was asked to ask you a yes or no. That was a yes or no. I guess the answer is we don't care unless there's some other answer.
Representative, you were getting argumentative. If you have a question to ask her it, but we are not here to argue this point. She has said that is not the purview of her agency. Please move on.
I asked whether or not it was relevant. So I take it that it's not relevant, which speaks in and of itself for the utilization of the funding. And the procedure for collecting timely data, it would appear to me that we could just pass a law that says, you know, when there's a gun crime, police shall, within 24 hours, report to DPH. Why is this funding necessary to collect timely data?
Because it takes people and resources to manage a program, a data program.
So as part of the funding, is that going to provide more police officers to do that reporting?
We collect the data ourselves from police departments.
If I can supplement, just to say that this is to fund DPH staff who would do data collection, monitoring, interpretation. This is what the funding is being asked for in this part, to do what DPH does, which is the public health side of this question.
Okay, but it says collect timely data. So somebody has to create the data, right? In order for it to be, it would appear to me that reception of that data by DPH would be the easy part, right? Because the reporting is done by the police. You know, this is what town that it happened. This is the underlying facts, you know, firearm was owned lawfully, that kind of stuff. DPH would just get the form.
Yes, but that's not really how it's been working. We actually are funded by CDC to collect data, death data on homicides. So that's not really the issue. The issue is the non-fatal data that we get from hospitals and be able to understand that, as well as any other data sources that are out there. Currently, we're collecting data from on timely data. We have data within a month of homicides that occur, and then we take those homicides and we try to find more information about them, such as from police departments. So we have two currently, you know, some funding for that to reach out to the police departments, local and state, to get that information. We also have a direct access to the medical examiner's office and to provide us with information on a monthly basis.
And how much money are we talking here?
Not a lot. We're talking about $200,000 a year, if that. Let me think. Yeah, it's about between $150,000 and $200,000. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it's not a lot of money. It's just for data collection of death data. So it has nothing to do with the data collection of non-fatal data. So we'd actually have to spend some money to revise the definitions, make sure that we're collecting all the correct information that we need. So that's information that takes some time to build. We need to build case definitions. So you need staffing and resources to do that. We want to evaluate the programs. So that takes us, you know, staff to evaluate. We have to build contracts with our community-based agencies that are doing the evidence-based work. So that's another cost to, you know, implement those contracts with these outside vendors so that we can get the money to the people that need it. So to build their capacity on the local level.
So
go ahead.
So am I supposed to ignore the word injuries in 1529? Because you're saying you're only collecting data, death data?
Correct. We're only collecting death data because we don't have the resources and staffing to collect the non-fatal injury data. So we're asking for this program to be developed and for the capacity to be built in order to collect and report this non-fatal and fatal injury data so that we can use it to target our prevention efforts.
I'm just not to, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but the language before us talks about data involving injuries and deaths.
Mm-hmm.
So am I to understand that there is no intention to collect the data for injuries, only the deaths?
We would like to be able to capture injury data, but we don't have the capacity to do that. So that's why, or the funding to do that. So that's why we would like to have this bill and statute so that we would have the ability, if allocations or appropriations are available, to do more with the non-fatal injury data from hospitals and EDs, that we would, you know, be able to collect that data.
So I asked you how much this would cost.
Representative Fishman, I think the commissioner wants to expand on that real quick. I'm going to give you the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. I just wanted to specify that I believe what Susan is trying to say is that so far, we've only been able to collect data related to the certain aspects initially that she was describing. However, the purpose of this proposal is to expand it to cover both injuries and deaths. That's what getting funding to be able to do this would allow for. And in addition, what we're looking to do is not just have data that is maybe compiled from various different sources that is sent to DPH. Part of what DPH's responsibility has to do with all forms of data is to be able to put it together and analyze it in a way that we can have actionable items that come from it. So this particular proposal would allow DPH to have funding to be able to identify ways that preventative and intervention services can be best utilized based on the data that we get. So when it says collect timely data, it really is about collect and analyze to be able to come up with programs that might work or fund local groups that might be able to do this work.
Okay, and just to unpack a little bit there, in order to expand to injuries from the current deaths, it would require an expenditure of about $200,000, as well as other stuff that's doing in this paragraph, correct?
Yes, but as you said, it's also the analysis portion. It's not just about injuries. It's about being able to really look at this data and come up with something to do from the data. And it takes manpower to be able to understand the data.
Understood. All right, I understand the intent. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for coming in to discuss this bill. Am I correct to believe that you're only here to testify about Section 33?
That is correct.
Okay. And the way I read it in Section 33, from lines 1506 to 1522, that's existing law, right?
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so under existing law, the department is required to serve as a data coordinator and analysis source of mortality and injury statistics for other state agencies. Is that right?
Yes, we share our data with other state agencies.
Okay, but you're a data coordinator and analysis source for those types of statistics?
We are.
Okay. And is one of those statistics homicides?
Yes.
Okay. Is another murders?
Well, homicides are, murders are within the homicides, yes.
Okay, do you differentiate between homicide and murder?
We go by the medical examiner definition of homicide, which would include murder.
Okay, do you track statistics separately for homicide and murder, or do you consider them the same thing?
We go by what I just said, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. We probably would know which ones are murder based on if there's suspects involved. So some can be related to motor vehicle, some could be related to unintentional, but some also are just basically murder. So we don't use the word murder, we use homicide to cover all those bases.
Okay, how do you distinguish between a justifiable homicide and a non-justifiable homicide?
Right now, we are just looking at homicides in general, which would also include police-involved homicides.
Okay, so if somebody were defending themselves and legally caused the death of another person, that would be considered a homicide in your statistics?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't differentiate between whether or not that was a justifiable homicide or not?
Well, we don't look at it that way on our end. At this point, we could probably put that data together and separate them out into what was considered murder and what was considered other types of homicide. We haven't done that because we haven't been actually asked to provide that data, but we probably could be able to provide that data if you so desired us to do that analysis. We do take ad hoc requests for data, so that just hasn't been something that we've been asked.
Okay, so if somebody cites to your statistics and says there's an increase in homicides, we have no way to know at this point whether or not those are criminal homicides or justifiable homicides.
So the data that we collect on homicide from the police departments would have more information about whether or not they were justifiable based on the prosecution or whether or not they were adjudicated. That data, we don't have preliminary stats. We only have preliminary stats on 2021 and 2020 data, but we would have information prior to 2020 on whether or not those were adjudicated. So we could match that data, the data on homicides that we have, with whether or not they were adjudicated on the judiciary and in the criminal side.
Okay, so you could match that data, but you don't currently.
Correct.
Okay, so again, so anybody who cites to your current statistics, citing to your homicide statistics, would not be citing to criminal statistics. It would just be those people who were killed where it was a homicide, and there would be no distinction between justifiable and criminal homicides.
Correct. It would be something that they could request, but like I said, we haven't gotten that request, but we would have access to that data eventually if we don't have it now.
Who uses your data with regard to homicide?
Representative, I'm going to step in here. Is this going to get somehow back to the language before us?
Absolutely.
Be amended? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's get there quicker, please.
Who uses your data with regard to homicides?
So it's usually so we don't really provide data to criminal, like to DESP or to any of the criminal justice systems. We provide data usually to our community-based organizations and to our municipalities around homicides.
Okay.
So that they want to know what's happening in their community. How are people dying? Was it gang related? Was it drug related? Was it an argument that escalated? So we have some information on that. So we usually will provide that pretty much for public health related purposes, not for crime related purposes.
Okay. Lines 115 through 120 currently allow you to or require you to create and establish programs to reduce interpersonal violence, including homicide, child abuse, youth violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and elder abuse. How is that different from what this bill, the new language in this bill, lines 1525 to 1530 do? It seems like you can already do what is in this bill.
Right. So in order to really focus an effort on reducing community gun violence or community violence in general, we would need to start a new program so that we could increase our capacity to do everything that would need to get done, such as what Commissioner Giuthani was speaking about, intervention and prevention, and really promoting evidence-based programs in our communities and really having more of a structured, coordinated approach that it's more of a state level approach. This language between, up to 1521 establishes the Office of Injury Prevention. We now call the Office of Injury and Violence Prevention, but we're not funded. Only two folks are funded, myself and a Office of Injury Violence Director, Prevention Director from state funds to run this whole program. But the whole program includes everything related to automobile, motorcycle, bicycle injuries, homicide, domestic violence, suicide. We have a sexual violence program. We have a suicide prevention program. We also heavily work on opioid overdose prevention and surveillance. So there is a lot of different things that we cover, surveillance-wise and prevention-wise. So any help in focusing our efforts on a community violence, creating this new program will offer more capacity and more staffing and more resources in order to particularly focus on community violence prevention and intervention.
Thank you for that. It appears Ms. Giovanni would like to say something.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to supplement that in the language that you identified, really the establishment of this office was for awareness and education for a lot of these efforts, and to go a step further, as has been outlined. So in line 15, 16 that you're talking about, really is what this establishment of this office was initially intended to do. However, to go a step further, which is what really we would like for this program to be able to do, is where you get to the language in the underlined parts in the new text 1522 to 1530, to really be able to be a little bit more of an active agent in developing intervention and prevention programs.
Well, thank you for that. In developing those intervention and prevention programs, do you think it's important to know whether or not firearms used in homicides or other violence are legally owned or illegal?
So I believe that our goal is to deal with the public health aspect of these things as outlined in the proposed statute. And so I think that we can do that by addressing the incidents of what happens and then identifying prevention. If prevention strategies are identified from that we can act on further, we would be able to do that.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no?
I'm stating that this particular language allows us to study it and decide and analyze what recommendations we can make from there.
Okay, and do you believe that it is important to know as part of your efforts to intervene and prevent firearms violence, whether or not people that are engaging in such violence are doing so with legal or illegal firearms?
I believe as Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, my goal here is not to testify on my personal opinions. It's to testify on the language that is presented before you on what DPH can do with language that has been presented. Therefore, if we are given the staffing to be able to investigate this further, we will do exactly that, which is to evaluate what is happening in the community and design intervention and prevention strategies to address any number of concerns, including the one that you have identified.
Okay, in lines 528 through 529, one of the things that you will be charged with doing is collect timely data on firearm and stabbing involved injuries and deaths. So if somebody is shot with a firearm, whether or not they die will be something that a data point that you will collect under this statute, right?
Yes, I would say, Susan, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody is, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Correct.
Okay, and if somebody is stabbed, whether or not they die is a data point that you would collect?
Yes. It's only the ones we know about, the ones that actually went to a hospital or if they died.
Sure, if it's reported in some fashion.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Somebody dies and is thrown in the river and you never find the body, you would not know about it. So it would not be a data point that you'd collect.
Right.
If somebody is beaten with a crowbar, is that a data point under that section that you would collect?
Yes, that would be considered blunt force.
Okay, where is it in here that you would collect that type of data?
We already collect that data, death data. And then particularly this bill is around community gun violence, and which would also includes violent stabbings.
Okay, so you already collect blunt trauma data, but you don't already collect firearm and stabbing data?
It's more like continuing to collect this data. So if the money goes away from the CDC, the funding, the federal funding, we won't be able to collect timely data anymore on firearm and stabbing involved and other types of violent injuries and deaths, because we won't have the staff to do that. So, but if it's in statute, there could be the opportunity for state funding.
But you'll still collect the blunt trauma data.
You're mincing my words. So we would collect all types of homicide and injuries and deaths, regardless of, whatever kind of weapons were used. We would collect all of that if it was related to a homicide or an injury, a violent injury.
I guess I'm trying to get to that there are two specific mechanisms of injury and death cited in this statute, only two. And I'm wondering why any others are not there, and how this funding is distinctive to these two and not to others.
Well, these seem to be the biggest, and I do have data to back this up, but I have some data on stabbings. I have some data on firearm involved deaths. I do not have data at my fingertips on blunt force, but I could get that.
Commissioner. Representative, I'm gonna let Commissioner chime in here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to speak out of turn, so just wanted to clarify a bit more, which is to say that the deaths that are occurring from these two, as Susan has outlined, are the most prevalent that she is identifying. Therefore, in the ask for funding to support staff who can analyze and develop interventions, these are the only two that have been requested, because the request would be even larger potentially, although those others are smaller in terms of number of deaths. So therefore, to be able to analyze and intervene on the two most common reasons that we are seeing, that is why the language has been crafted as such.
Thank you. Requested by whom?
Thank you. At this point, Representative, I'm going to suggest that we have more than a fair flavor of these few lines of this bill in this proposal. If you have a question or two remaining, go for it. But I think most of this could be addressed offline between you and the Commissioner's office. We still have 223 people left to testify today. So I would ask you to please constrain your questioning at this point.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a follow-up question. You said that these are the only two that were requested, and I ask you, requested by whom?
I'm trying to specify that as stated in this proposal, in this proposed statute. So that's what I'm saying as requested by, because this is not law yet. This is what we're discussing. So that's what I mean by that.
So requested by the governor's office.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. And certainly I meant what I said. If you have additional questions on this, we're not trying not to get you the answers. If you can't get them directly from the Commissioner's office, please let the committee staff know, and we'll be sure you get the answers you need. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Out of respect for all the folks who want to testify, I'll be very brief. I'm wondering, since we pretty much agree that good public policy has to flow from data that is authenticated, this seems to me at its essence to be a bill about really getting to the nature of community violence. Do you believe that if we had more data, we would be able to thwart some of the violence that we see on the streets.
Yes, that would be my hope for sure. If we could understand what is at the root of some of what's going on here, we could then work with local partners and devise intervention and prevention strategies to be able to get at the heart of that. So that is the purpose of this. And if Susan has anything further to add, I will defer to her.
No, I have nothing further to add on that.
Thank you. And then the only thing I want to ask you is, it's my understanding that the Gifford Center has put a price tag on gun violence in various states, and in Connecticut it ranges between 60 and 90 million. So in some sense, this could be a real saving to the taxpayers, because gun violence is terribly expensive, in addition to being, you know, heartbreaking and devastating for the victims, and a burden on the carceral system. It's also really expensive. Is that correct?
That is most definitely correct. And what we know with all things related to public health is that prevention goes a long way. And interventions that are successful at prevention can be not only good for health, but can also be very cost saving.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both very much for being with us today. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions or comments? If not, thank you both for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're happy to answer any other questions. You can feel free to reach out to us at DPH.
Thank you. Okay, Steve Jagoda. Steve Jagoda. Paul Vilka. Paul Vilka. If not, we will go on to Susan Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein. My name is Susan Hamilton, and I am the Director of Delinquency Defense and Child Protection with the Public Defender's Office. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony this afternoon on several bills before the committee related to youth justice. I have submitted written testimony on many of the bills, but in light of the lengthy list of folks who wish to testify, I'll keep my comments as brief as possible. I would like to start with Senate Bill 392, which is a bill proposed by the division, which in essence would eliminate the disparate rules that currently apply to the admissibility of statements made by children in any proceedings against them. As you know from reading the bill, the existing under existing law, there's a different standard for children under the age of 16, which does require that a parent be present in order for the statement or admissions to be admissible in a proceeding. But there's a different standard for young people who are ages 16 and 17, and that does not require that a parent be present. It simply requires that reasonable efforts be made to contact a parent and have a parent present. So the bill in essence proposes eliminating those two different standards. There really is no reasonable basis for having a different standard for 16 and 17-year-olds. As the committee is well aware, there is a host of not only state law, but U.S. constitutional law and decisions that have come out that really highlight the susceptibility, particularly of children in those circumstances. So we would urge the committee to support and act favorably on this proposal. The second bill I'd like to comment on briefly is Senate Bill 387, and that is the act concerning the recommendations of the JJPOC. The bill contains a host of provisions that would codify recommendations made by the JJPOC, at which our office and many others on the call, I believe on the Zoom, are members. I would like to just particularly note Section 6, the provision that would create a mandatory pre-arrest diversion structure for certain low-level offenses. That language and the implementation team that drafted that language was created pursuant to Public Act 21-174. And those offenses are really infractions that in many instances are already referred to diversionary programs in the community, but that is happening in the existing system post-arrest versus pre-arrest. This would provide an opportunity for uniformity in how those behaviors are handled, and would allow for and require for first and second offenses only that those behaviors be referred to either a service bureau, juvenile review boards, or
Thank
other
you.
community-based programs.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. We're at the 3-minute mark.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from committee for Ms. Hamilton? Questions or comments for Attorney Hamilton? If not, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Ron Lanzo. Ron Lanzo. Chris Hughes. Chris Hughes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also I'd like to thank all of the elected representatives for their service. I appreciate it. I am a former Marine, a member of the American Legion. I am a gun owner, and I just like to share my opinions as a lifelong Connecticut citizen, opposed to this bill, specifically because I feel that some of the parts of the bill.
Sir, let me just clarify. There's several bills on our agenda. Which bill are you opposed to?
SB 16. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go ahead. Sorry.
The one that's titled for the gun crime and juvenile violence. Opposed to it because, in my opinion, it appears to violate several constitutional rights, such as due process, protections against illegal search and seizure, among others. Reading through it line by line, and with some of the testimony this morning, it seems as if it's not really based upon a lot of crime data specifically to weapons. And one of the things that particularly bothers me as a citizen is what seems to be the politically motivated and arbitrary definitions of assault rifles. Myself being a former Marine and having lots of friends who are not military trained, it's just easier to use rifles. It's more accurate, it's more fun, it's more enjoyable from a technical point of view. And so it really does get a bit challenging to continually hear people make statements and referring to things from an assault rifle point of view. What I do support wholeheartedly are law enforcement and any activity or any laws that would support law enforcement with more funding or more personnel to go after illegal activities, behavioral patterns, illegal acquisition of guns. Anything that's actually addressing the root problem, I think, is outstanding. But I also think that things like this can be done in smaller bills where you address the individual problems themselves instead of making things all encompassing. And so, I mean, that's my big issue is it seems like as a citizen, we're always being targeted as gun owners, and there are clear steps to address the gun violence itself, which is more behavioral on an individual basis. And as the Commissioner of Public Safety stated, the majority of the crimes being committed are being committed with illegal guns, not legal guns. And I do have a huge issue with the fact of, in the bill, it proposes that a police officer can just randomly stop someone and ask them if they do have a gun permit. It is not clear as to whether that falls under the suspicion of a crime or existing statutes. So I thank you for your time, for listening, and I hope you'll consider the comments.
Thank you, sir. I think we have a question or comment from Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hughes, for coming in, and thank you very much for your service to our country. I know that there are a lot of people who have your type of experience who participate in recreational shooting, and it appears to many of them who have contacted me that this type of bill is directed specifically at them and would have no effect on the criminals who misuse firearms. So I don't really have any questions for you, but I very much appreciate your coming in and taking your time to testify, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, and for your comments earlier as well.
Thank you. Thank you both. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Hughes, have a pleasant rest of your day.
Thank you.
Sarah Egan, Alan Hill.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much this evening or this afternoon for having me speak here today. I'm a local realtor and I'm opposed to SB 15.
We don't have, do you mean 16, sir?
Sorry, SB 16. It's taking away our rights as a citizen, our Second Amendment rights to bear arms. Let me give you an example of how this can hinder us as a state. The conflict going on right now in Ukraine. Everybody's aware of that conflict. Ukrainians were stripped of their nuclear weapons. They were stripped and they don't have them anymore. Russia's invading their country. If they still had the nuclear weapons, it wouldn't have happened. Absolutely not. If Connecticut takes our rights and our rights to bear arms, to defend ourselves, who's to say that criminals are not going to invade our home, our state, or our country? We in Connecticut have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. Why would we need more gun laws or more restrictions? We need to enforce the ones that we have on the books today. We in Connecticut have been fortunate that we don't have the same district attorneys that New York City and Los Angeles has. They shy away from enforcing the laws that we have on the books today. If we have less crime, then we need to enforce the laws we have. It's that simple. Now, I'm almost through. When I was a young man, about 18, I received my pistol permit. I was trained by my dad who served in the Korean War, and he was a drill instructor. I don't want to lose that right. And I've belonged to many, many different sporting clubs over the years. Now, and I had a box that I carried around with me that I took my guns to the sporting events. The box stated, if outlaws will have guns, or if we don't have guns, guns were outlawed, we would lose our guns. Something to that nature. And that statement is so true. What we really need to worry about today is the black market guns, the guns that we need to worry about. Watching you today speaking about all those guns that nobody seems to know where they come from.
So we're at the 3-minute mark.
Okay, I'm almost done. Last point. The USA holds the largest and greatest military in the world, the militia, 20 million strong. Now, the Republicans and the Democrats.
All right, so
we don't want to lose this. Okay.
I think there's a question for you from Representative Dubitsky, so I want to get to that. Representative Dubitsky.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hill, for coming in. You had mentioned the Ukrainians and their nuclear weapons. Right now, the Ukrainians are receiving small arms from around the world. They had previously essentially banned the civilian possession of most firearms and are now begging people to arm their civilians to fight off an incursion. As I recall, the same thing happened during World War II in England. Thousands and thousands of Americans voluntarily sent their personal firearms to England because England had essentially disarmed its populace, and suddenly the populace needed arms. I think that that is indicative that having a well-trained legal populace that has the arms necessary to fight off incursion has shown over history to be an asset to a nation, not a detriment. And I appreciate your bringing that issue up. And was there something that you were trying to get in your last moment of your statement that you'd like to?
Well, basically what I was trying to get in is that we have the largest militia in the world by those hunters that we have. So if we ever take away our guns in Connecticut, we're going to lose that militia. That's the only point I wanted to make. That militia will be gone if you take our guns away.
And when you say militia, now you're
hunters, hunters.
Right, and that's
hunters.
That's established under federal law that all able-bodied citizens between, I believe it's 18 and 45 are considered the militia under federal law. That's the militia you're talking about, right?
No, basically it's everybody that holds a hunting license throughout the country.
Or people who don't hunt also.
Correct. There's even more. So that's the point I wanted to make. We don't want to take our guns away because we'll be like Ukraine today.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Senator. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you both. Further questions or comments? If not, enjoy your afternoon, sir. I went too quick. Sarah Egan, I skipped over. Sarah, there you are. I apologize for that.
Thank you. My Zoom was a little slow promoting me to panelist, that's all. Thank you very much. Senator Winfield, Representative Fishbein, Senator Kissel, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. This testimony is submitted on behalf of the Office of the Child Advocate, the obligations of which are to review, investigate, and make recommendations regarding how publicly funded state and local systems meet the needs of vulnerable children, and also to investigate conditions of confinement for incarcerated youth aged 15 to 20. As a foundational matter, the OCA notes that several bills presented today address a concern about juvenile crime, particular car thefts and violence associated with car thefts. I wanted to note that prior to the global pandemic and state shutdown in March 2020, juvenile crime had been overall trending downward in Connecticut for decades. And these downward trends continued during a decade plus of nation-leading reforms in our juvenile justice system. The uptick in crime seen in Connecticut in 2020 was part of a national and international trend during the same time period. Critically, the global pandemic led to unprecedented and abrupt changes in children's lives and services, a shutdown of schools, courts, in-person probation supervision, in-person community services, recreation, and even basic social interaction, jarring to all children and families, but particularly difficult for children and families already struggling with basic needs. As the pandemic continues into a third year, we are seeing with painful clarity the gaps in services that help children thrive and provide treatment where needed. As we wrestle to respond to what the Surgeon General has referred to as a nationwide mental health crisis, we must remember that justice-involved children, disproportionately Black, brown, and biracial, are also significantly affected by loss and trauma and in need of intensive re-engagement, reconnection, and support. Focusing on restoration and enhancement of services, supports, investing in children and communities will reap dividends for youth and communities. Too many children still worry for their families' basic needs, lack access to after-school programs, job training, mental health care, and substance use treatment. Enhancements to programs serving justice-involved children, children affected by urban trauma, and traditionally underserved children living in urban centers will be an essential component of the legislature's children mental health bills, laudably undertaken this session. Briefly on Bill 387, the OCA supports strongly the act concerning the recommendations of the JJPOC. We're members of this group, and the recommendations before you were overwhelmingly approved by JPOC membership. I also wanted to highlight that multiple bills, including 365 and 5418, recommend transferring more youth, including youth as young as 13, to the adult criminal justice system. OCA strongly opposes any proposal that increases the likelihood of young children being transferred to the adult system or that lower the age of transfer. Research over many years conducted partly by the CDC and the U.S. Department of Justice have made repeated findings that there's strong evidence that transfer of youth to the adult system leads to greater rates of subsequent violence than children who are retained in the juvenile system. OCA also urgently highlights two additional concerns. One is that the majority of children currently incarcerated in the adult correctional system in Connecticut are Black boys, a foundational and critical problem in our justice system that remains unresolved. And the second is that the only prison in Connecticut that confines boys, which is Manson Youth Institution, was only 3 months ago the subject of findings by the U.S. Department of Justice that conditions in the facility violate the U.S. Constitution, and no resolution to these findings has yet been determined. The Department of Justice completed its investigation.
Ms. Egan, we're past the 3-minute mark.
Okay, then I will summarize and end, just bringing the committee's attention to that investigation, which was released in December 2021, right?
Thank you.
2022 in my testimony. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yep. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief because I know we have a ton of speakers. Ms. Egan, I just have one question. One of the things in the proposal in Senate Bill 365, which came from Senate Republicans, you talked about services and supports for these wayward youth, that the pandemic had an impact, or maybe was the critical impact to cause the uptick in crime. I'm going to set that issue aside. One of the proposals is next day arraignment. This would allow an assessment of the youth and the beginning of the provision of support services, an assessment of maybe not going to school, activities in the home and things like that. We have next day arraignments for domestic violence matters. Do you have any problem with that, just that isolated proposal regarding arrested juveniles?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And I did say in our written testimony that we do support timely arraignment. And I think looking closely to make sure there aren't unnecessary lags in time between a charge and arraignment and then disposition, so that the child and the public are not well served by that, I think is really important. I think for kids who are already detained because there's been a judicial finding that they pose a public safety risk, they're already available for next day arraignment. So the question is extending that next day arraignment criteria to more children beyond those already detained. I think timely arraignment is important, Senator Kissel. I would agree with that. And I think for the reasons that you articulated, though I appreciate the caution that some folks have on the legal defense side, right? That there's a balance that has to be struck between assessing the needs of a detained but not yet adjudicated child for services. The OCA still would like to see, kids who are on pretrial supervision and pretrial detention given meaningful supports and services quicker rather than later. The only caution I would say about next day arraignment beyond the children who are already detained for public safety reasons is whether that creates an insurmountable burden for some families. We know that low-income children are disproportionately involved in the justice system. So I think setting a goal for timely arraignment but being careful about who needs to be there for next day arraignment is what I would recommend.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that. And you're essentially saying that we have to work out the mechanics, but sooner is better than later. And I have been in conversations with the chief public defender before she got nominated to be a judge, but I think that we're making great headway on that issue. So thank you very much for your advocation for those that can't advocate for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Sarah. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Sarah, I wanted to expand a little bit on that exchange involving the expedited arraignments.
Yep.
I would think that a family member, a parent, their child has been arrested for a serious crime, because, we're talking about, Class A misdemeanors, felonies, that if we were to impose just a blanket next day arraignment, I would think that parents would prioritize getting to court with their child. Am I to hear something different? Because it seemed that was the balance that you were giving us, that you were claiming that a parent would not prioritize that.
So just looking at my notes on that bill quickly, Representative Fishbein, thank you. No, I don't think it's that they wouldn't prioritize it. Obviously, parents are called to court for their children or to important things for their children, but just thinking about since right now, children who are detained because there's been a public safety finding or because they're charged with a serious offense are available for next day arraignment. As the committee looks to the possibility of extending that to other or all crimes, you know, there, I mean, as I'm sure many folks on the committee are aware, you know, low-income families, people who may not have access to transportation and who may have to work the very next day, that next day arraignment for children who have not already been found to be a public safety risk and need to be detained may be burdensome, and there may be or difficult to do. You know, from a practicality standpoint. And there may be ways to achieve the goal of that legislation, which is addressing the timeliness of arraignment and the access of children to services quicker. That doesn't necessarily create a next day requirement.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, you know, a child has been arrested. How do we get them into services without some sort of arraignment, right? That's the jurisdiction the court has over them, that the legal system has over them. So I think we're all in favor, or at least myself, I think Senator Kissel, in favor of getting these kids into diversionary programs. It would appear, you know, an expedited arraignment for, you know, let's say stealing a motor vehicle, you know, something I would never have contemplated when I was a kid, right? I don't see a harm, unless you can convince me otherwise, to have a next day arraignment. You know, we have a diversionary program that is specifically addressed to kids stealing cars. You get the, you know, that kid into that program the next day. What's the problem with that?
No, I think we share the same goal for timely arraignment. My only caution is what the timeliness requirement is. And that next day could be a hardship from a practicality standpoint for some children and families. I'm not disagreeing with you about the public policy goal of timely arraignment and timely connection to appropriate diversion services, but really just what that timeliness is, whether it's, so that's the only narrow point that I'm making.
Yeah, and I just, you know, you seem to indicate, and I share the concern, you know, certainly larceny 6, we wouldn't have a next day arraignment. That's the balance, right? But the language that, in particular, the Senate bill, SB 365, and I think there's similar language in 5418, which is the House Republican bill. It merely says if they're arrested for a felony, a Class A misdemeanor, an offense for which another person suffers a serious physical injury or loss of life, a sex assault, or a serious juvenile offense, or one involving a firearm, that those are expedited arraignments. So I think the question from Senator Kissel was, are you in favor of expedited arraignments just for those classifications?
That Representative Fishbein, expedited and timely arraignments I would support, and I think it's just what the definition of that would be in statute.
Okay, and that, you know, not to belabor this, you know, that becomes part of the problem. You know, efficiency is subjective. So, you know, presently the statute says up to no more than 14 days. I will share with you that kids that are being held, detained, are being arraigned the next day. So we know that's happening.
Right.
And I'm just trying to get us together on some language here. But I understand your answers, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Representative Fishbein, I'll just note on this point, obviously, this has been a topic that's been heavily discussed, not just today, but over the past several months in this committee. In fact, Chairman Winfield and I have had ongoing discussions with the judicial branch who can speed a bunch of this up on their own. And in fact, they have been moving quicker in arraignments over the last several months, particularly with respect to certain types of offenses. So I look forward certainly to working in a bipartisan manner on crafting language around this arraignment issue as we move forward from here today.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Egan? If not, appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you very much.
All right, Marissa Helm.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Marisa Holm, and I'm an attorney and the director of the Youth Justice Project at the Center for Children's Advocacy. We are a nonprofit law firm. We exclusively represent children and young adults across many different areas. And we have the privilege of sitting on the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee. My executive director and any other staff, including myself, sit on the various subcommittees and work groups. Today, my colleague Leanne Neal will be speaking in support of SB 387, as well as some youth that work with us. I will be speaking and have submitted testimony in opposition to a number of bills that are on today: SB 16, SB 365, HB 5417, and HB 5418. Just as an aside, I work almost exclusively with justice-involved youth, many of whom are in the adult system, and that's the vantage point from which I am speaking today. I did submit written testimony and happy to have folks look at that. I would like to focus my oral testimony in particular on SB 365 and HB 5418. And the sections, section 7, I believe, in both of those bills, which substantially increases the number of offenses and youth that would be transferred to the adult court. One thing that I can assure the committee is that transferring additional youth from our juvenile justice system to the adult system is not in the best interest of those youth, nor is it in the best interest of public safety. Our adult system is simply unequipped to handle these young people. Adult courts and related staff, as well as the Department of Corrections and its staff, have no specialized training to work with this population. As an example, it's not atypical for an order in the adult court to prohibit a young person from attending school, a young person who has federal educational rights to attend school. Youth who are placed in the adult system sit for many months pre-trial, still innocent, unconvicted, without access to any meaningful programs or services. What we know from national data, as Child Advocate Egan just mentioned, is that youth whose cases are heard in adult court and youth who are served by adult prisons are much more likely to reoffend and recidivate. So by placing them in this system, we're actually increasing the opportunity or the chance that they will reoffend down the line. As Attorney Egan also mentioned, we cannot ignore the Department of Justice report and findings on the Manson Youth Institution that were released just a few months ago that showed how the Department of Corrections is currently violating the constitutional and federal education rights of students with disabilities, and in many cases subjecting them.
Ms. Helm, we're at the 3-minute mark.
Thank you. I'll wrap up. In many cases subjecting them to long periods of isolation. For all of these reasons, we would urge the committee not to pass these pieces of legislation, in particular the enhanced transfer components.
Thank you. Well, I think we have some questions for you from Representative Fishbein, so I'm going to get to those. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marissa, just trying to, what's the benefit of keeping a 13-year-old, let's say, arrested for murder? What's the benefit of keeping that case in juvenile court as opposed to going to adult court?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fishbein. I can tell you what the detriment is to putting that child in the adult system. There are, as outlined in my testimony, there are no services for this young person. There's no training on behalf of the staff to provide appropriate and developmentally meaningful services. there are, this is a young person at the age of 13 that has the propensity to rehabilitate. And there are no programs that I'm aware of in the adult system that are successful at doing that. So to keep the young person in the juvenile system at least would give them the opportunity to access programs and services that will be developmentally appropriate, and ideally not subject them to extended periods of isolation.
So you fundamentally believe that a 13-year-old arrested for murder, even though they may have been convicted of various felonies up to the age of 13, is still rehabilitatable?
Representative Fishbein, that's a difficult question. So we're presuming that this young person is still is pending trial and they're still considered innocent, correct?
Well, that would be the procedure, yes. But my question to you is, what is the benefit of keeping that case in juvenile court as opposed to going to adult court? And you've indicated to me that there's no services for that 13-year-old in the adult court. Okay, so what services are available in the juvenile court that would not be available in the adult court for that juvenile who has been arrested for murder at the age of 13?
So I understand that this is a complicated question and a difficult question, right? And I know that there are many carve-outs, right, for the most serious crimes. I wish I had a really clear-cut answer for you. I mean, what we're talking about is a really specific crime and the most harsh of all crimes, which renders it, a difficult topic. But I think your question is what you were trying to get at is what services are currently available in the juvenile system. I would say, there's a likelihood that young person may have trauma in their background. There's a likelihood that young person may have, some DCF involvement. So programs that are available through the juvenile court are more trauma informed. They would have more access to a regular therapy, and that youth, would be able to, ideally engage in those services while sitting pretrial.
Okay, so let's unpack that.
Okay.
The question specifically is what services are available in juvenile court that are not available in adult court? And you said that the child may be a victim of trauma. So what program and services are specifically available to that juvenile in juvenile court that are not available in adult court as a result of the trauma?
Well, for example, there's trauma-informed therapy available to that youth through the juvenile court system, through various CSSD programs.
But that's also available through the adult court.
Not while that child is sitting pretrial.
Are you sure about that?
I'm quite sure about that.
That a judge cannot order a child to participate in those programs pre-trial if there's a request from, let's say, a public defender on behalf of that child, for that child to attend that program or be part of that program that would be available in juvenile court. That's your testimony here today.
I'm not saying,
we're looking at the distinction, ma'am. You made a representation to this committee that there are no services available in adult court for a juvenile who's been arrested at the age of 13 for murder. And I'm trying to get to, we've identified ACE services available in juvenile court. I'm of the understanding that that particular service is available in adult court also. And I'm just trying to get to the facts here. So I specifically asked you about the services, and I'm just trying to figure out, because to my knowledge, the same services at some level that are available in juvenile court are available in adult court to a 13-year-old that is arrested for murder. And I'm just trying to get to the facts here.
So I speak practically from my experience working with the young people who are currently at Manson Youth Institution, which is where these young people are housed, or where this 13-year-old would hypothetically be housed. And in terms of the availability of those services at the present time at that facility, there may be a particular staff person that has some sort of background in trauma-informed training that could in fact provide those services, but as a matter of course, that is not as what's offered to the young people that are there. So by no means am I trying to misrepresent information to the committee, Representative Fishbein. I'm just speaking practically based on my experience of young clients that are there.
Okay, I'm just going to give you an opportunity, because you said that there were no services available to a 13-year-old arrested for murder in the adult court. Do you stand on that statement, or are you telling us something different?
There are definitely services available to young people through adult court. Yes, there's a particular program called MST TAY, which is for young people, emerging adults. So I think it's age 16 to 24. For example, that is one program that's available or that could be ordered in adult court.
I'm talking specifically about a 13-year-old arrested for murder. That's where we started.
Right.
And you said there's no services available. So am I to understand there's no service available for that child in adult court? And I don't want to keep on having to ask the question, but I'm just trying to get to there's a lot of anecdotal talk about our juvenile justice system. And unfortunately, a lot of people aren't involved in the system. They're outside. And I'm just trying to get to, why is it of benefit to have that case adjudicated in the juvenile court? Because I'm going to give you one of the harms, okay? Which we'll just shift to one of the harms. Let's just say that 13-year-old is convicted of murder.
Yes.
Could have been their 20th conviction up to the age of 13. At the age of 22, that murder conviction and the other 20 convictions are going to be automatically erased off of that juvenile's record. That's one of the benefits, I guess, to keeping the case in juvenile court, but I don't know that serves a public policy point, because as I mentioned early on, I don't know that a juvenile 13 who's been convicted of 20 different crimes and then they're convicted of murder is rehabilitatable. I don't know that. So how do I explain that to my constituents? Because you're fighting the transfer of a 13-year-old arrested for murder going to the adult court. How do I explain the erasure aspect?
So in terms of the erasure, Representative Fishbein, and I'm gonna go back and double check. However, so right now the way that matters work is that his case, or hypothetically his or her case, hypothetical 13-year-old their case would remain in juvenile court, because there's no exception for there are no carve outs currently for a 13-year-old. So you are correct that their matter would unless there was an exception, their case would remain completely confidential. It would actually, under current law, I believe it would be erased at the age of 18 if they didn't have any subsequent offenses. The age of 22 that you're referring to is actually, I believe what you're referring to is the erasure of records for individuals who are convicted as youthful offenders in the adult court. So youthful offenders who get that status are supposed to have their records automatically erased after they turn after their 21st birthday, whereas minors in the juvenile court have matters erased. If they have an SJO, it would be 4 years after that point in time. So your question sounds like your question is around erasure, right? Well, how can you justify erasure for this to your constituents for a young person who committed murder?
As well as the other 20 crimes they've been convicted of.
Representative Fishbein, that's a difficult question. I wish we were talking about a different. I wish we were talking about a different offense, because I think it would be easier. But the idea around keeping these matters confidential is based in many years of brain science that show that this population is much more likely to rehabilitate and developmentally able to do so. And that the earlier that you are able to engage with them in rehabilitation, the more likely they will rehabilitate.
So and it sort of comes back to where I started with this.
Mm-hmm.
You're of the understanding that a 13-year-old who's been convicted of murder, as well as 20 other heinous crimes, is rehabilitatable.
I'm having a hard time imagining the 20 other crimes. That's what I'm having a hard time imagining, that there's a 13-year-old that is. So maybe that's my struggle.
Okay, let's
Mm-hmm.
say 10. I know of a case right now where he's 14. He's not, and it would fall under the same standard. He's been arrested for murder, as well, and he's already been convicted of assault of a police officer, various levels of assault, at least one case involving a firearm, use of a firearm, and now it's escalated to murder. Rehabilitatable? I mean,
it sounds like this young person in this particular case has proven that they are not rehabilitatable. And I think I have to tell you, Representative Fishbein, that this is not a typical case that I would see. It's not a typical client of mine, right? My typical clients, especially most of my clients are not in this age bracket. You're very familiar with the data. I know you're familiar with the data on this age group, especially, the data related to the younger youth and when we raised the minimum age last year. It's a small population. So if what you're asking is, are there particular situations where there should be carve outs? I feel like that's what you're asking. I can't disagree with that. I think the problem is that making these blanket changes will not serve the vast majority of youth that really will be impacted by them. They're going to actually do worse.
Understood, and that once again is is anecdotal. I mean, the concern is that we do have certainly an uptick in the arrests of juveniles for stealing motor vehicles and the collateral things that happen with regard to that over the last 8 years. We have had that uptick in conjunction with various juvenile justice procedures that have been changed. And that's very troubling. It's troubling to my constituents, it's troubling to me. And, you know, I think the proposal that's before us says, you know, you've been arrested for a Class A felony, Class B felony, or one that constitutes murder, violent sexual assault, or violent crime involving a firearm. Those are all very serious cases. That there's an automatic transfer. You know, I understand that some people don't want any kids to go to jail no matter what, but, you know, at some point, somebody's got to say what you're doing is wrong and do something about it. So, you know, not so much a question as a comment. It's very frustrating out here. You know, but I thank you for coming here today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Representative Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Marissa, for coming to testify. I think one of the questions that I would like to ask you is, in your passing, the number of kids that you've seen who have been transferred to juvenile court versus the kids that have been transferred to adult court, have you noticed a difference in the outcomes for the two different passages?
Thank you, Representative Walker. Yes, I can say wholeheartedly a vast difference. Many of the young people that I have worked with that have only been involved in the juvenile system, you actually, it's highly unlikely that they end up reoffending as adults. I have 2 or 3 individuals that were repeat offenders as juveniles that received significant programming from the system that are coming to mind. And their experience, and my experience with them, is that they have not reoffended as adults. Unfortunately, you know, a lot of I have many clients that are in the adult system, and my experience with those young people is that they quite frequently are reoffending and end up in the adult correctional system.
Thank you. I mean, and I just want to make sure that everybody here, these are not anecdotal things. It is statistically Pew Foundation and several other foundations that have been reviewing and monitoring the activities of juveniles, like in the Council of State Governments and the National Council of State Legislators. They've all come up with the same statistics that show that when children go to children facilities, the percentage of recidivism is extremely low compared to adults, because when they're going into adult prisons and adult court, they are then being exposed to opportunities and things that are far worse than what they probably have done. So, I mean, the most important thing that we do is first of all, we acknowledge the data. Washington Institute of Public Policy has also demonstrated that over the last 10 years with their data, and you can go to their website, and they have gone through all the different types of programs that are evidence informed. And I don't use evidence-based, because evidence-based means that they have the same children that we do. No, it's evidence informed. And those programs demonstrate how important it is to keep children in a juvenile area, because that's what they are. Children doing things that they probably should not have done, but because they had maybe limited adult supervision, they do things with a lack of understanding and empathy. And that's the most important part that we need to demonstrate with our kids. I do know that MST, as you pointed out, was one of the programs that are available. There's also family functional therapy, multifunctional therapy. There's a series of programs that are provided for kids to help them identify their emotions and understand when they have these types of outbursts and how to control them. Those are things that they learn when they go to the juvenile facility. So I thank you for your testimony, and I thank you for coming to us and talking to us about it. One of the other things that I also wanted to ask, and I think as long as you have been working with juveniles currently, how engaged have the parents been in those activities?
You know, Representative Walker, it varies. A large number of the young people that I've worked with that are in the adult correctional system do not have parents that are engaged. They have some significant either DCF referral history or sometimes DCF involvement. You know, I will say that the success stories and the cases where young people, the clients that I can think of that have not reoffended, a lot of them have strong familial connections. Maybe it's not a parent, maybe it's an older sibling, you know, that not in all of those cases, but in a lot of the cases, there is a strong parent involvement and likelihood of not reoffending.
Thank you. And the other issue that I wanted to ask you, that I've been told that a lot of the kids that are in the juvenile system many of them exhibit low IQs. Is that something that you've also experienced with many of your clients that you've been working with? And when I say low, I mean like 70 and below.
So I don't have that many kids on my caseload with IQs that low. I have a few. I have a lot of kids who may present as being smarter, but have a significant learning disability. I mean, a lot of the young people that we work with have a language-based learning disability, and that's why I think the findings in the Department of Justice report about the education of these young people is so important. Because what we're talking about is we're talking about unmet needs here in a lot of cases that are language based and end up manifesting in different ways and in behaviors that if those needs were being met, I think we would see different outcomes.
Yeah, well, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, good afternoon, Marissa. Thank you for being here. What kind of crimes are being referred to adult court for juveniles now, if you know?
In terms of, burglary 1, larceny 3, home invasion, robbery with a weapon, assault 2nd. Those are just some cases I can think of.
So I asked you that because my question becomes, when you talk about the fact that juveniles who go through the juvenile system are less likely to reoffend, and in the adult system they're more likely to reoffend, do you account for the fact that those individuals in the adult system, committed serious offenses to begin with?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Can you repeat it?
Sure. I think we can agree that a kid who steals a Snickers bar and a kid who commits sexual assault at 13 are different kids, right? It's a different makeup, and I think we could probably be in agreement that there's probably a
absolutely.
bunch of...
Yeah. And so your question is, are those kids in, I would have to say that I think kids who are accused of harsher crimes, just based on their status as youth, should still be given the opportunity to access services that are developmentally appropriate to them.
All right. Yeah, I think that there's a good point to be made there. But again, I ask. In other words, let me say it to you this way.
Okay.
In the realm of adults, for example, somebody who's a first-time DWI offender, and somebody who gets arrested for burglary 1, I would say the person arrested for burglary 1 has a different makeup in their history, their mind, whatever, that allows them to commit such a crime as opposed to like a DWI. So it's not inconceivable to think that regardless of the rehabilitative process, that the burglary one suspect is more likely to reoffend. So when you account for the recidivism rate being lower among those who go through the juvenile system, is there some sort of a gauge or a scale, if you will, that accounts for that variable, that the original crime itself holds a higher recidivism rate to begin with?
That's a really good question. I wish I had specific data that would look at that question. I think it's really interesting to look at at one point in my career, I didn't look at all the charges, and now I've looked very closely at the charges. And I will say one thing, they're charges. In the majority of the cases of the young people that are sitting at Manson, they have charges that are serious, but they haven't been convicted of those charges yet. So that I want to highlight that point, because I think that's important. They're sitting for a long time incarcerated, and I can't tell you how many times I've been contacted by providers in the system who have said, this kid, because of their undocumented status, because of their fact that they're a ward of the state, those scenarios, this kid has sat longer in DOC than his sentence is going to bear. And when you have a system that does that's problematic. I know I just got off on a tangent, but I think what you're asking is that, are the individuals who have been charged with these more serious crimes, just by virtue of engaging in that behavior, are they more likely to reoffend with more serious charges? I think that's what you were asking.
Yeah.
I don't think so. And what I can say is a lot of the crimes that these kids come in on are crimes that they're committing with that are in sort of that group environment, where there might be multiple individuals, or they're being pulled along by their peers. One of the components of their developmental status that they're is weaker, and that when they're much more likely to not think before they're engaging in behaviors.
All right, thank you for that answer. And the other, do you know what percentage of cases in juvenile court are adjudicated pretrial?
I don't, but I'm sure we could find out for you if you'd like.
Well, I think it's probably high, right? I think most of them are adjudicated pretrial. And in the adult,
correct.
In the adult court, oh, thank you. I love to hear that. In the adult court, the more serious offenses, murders, sex offenses, things, and I don't know if you know my background. I'm a police detective. I deal with victims all the time, and we transfer the more serious cases to the Part A, we call it, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. And we do that because, for a couple of reasons, and certainly not disparaging to our hardworking prosecutors all across our judicial system, but at Part A, they are equipped with more investigators or inspectors, and have a little bit more, the victims' advocates have a little bit more experience and a lighter caseload. So those victims, isn't the best way to say it, but they get a better service from the judicial system for those most serious crimes. What do you say to victims of serious crimes who won't be afforded that opportunity by those juveniles staying in the juvenile system?
I mean, that's a good question. I would go back to my point, before, that I think that the services that are available in the juvenile system are just much more developmentally appropriate. We have cognitive, we have CBT, we have, the family-based MST, we have services where, the children are the youth are able to receive education that is meeting their needs.
I understand how and I think there is a balance, and I don't want you to misunderstand me that I don't put a lot of focus on children right here in my district. I work really hard to give kids a better opportunity, up to including my wife taking children in when necessary. My wife and I do that, and I mentor a lot of children. I think it's important, but I think every kid's different, and in a lot of ways. So, but again, I'll ask you this: we have to strike a balance between, doing what's best for the juvenile and also public safety in these victims. So, as a representative and as a police officer, frankly, what consideration can I tell my constituents were given to the victims on their side of it? And I recognize that's not necessarily your purview, but I'm just asking you, are we giving enough weight to the victims and the public safety aspect of this, in your opinion?
I think that victims do have they have a lot of access. They have a lot of exceptions. They're able to access information about cases. They're able to come into court and give statements. So I know that is, in the cases that remain in the juvenile court, all of those permissions exist for victims advocates. What I would also suggest that one of the things that we're working very hard through our office is to promote, restorative alternatives. And I think those restorative alternatives that involve when the victim is open to that involve victims, whether it's a restitution or whether it's some form of, restoring that harm. I think those options should be available and should be more prolific. And I know that our office has some various initiatives that we're working on to promote that throughout the facilities that are in the juvenile system.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers, and thank you for your work and your testimony here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, Ms. Helm, I just super quick at the risk of belaboring this, but I got a little confused here because you started your testimony by saying you're opposed to Section 7 of 2 of the bills, and those sections purport to amend Connecticut General Statute 46B-127, correct? Okay. And under 46B-127, if we look at subsection 2 of that law, that current law, I don't practice in this area, but you do. But my read of that section is it allows a state's attorney to, at any time after an arraignment, file a motion to transfer a case in which a child has been charged with the commission of a B felony. So that would be presumably, some sort of homicide charge, to the regular docket. And so your opposition, as I heard it, was not to existing law per se, but was under these proposals, you basically strip the judge of discretion, right? That you automatically transfer every instance of a serious juvenile offense or a 14-year-old being charged with an A or B felony to adult court. No questions asked, has to go to adult court if they're charged with that. Even if the charges are later reduced, it first gets transferred. The judge has no discretion. So in your situation, in your circumstance, or the hypothetical you went through with Representative Fishbein, certainly a kid who was charged with murder after 10 prior charges, who's 15 years old, 16 years old, that case is going to go to adult court on a discretionary transfer. What you're saying is there may be other circumstances, there may be less egregious examples than that shouldn't necessarily go to adult court. And so we hire, we train, we vet judges who we vest with a certain level of discretion to make the determination of when a case should be transferred versus when it shouldn't. Did I get that sort of right? Kind of right?
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Yes, I would say, so just to go back to what we were saying is that leave the law the way it is, right? That don't change those in 365 and 5418. It's enhancing auto transfer. So auto transfer cases that would automatically go up, which would, obviously increase pretty quickly the number of cases that would go to adult court. And you said it better than I could have said it. that is not what we'd like to see. We'd like to have these cases be in front of a judge, ideally, a juvenile court judge that can make more youth-specific determinations.
Yeah, no, because I sort of remember I was brand new to the General Assembly at the time, but actually it might have been right before I got here, but I remember the discussion. The current construct of 46B 127 that is being sought to be amended here was essentially written as part of the major juvenile justice reform of 2015. It was actually Public Act 15-183, which is a bill that passed the state House of Representatives 143-1 and passed the state Senate unanimously, with every member of this committee who was here at the time voting for it. So it seems to me we struck the right balance back in 2015. Why we would try to upset that balance now, when we undertook a bipartisan balancing approach back in 2015, I'm struggling with. But I appreciate your testimony here today. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next up will be Luke Bronin. How about Cheryl Banks? Kevin Kelly?
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Senator Kelly has to meet with the governor right now. I was hoping he could get weeded in when he gets back.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
David Bass. Stephen Levy. Representative Candelara.
Mr. Chairman, I would, if I may, I would imagine that the minority leader may be in that same meeting if you'd be afforded the same opportunity.
Yeah, let's hear from the public and then we can get to those guys towards the end.
Thank you.
John Lott.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I'm president of the Crime Prevention Research Center. It's a group of academics who do research on a variety of crime issues and policing. Until last year, I was senior advisor for research and statistics at the U.S. Department of Justice. And prior to that, I've held research or teaching positions at various academic institutions, including Yale, the Wharton Business School, University of Chicago, Stanford, and Rice. And I was also in the past chief economist for the U.S. Sentencing Commission. I'm going to concentrate my comments on SB 16 and HB 5416. Just as a general comment, the focus this morning has been on guns and gun control as a way to solve violent crime. I think it's important to mention two facts. One is that more than 92% of violent crimes in the United States have nothing to do with firearms. The second thing is the Department of Justice has released data for 2020, and it shows that if you look at crimes reported to police or the National Crime Victimization Survey, crimes committed with guns actually fell by 27% between 2019 and 2020. So if you want to go and deal with crime, there have been a lot of inmates that have been released from prisons in Connecticut. The commissioner earlier mentioned about the cuts in the police force. Those were places that I would try to concentrate on and others. On SB 16, Connecticut's already done a lot to make sure that low-income individuals and minorities disproportionately aren't able to protect themselves. Unfortunately, SB 16 will make this problem significantly worse. The bill proposes banning permitted concealed handguns on any bus, train, or ferry, or other places. The Connecticut Department of Transportation shows that almost 43% of people who use rail systems, for example, are minorities. If you just compare right to carry states generally, their share of the Black population with permitted concealed handguns is very similar to their share of the general population. About 12% of Blacks have concealed handgun permits in those states. However, in Connecticut, Blacks only account for about 6.3% of permits back in 2020, and that's only half their 12.2% share of the state's population. So Connecticut is already well below kind of the national average for the 43 right to carry states. You know, there's simple reasons for this. Connecticut has among the highest permit fees in the country. It has the highest fees, and only Illinois and DC have longer training requirements. The proposed regulations will only make that racial disparity even worse for permit holders. You know, one of the crucial things here is I've heard no examples of permit holders committing crimes with guns on public transportation or at polling places or in municipal buildings.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. I just need you to summarize for me. So I think we have.
The main point is in this discussion is that there's been no data really provided that the things that this is going to be solving are actually problems that exist, nor that the proposed solutions would actually make anything better.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Obviously, unfortunately, on that last point, we appear to be just at the beginning of our public hearing, despite the fact we're 4 hours into it. So I'm sure there will be others who will testify on that point as well. Question or comment from Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Lott, it appears that you had some other things that you wanted to share with us about SB 16. What else would you like to let us know?
Well, for example, the concern is what crimes with guns are committed by permit holders. There's no example for either transportation, polling, or municipal buildings. The 2 examples that were given by the commissioner earlier were Kyle Rittenhouse in Wisconsin and Dennis Anderson in Portland. Neither of those cases involved somebody with a concealed handgun permit. Rittenhouse was found to have acted in justifiable self-defense. Anderson illegally had a gun, was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm. So he was not the type of person that would have even had a concealed handgun permit. You know, the big problem that you have with these bans on carrying on public transportation and other places is that you're not just stopping, particularly these minorities and poor people, to be able to go and protect themselves on public transportation, but you stop them from protecting themselves on their way to or from those places. And earlier in the testimony was talked about people going to work. People go on public transportation for going shopping, for going to restaurants, for just going out and traveling to the park or someplace else. And so you're going to make it so that those individuals, particularly again, what my research finds are the most vulnerable people in our society, the people who are most likely victims of violent crime, poor minorities, particularly those who live in urban areas, who are going to be defenseless when they're outside of their home. And the other basic point I'll just say quickly, and that is, where do you think criminals, particularly things like mass public shootings, are most likely to occur? They occur in these gun-free zones. 94% of America's mass public shootings since 1950 have occurred in places where civilians were banned from being able to go and have guns. And so if you go and create more gun-free zones, you make it easier for those who want to go and try to kill people to go and harm them in other ways, to be able to go and do so.
That's an area that I wanted to specifically ask you about. When government posts a sign that says, no guns allowed, let's say in a polling place, I would take it that the moderator of the polling place would also not be able to defend themselves. Right. What other than that sign would prevent a bad person from entering the polling place with a firearm and shooting a defenseless election monitor?
Right. Well, what I would argue is that those signs actually are magnets for somebody to go and do the attack. Let me ask you this. Would you put a sign, or would anybody here in this hearing put a sign in front of their home saying that their home is a gun-free zone? Let's say they're being stalked or threatened, really facing a serious threat. Would they put a sign like that in front of their home? My guess is they wouldn't, because that doesn't discourage the attack. It's not like the criminal goes and sees the sign and say, I'm not allowed to have a gun in that home, and so I'm not going to go in there and attack the person. What it actually does is encourages that person to go and do the attack. because they know that the victim there is going to be less able to go and defend themselves. You know, when I was at the Sentencing Commission, I must have read well over 1,000 trial transcripts. And I have to tell you, these criminals are not dumb in the sense that they are like anybody else. If they can accomplish their crime with less risk to themselves, that is what attracts them to go and commit a crime. And when you're looking at things like mass public shootings, where the whole point of the attack is simply to go and kill or wound as many people as possible, they want to go and try to pick that type of venue where they know victims can't defend themselves. If you have one police officer who's trying to go and defend a particular place, they have an almost impossible job. If you have one person in uniform and they're known to be the only person that has a gun to go and stop the attack, if the attack is going to occur there, who do you think the first person is that they're going to try to take out? Because once they take out that person, they're going to have free reign to go after other people who are there.
And I certainly share your opinion on that. You know, you're aware of a very tragic incident that we had in our state years ago at a school. You know, we were young children, and I to this day believe that place was targeted because defenseless victims were housed inside. You know, I've looked at your testimony, and one of the portions you talked about, Connecticut's fees for permits are higher than 43 other states. That's an interesting aspect of this. We heard the commissioner testify this morning. He was asked a question about lawful individuals wanting or needing to transport their firearms to work. And were you here for that?
I was.
And I believe he testified that he had no knowledge of anybody needing to do that. Do you share that opinion?
We collect at Crime Prevention Research Center, we collect many dozens of cases where people use permanent concealed handguns legally outside the home to protect themselves in a wide variety of circumstances. Every place from actually being at work, having a tax stop, including, you know, people don't hear about these things, but there's dozens in just the last few years of what otherwise, according to police, would have been mass public shootings if it hadn't been for the presence of a permanent concealed handgun. And that occurs at many times at places at work or other places. It's if the person with the gun hadn't been there and you had what the police believe would have occurred with a number of people killed, that would have gotten international and national news coverage. But you know, there are many cases, and I'm happy to provide you with a long list of cases.
The commissioner also testified, and I believe the lieutenant also, that we are following other states' leads here with regard to guns. Isn't it true that most states have been opening up their residents to what's known as constitutional carry?
Right. Well, most states have been moving in other directions in two different ways. One is getting rid of gun-free zones. When right to carry laws were originally being passed, 20, 30 years ago, you'd have a long list of places where people weren't allowed to carry because there'd be concerns about things that might go wrong. And what would happen over time is people would say, look, you were claiming that the world was going to end when we allowed concealed carry, and that's the reason why we banned it in certain places. And that hasn't happened. And then they would gradually reduce the number of restricted places more and more. There's been a huge trend across most of the right to carry states, most of the 43 states in that direction. With regard to constitutional carry, we now have 22 constitutional carry states where you no longer need to pay a fee. People who want to be able to go and carry quickly can go and do so. I mean, one of the big problems that you have with concealed carry rules permits is that, let's say you have a woman who's being stalked or threatened. In many states, it could take 60, 90 days for her to be able to go and get a permit. She may not have 60 or 90 days to be able to go and wait. to be able to go through the process to go and be able to legally defend herself outside of her home. And so we have 22 states, and I think it's very likely with Georgia, Nebraska, Ohio, and Indiana that you will see 26 states having constitutional carry rules, where as long as somebody is law-abiding and legally able to go and own a gun, they're going to be able to have the ability to go and carry a concealed handgun for protection. 34 states already allow open carry without a permit. This will just be a continuation of the liberalization trend.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for showing up here today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Lott, for coming in. Very much appreciate it. I've read a number of things you've written and find them very interesting because it appears that you actually look at real statistics and science as opposed to what I feel some of the legislation that we see in this committee and in this state deal mostly with people's feelings, and those feelings often contradict what the actual data says. We had some representatives from the administration that's proposing Senate Bill 16 this morning, and I understand that you were watching some of that. Specifically with regard to the statistics that are kept and that are collected, do you have any thoughts on what statistics would actually be helpful in determining if there is an increasing rate of illegal guns and illegal homicides in this state? It sounded to me like the representatives from the administration are almost deliberately not collecting the right data. And if they are collecting it, they're not acknowledging it. Can you give us some insight into what data should be collected in order to determine whether or not there is indeed an increase in the criminal use of firearms and what to do about it?
Yeah, sure. No, and I appreciate your questions to her earlier. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of confidence that she actually understood, that they actually understood the data that they were dealing with. One of the questions you asked was the difference between homicides and murders. There's an important difference, and that is homicides are justifiable homicides plus murders. If I have an increase in homicides because I have an increase in justifiable homicides, because let's say because some woman uses a gun in self-defense to stop her children from being killed or her from being killed, or if a police officer uses a gun in justifiable self-defense, those are very different types of cases than a criminal murdering somebody in the commission of a crime. And it seems to me if homicide's increasing because of increase in justifiable homicides, you want to separate that out from murders. They don't do that. But it's even worse than that because it's not clear to me she even understood how justifiable homicide data is collected. She's saying, well, they could go and just look at police reports, pointing out first that she hasn't been looking at those. But secondly, what most people don't understand is that over 90% of the police departments in the country, and I assume Connecticut is no different than this, don't even collect data on justifiable homicides by civilians. And even the ones that do are very problematic because, she mentioned, for example, that it could be, you could go and look to see what happened in court decisions. Court decisions can be a year or 2 or 3 years after the original case had occurred. Even for the police departments that do collect this data, very rarely do they go back and correct the data that's 1 or 2 or 3 years old. I mean, she's talking about collecting this data in kind of real time that's there. The notion that they're going to have any information on justifiable self-defense, because often people are arrested, even if they used a gun in justifiable self-defense, unless the police are completely convinced they know the outcome there and what happened, which they often don't initially know. And so, I'm not sure, or at least from her comments, I'm not really sure that she has a clue on how the data is put together or what the data actually involves. And, and the other thing is they want to concentrate on firearm homicides. And again, I think that's a mistake. I think firearm homicides can be useful, but you need to also look at total homicides. If I have a regulation that, let's say, lowers firearm homicides, but increases total homicides, I'm going to look at that regulation differently than I'm going to look at a regulation that, let's say, reduces both murders, total homicides or murders, and firearm homicides or murders. Criminals may, in some cases, substitute into other ways to go and commit crimes. And you have to take that into account. And it's not something that seemed to be even mentioned one time during that earlier testimony, that they understood those types of concerns. And I have to say, unfortunately, that's something that you see generally in the public health literature. If it were me and you wanted to have more resources to try to go and target responses to crime, I would make those resources available to the police.
Well, I appreciate that answer. I've noticed a number of times, both in this state and in other places, where the data that is used to justify a new regulation is limited, and whether it's deliberate or negligent, I can't always tell. But things like perhaps you can talk about what's happened in countries around the world when they have imposed regulations on law-abiding citizens. My understanding is in Canada, when they imposed very significant gun restrictions, not dissimilar to what we're seeing today. One of the reasons, the justifications they used, was in order to reduce the number of firearm-related suicides, and that indeed they did reduce the number of firearm-related suicides, but the number of non-firearm-related suicides skyrocketed, far exceeding what had been before. I know that you do a lot of research with regard to what happens in other countries. Perhaps you can indicate what happens when a municipality or a state or a country imposes this type of restriction on legal gun ownership.
Right.
Representative, I've given a lot of leeway, but you need to tie this back to actual language in one of the actual bills before us.
Okay. Senate Bill 16, the provisions that prohibit law-abiding citizens from possessing certain firearms and from carrying in certain areas.
Right.
So Professor Lott, your response would be refrained to that type of restriction. We're not debating gun ownership generally.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, I am talking about the imposition of limitations on the ability of law-abiding citizens to possess and carry firearms. That is what is before us today, And I'm asking this gentleman to tell me about what has happened in other places when that has occurred. I think that's a perfectly legitimate question.
As long as it relates to those provisions you outlined in section 16. That is what we're talking about. We've talked a lot about permit fees. We've talked a lot about how long it takes to get a permit. None of that is in the bills before us.
No, but
Constrain it back to the topics that are in Senate Bill 16. And then your question is appropriately before the committee.
Dr. Lott, if you would.
right, okay. Well, look, there's been a huge amount of research that's been done on concealed carry and constitutional carry. Basically rules that make it easier for people to carry, to get rid of things like gun-free zones. I'll mention which this bill is going to make it more difficult for people, particularly poor people, particularly minorities. Again, my research shows, if it convinces me of anything, it's that the people who are most likely victims of violent crime are the ones who benefit the most from having the option to be able to go and protect themselves and their families. Who do you think is going to be stopped from being able to go and do that if you ban people being able to go and carry on public transportation? The information that I gave on the racial and the racial composition of permit holders in Connecticut was simply to show that the existing rules with regard to concealed carry have already discriminated heavily against minorities, and that the rules that you want to put in would move Connecticut even more. That Connecticut is a real outlier in terms of how it discriminates against minorities, in terms of its concealed carry permitting process. And you're going to make it even more of an outlier by having these types of rules that create these gun-free zones for particularly low-income people who are more likely to go and use buses. The other reason for pointing out fees is because it's something that else also affects low-income people disproportionately, just like those are the ones who are more likely to use public transportation that's there. With regard to the assault weapons ban, I don't need to make comparisons to other countries. There's been a huge amount of academic research that's been done, even research that's been done during the Clinton administration that the Clinton administration paid for, and other research that's been done under the Obama administration that hasn't found any benefits in terms of reducing any type of crime related to any type of assault weapon, the type of rules. So you look at Connecticut, over the 5 years from 2015 to 2019, 0.6% of murders were committed with any type of rifle, whether they were, in the ban category or not. I know of no evidence, not one single case has been mentioned of a pre-1994 weapon that would be now banned under these laws that are being proposed, that was used in any of those 3 murders that were committed over that 5-year period of time. So much of the discussion today has not been based on any facts at all. You're talking about concerns about people having guns on public transportation. Fine, provide one example where someone with a permanent concealed handgun has committed a firearm offense on public transportation in Connecticut or someplace else in the country. What I can tell you is that we do have other states are much better at breaking down the crimes committed by permit holders than Connecticut is. And what you find is that, for example, police officers are convicted of firearms related violations at a rate 12 times higher than concealed carry permit holders are. And police are rarely convicted of firearms violations. They're convicted of firearm violations at a rate 1/20th the rate of the general population. So you're talking about, and nothing's been provided in any of this testimony that indicates that polling places or any place else that permit holders have posed a danger. But what you're going to do is you're going to be creating gun-free zones, places where the most vulnerable people in our society are going to be prevented from being able to go and protect themselves. And it just is kind of interesting to me to listen to all this discussion and no one providing even one case to go and justify any of the regulations that are there. When I can provide, and people can go to our website at crimeresearch.org, literally many dozens of things like mass public shootings that have been stopped by concealed carry permit holders, and places at work and other places that have been stopped by people like that.
Thank you, Dr. Lott. One of the previous representatives who asked some of the question to one of the previous witnesses talked about how other states apply gun control, and we were told that it's a good idea to look at what's going on all around the country. Let's stay in New England, places like Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. What kind of, compared to what is in SB 16, how do those states deal with the possession of firearms by law-abiding citizens, the type of firearms, and how do their crime rates compare to the crime rate in Connecticut?
Well, I'm usually reticent just to make a comparison between two places. What I find, because there are lots of reasons why crime rates can vary, what I usually like to look at is to how crime rates change before and after a law has changed, and how it's changing in places that change their laws relative to other places that are there. I mean, generally, the three states that you mentioned have many fewer regulations on guns than you have in Connecticut. Their crime rates after New Hampshire and Maine adopt so-called constitutional carry that you mentioned before went down. Nationwide, violent crime and murders went down after those types of rules were loosened up. Again, I would just point to, if you want to focus on things like mass public shootings, it's hard to get away from the fact that 94% of the mass public shootings in the United States take place in those areas where guns were banned for civilians. These attackers aren't stupid. And you have to go and deal with the fact that when you pass laws, when you do things like put up a sign that bans people being able to go and take a gun into a municipal building or other places or on a bus, who's going to obey it? It's going to be the most law-abiding, good citizens, the ones that you have least concerns about, who are going to obey it. Somebody else who's going to go and murder people, what's the additional penalty that you put on them for violating a gun-free zone? So you go and put them in jail for 3 years or something when they're already going to be facing multiple death, life sentences for killing people. The notion is absurd that they're going to care about that additional penalty. But for a law-abiding citizen that you have, that what you're going to find is that 3 years, that's a real penalty to them, because that's going to be the real penalty that they're going to be facing for violating that gun-free zone. But it's more than just what we've been talking about here. There are other provisions in these bills. So, for example, that was been talked about where police officers without good cause can go and ask somebody if they have a concealed handgun permit. Again, we talk about the racial aspect of this. Who do you think are going to be predominantly, disproportionately, the people who are going to be stopped under those types of circumstances? Does anybody really believe that it's not going to be disproportionately minorities? Why is so much in this bill kind of seem to be focused on punishing poor and minorities? That's not obvious to me why that should be such a central focus of SB 16.
Well, thank you for that. Now, one of the things that I find the most onerous about this bill is is the banning of carrying firearms for defensive purposes by law-abiding citizens pretty much anywhere in the public square. Going to what you just said, in a small rural town with a lot of farms, people walking around the streets and being on their properties with firearms and being in our town is not going to be something that the state police are going to come down from Danielson to try to stop. But my guess is that most of this will take place in Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, where there are people walking the streets, people on buses and trains and other types of public transit that will be found to be violating this, even though they are doing nothing but exercising their constitutional rights.
Right.
Do you have any I'm sorry, you were going to say something. Go ahead. I'll ask a question.
Right. Well, I don't know if you listened to the oral arguments in just this last fall in November in the New York concealed carry case, where they have a May issue law. They're one of the 7 states that have so-called May issue laws. One of the lines of questioning between Chief Justice Roberts and the lawyers for the state and for the Biden administration was precisely along the lines that you were saying, because they have a general provision that they take into account in determining whether or not to let people have guns. And they were saying, in public areas, people who live in public areas were going to be a lot more reticent to grant concealed handgun permits to than somebody who lives out in the country. And they were making the same type of public safety type argument that has been made this morning for why you should treat those places differently. And Roberts really wouldn't have much to do with that. Roberts said exactly your point. He said, well, where are the crimes most likely to occur? Isn't it true that violent crimes are much more likely to occur in those urban areas than it is to go and occur in rural areas? And even the attorney for the Biden administration was basically forced to admit that that was the case. He had no real response to that. And so, just something to think about when you're thinking about passing laws and having this type of testimony on the record as a reason for this, given that within the next few months, you may have a decision coming down from the US Supreme Court that precisely addresses that type of argument, which was so central to New York's defense for their current concealed carry laws that are there.
Do you know if there's any other state that has banned the carrying of firearms on all modes of public transportation?
Well, you have Illinois, for example, has. There are a few places that have done that. But, the thing is, the vast majority of states have not. And even the ones that had originally have gotten rid of those restrictions since then. And what you find is that, just as I mentioned before, just as you can't point, and nobody's pointed to cases where concealed carry permit holders have committed firearms crimes in those places. I don't know of cases across the country where that type of thing has occurred. I'm not saying that permit holders never commit firearms related violations. What I'm saying is that last year, there were 21.5 million concealed carry permit holders in the United States. And that's not even counting the fact that there are 21 at that time constitutional carry states where you don't even need to have a permit to be able to go and carry. And yet what you find is that permit holders are incredibly law-abiding. So you do have some crimes, but you have to kind of take into account the literally tens of millions of permit holders that are out there. And I would argue it's pretty hard to find almost any other group in the population that's as law-abiding. And that's the reason, if you look at surveys of police officers across the country, Police One, for example, which is the largest private organization of police, they have about 450,000 members. Just to give you context, there's a little bit over 600,000 police in the country. 380,000 of their members are full-time law enforcement, another 70,000 are retired. They did a survey of their membership, and basically what you find is about 94% of their members believe in liberal concealed carry laws that made it relatively easy for people to be able to go and carry guns. And the vast majority of police were in favor of getting rid of gun-free zones.
Do you know if the imposition of any of those laws that restricted the carrying of legal firearms on public transportation, did any of them, is there any statistics that show that any of them had any effect in reducing the amount of, or the rate of violent crime on those modes of public transportation?
I've seen no support for that. What I have seen is evidence that indicates that the creation of gun-free zones serves as a target, serves as a magnet for those who want to go and commit crimes. Look, criminals are like anybody else. As I said, I've read over 1,000 trial transcripts in the work that I've done in US justice. And what you find is you'll very frequently hear this testimony where the prosecution will get one criminal to turn state's evidence against another criminal there. And they'll ask them questions about, how did you pick this particular victim? And they'll say, well, we were thinking about going after the drug dealer down the street, but he has a lot of guns, it'd be crazy to go after him. We talked about going after a cab driver, but a lot of cab drivers carry guns. And then we saw this small woman walking across a parking lot late at night by herself, and she looked like an easy target. And so, I can give you case after case. There's empirical evidence on Florida, for example. Florida used to have the license plates for rental cars had a designation to indicate that it was a rental car. And criminals used to target those rental cars because they would know that those people would be very unlikely to have a concealed handgun permit. You have over 2 million Floridians have a concealed handgun permit, but they don't want to tangle with people who have a concealed handgun permit. And so they would go and target those cars that had the designation on the license plate because they viewed those as relatively safe. And so Florida got rid of that designation on the license plate because they realized it was serving as a magnet for criminals to go and attack those individuals that had those rental cars.
Okay. Well, I very much appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you coming in. I don't want to dominate the time today, but I very much appreciate your coming in, and I will certainly take a good look at your written testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Fiorello.
Mr. Chair. Dr. Lott, I just have one quick question, which is that in regards to bills like SB 16 and the 2013 Act, do you work with individual states, and would you be willing to do independent data collection and analysis on behalf of this Connecticut legislature so that we can understand the impact of all of these gun laws? And also, if you would, what specific areas would you initially analyze?
Right. Well, I look at data from all the states. And the reason why I look at data from all the states is that you want to see how crime rates or suicides or accidents or other things change in those states that change their laws relative to neighboring or other similar states that haven't changed their laws. I've been hired before. I've done work for Arizona, the prosecutors there, and other places to go and particularly look at particular crime issues there. I'd be happy to go and do that for Connecticut in any way. I've looked at Connecticut already, focusing on things like your red flag law that you have there in the state. And I've also looked at things like the licensing law that you guys had in the 1990s to see how Connecticut's violent crime rate and murder has changed relative to neighboring states and to across the country after you had that. It was not good. It was the bottom line there. But look, I mean, there's a huge number of issues that are here. To me, the bottom line is pretty simple. If you want to go and reduce crime, you have to make it risky and costly for criminals to commit crime. And you reduce gun crime just as you reduce any other type of crime. You have to have higher arrest rates, higher conviction rates, longer prison sentences for those who are committing those types of crimes. And unfortunately, across the country and including in Connecticut, you've had a large number of inmates being released from jails and prisons in the state and in other places over the last couple of years. You've had a drop in the number of police officers. The commissioner talked about that earlier. It's not really rocket science, but one thing I mentioned earlier, and I want to emphasize, and that is nationally, over 92% of violent crime has nothing to do with guns, absolutely nothing to do with a criminal having a gun in the commission of a crime. And so, you know, I care about all crimes that are committed, all murders, all rapes, all robberies, all aggravated assaults. And if you want to reduce gun crime, you have to focus. Look, here's the problem that you have. The people so often focus on guns. In many ways, guns are similar to drug type issues, illegal drugs. Where do you think most criminals get their guns? They get them from drug dealers. Drug dealers have guns because they have extremely valuable property. And it's not like a drug dealer can go to the police and say, this other gang stole my drugs. Can you help us get them back? They have to set up their own little militaries in order to go and protect that valuable property that they have there. And the thing is, it's going to be as difficult to stop criminals from getting guns as it is to go and stop criminals from getting illegal drugs. Drug dealers like to make money. If they can make money selling drugs, they do that. If they can make money selling guns, they can go and do that. If you want to see an example of that in practice, I mean, I can point to cases in the United States, but look at a country like Mexico. Mexico, since 1972, has had only one gun store in the country. It's run by the military. Guns are extremely expensive. The most powerful gun that you've been able to legally buy since 1972 in Mexico is a 22 caliber short round rifle. That's not what the drug dealers use there. I've testified before the Mexican Federal Senate and House on their gun control laws. And what you see is that criminals are still getting guns. They're bringing them in from around the world, just as they go and bring in illegal drugs. If I could go and magically click my fingers and cause all illegal drugs to disappear from the United States and all guns, how long do you think it would be before illegal drugs started coming back in the United States? If you're in El Paso, Texas, maybe 20 minutes. And how long would it be before you would start, they would be bringing in the weapons to protect that extremely valuable property that they'd have? They'd be bringing them in at the same time. And so the notion, so much of this debate is you'll see, well, where do criminals get guns now? And we'll try to stop that. But you're going to be just as successful as the approach that we've had in stopping criminals from getting illegal drugs. Do we really believe that we've stopped criminals from getting illegal drugs in this country? You go to a college, I give talks at colleges and ask students to raise their hands and just say, if I give you 2 or 3 days, how likely it is that you could go and find some illegal drugs to be able to go and buy. And you'll find 80% of the students go and raise their hands. And so, you can't just focus on where people go and get guns now or what guns that they use. You have to think outside the box about all the other possible ways that they're going to start to get them once you go and put your finger in the dike for one particular hole that's there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorella. Questions or comments from other members of the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Brittany Lamar, followed by Walt Cupson, and then Jeremy Stein. Brittany Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Brittany Lamar, and I'm a Justice Advisor with CT Justice Alliance. I am writing this testimony to communicate my opposition for SB 365. CTJA is a statewide youth adult partnership working to end the criminalization of youth. The alliance includes justice staff, justice advisors, steering committee members, which include lawyers, researchers, clinicians, social workers, who work across issues such as behavioral health, family advocacy, substance abuse, legal representation, education, and community and residential services. SB 365, with the intention of highlighting the need for public safety, lacks constructive, effective, restorative, and rehabilitative practices that would ensure long-term success and safety of the community. GPS monitoring for young people who are released for delinquency offense but have yet to be adjudicated delinquent until their case is disposed of is an ineffective response to youth crime, and it is costly. GPS monitoring does not address the issues of children who have come in contact with the system. Rather, it creates an additional opportunity for young people to fail as they continue to navigate the same community situations and hardships. When a young person commits a delinquency offense, there should be an intensive, holistic approach to target interventions that would enable successful changes in their life. For instance, connecting them to a credible messenger, job opportunities, economic securities, and nonprofits that will help any underlying root issues that a young person is facing. It is possible that if we spent the money it would cost a GPS device to pay for the individual to go to driving school, get their license, pay for college applications, school tutors, food, rent, or transportation, maybe that young person would leave their encounter with the system with more opportunity for success rather than increased opportunity for failure. I write in opposition to SB 365 because it doesn't target interventions that inhibit a young person's success. GPS monitoring is not the most effective use of funds. It essentially kicks the can down the road. Why not spend that money on targeted interventions that might lead a young person to becoming successful and contributing to their society? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I don't see any. Thank you for being with us today to provide us with your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Walt Cupson, Jeremy Stein, and Robert Goodrich. Walt Cupson.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome, Judiciary Committee. My name is Dr. Walter Cupson. I'm the outreach coordinator for the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. I am speaking very briefly on my opposition to Senate Bill 16, House Bill 5416, but for my support of Senate Bill 388, House Bill 5412, and lastly, my support for House Bill 5415. This morning, I've been listening to the Zoom since the beginning and listening to Commissioner Ravella speak about several times how in terms of SB 16, he wanted to, quote, tailor and tweak the language several times. And I could not disagree with him more. 85% of this bill is pure gun control, and it's not crime control. And that's what you need, is you do need crime control. And I do want to thank him for his testimony pointing that out. He said something about the statewide firearms trafficking task force being dormant for some time. And we're all very much aware of that in the gun community. This is despite repeated attempts to get it funded for us to crying from the wilderness that this needs to be done in order to help reduce crime. And I would like all of you, and when I say you, I mean our leaders, our government, to take a good look in the mirror as to why we have this problem with crime. It's a lot easier, I understand, to ban an object, to demonize an object and say that's the cause of the problem. But that's not the cause of the problem. As data has borne out, it's not the instrument, it's the actual disease that's the problem, which is crime. We can all do this together. We can work together to reduce crime, but please do not keep giving us bills like Senate Bill 16, which 85% of it is pure biased gun control. It will not work, and it shouldn't work. It's completely unconstitutional on many grounds. I could spend the next 3 hours discussing why it isn't, but also from a practical point of view, it will not work. It won't do a thing for crime. And then we'll see an additional gun control bill being proposed, because there will be no end to this. I thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for being patient. I know we have a ton of people still left to testify, but I agree with you wholeheartedly on Senate Bill 16. It's pretty much the governor's proposal, and frankly, and I have no disrespect for Governor Lamont, but it's crime, and it's not a knee-jerk reaction regarding guns. And again, the only people that would end up getting caught in a lot of these measures are the law-abiding citizens of the state of Connecticut. So thank you for coming and expressing your opinions. I just wanted you to know that I'm listening and I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Dubisky.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cupson, for coming in today. You had mentioned a couple of different bills that you were opposing and supporting. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the one you said you were supporting. Could you
Sure. So for me, they're actually pretty easy support. So Senate Bill 388, an act concerning the defense of a person or person's dwelling place or work or motor vehicle. To me, not only am I obviously a permit holder and I carry everywhere that's allowed by law, but I'm a self-defender, right? I tell people all the time that the firearm is just a tool. It's not your weapon. This is your weapon. And one of the things I don't professionally teach this, but this is something that I learned for myself and try to pass on nuggets of information to friends and family is, parking lots, gas stations, liquor stores, convenience stores. Those are places, they always have been places where it's a very easy target for criminals, and now more so than ever. So I can absolutely tell you, I can absolutely imagine a situation where I'm in my car and I'm pumping gas, and as I get into my car, someone is going to come in, could even be a juvenile, comes in from the other end to carjack me or to point a weapon at me. I won't not only do I have no need, or should I have any need to retreat before defending myself, I have no practical way of retreating to defend myself. So for me, 388 is an absolute no-brainer. It should be common sense that my ability to defend myself in that situation in my vehicle, even in my own home, as someone is trying to steal a catalytic converter and points a weapon at me, I may not be in a situation where I can retreat. So to me, it should be common sense. This should not be conflated with gun violence.
Was that the only one that you were supporting?
No, sir. I also support House Bill 5412, an act concerning the duty to retreat in a religious house of worship. Again, the example I'm going to use is what happened in White Settlement, Texas. Everyone remembers the story of Jack Wilson. For those of you who don't, Jack Wilson was then at that time 71 years old. He was a volunteer security team member at the West Freewood Church of Christ in White Settlement. An armed gunman came into the church, leveled his shotgun at one victim. Both that victim and Mr. Wilson drew their pistols. The gunman shot and killed Mr. White with a single shot, and then turned his gun to another victim who was also killed. But then this one armed parishioner, 71 years old, Jack Wilson, was able to end this attack in 6 seconds. So imagine a world where either he wasn't allowed to carry in church or he was required to retreat. How many more people would have died in that church? That's just one other example. And then lastly, my support of House Bill 5415, an act concerning the transfer of assault weapons and large capacity magazines. This to me is a blatant attempt to just make all of these things that people are scared of, that the vast majority do not commit any crimes. None of my firearms have harmed or killed anyone. It's a blatant attempt to get them to disappear from the state. There is no reason why I should not be able to sell, if I am legally able to own these objects, why I cannot sell them to a person who is also equally, by the eyes of the law, able to own that property. So to me, that's a no-brainer.
Okay, now under the current regulatory scheme of so-called assault weapons and large capacity magazines, each of these devices, the firearms and the magazines, needs to have been declared to the to law enforcement back many years ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is it your understanding that under 5415 that this would only allow the transfer from one individual who already possessed declared firearms or magazines to another person who had already possessed declared firearms and magazines?
That is correct.
Okay, is it your understanding that this doesn't open up the market? There isn't going to be gun stores with these items in stock. It's just the transfer via a federal firearms license dealer through that dealer from one individual to another.
Sure, and a lateral move, if you will. So the state won't gain any of these demonized objects, nor will they lose them. It would be a lateral switch between two people who have owned these objects and presumably should still have them because they have not committed any crimes, either crimes in general or crimes with these objects. Yes. Okay.
Well, great. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for your coming in and testifying today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today. We will next hear from Jeremy Stein, followed by Robert Goodrich.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Palm.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I see Representative.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Rep. Davidsky. My hand function just keeps turning off by itself. I don't know why that is. I'm sorry. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Cupson, please, if you will bear with me.
Dr. Cupson, thank you.
Dr. Cupson, all right. Do you consider yourself, I assume you are an owner of firearms, yes?
Correct.
And you consider yourself a responsible gun owner?
Very much so.
Okay. Can you explain to me why whenever there is a mass shooting, there is no outcry from CCDL?
Who would ever say there's no?
Well, excuse me, I'm sorry, nothing that I have seen or read, I meant to say.
I think that's I think that can be, I think that's a fairly offensive question because every CCDL has 42,000 members. Our president is a single female with a child. We all have children. We all are just as upset about what happened in Sandy Hook or any other event. I can't comment on our whatever posts or press releases we've had, but we constantly hear from folks that we don't care about these things, and I find that very offensive. Of course we care. I would turn that around and say that every time there is an event like this, it is the other groups that harp on it and call for the demonization of these objects and these tools that we own. None of my guns have committed any violence. So I think that question could be posed both ways.
Representative, before you move, I'm going to say to you the same thing we've said to others. Please try to keep the questions to what the bill actually is about. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Okay. Then in that case, I just wanted to ask you about Senate Bill 388, the stand your ground. If you mentioned being in a car and having a juvenile, presumably with malice of forethought, trying to get into the car. What would happen if a person with, let's say, early onset Alzheimer's who was just confused, who got into your car by mistake? Would you feel that was justified to shoot that person?
I'm not a lawyer, but I think if I could articulate that whether someone had mental illness, evil in their heart, they were under the influence of drugs. If my life is being threatened, I must do what I must do. And that includes retreating as well as using my firearm. I would do whatever I needed to do to protect my life so I could go home at the end of the day. I would use my judgment, okay, not only as a human being and a responsible gun owner, but as a physician to sum up and make an equation in my mind as to what the issue was. Now, I'm observant enough in these situations where I have enough situational awareness. We're talking about scenarios, right? So I'm in a parking lot, I'm in a gas station rather, 2 a.m. And if I see someone who is elderly, who is wandering around the parking lot, I already have that person. I'm sort of not profiling them, doing an assessment as I do as a physician as to what is going on. And I can make an assessment that is probably not a danger to me. Now, if that person approaches me, I'm continuing to reassess the situation and figure out what's going on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, whereas in a similar scenario, I see someone who's young, not suffering from Alzheimer's disease, who is clearly scoping out the parking lot looking for victims. I'm already at a heightened sense of awareness. So my hope is to get out of there. My hope is to assess the situation and never have to pull my firearm. But I want to be able to do so without penalization in a situation like that.
Okay, I understand. What about people who don't have your, to use your term, situational awareness?
I couldn't speak for every single gun owner, but all of the gun owners that I know think very much the same way as I do. We don't ever want to use our firearms. We avoid situations like this, okay? This is our weapon. Our eyes are our weapons, okay? The firearm is simply a tool, and a tool of last resort.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, you testified against SB 16, correct? I mean, you're opposed to that.
SB 16 and House Bill 5416.
Do you believe that the data collection that bill would provide would be helpful?
Data collection?
That being able to assess the roots of street crime based on police reports and all would be helpful, yes.
Oh, of course, absolutely. We want data. And I would hope that that data would include not only instances where, we need to know the roots of where these illegal firearms were from. What's the ratio of crimes committed with legal firearms, legal firearm owners versus illegal? And conversely, if we're going to look at harm, we also want to look at benefit. So if we're looking at the number of harm caused by any kind of violent crime, whether it's from firearms, fists, knives, bats, we also want to look at the pros, okay, of these things. So I would want that data to include what we call defensive gun uses, which are often not highlighted the way that the other statistics are. So yes, data is everything.
Mm-hmm. And then finally, I wanted to ask you the same question I asked the commissioner, which has to do with a report from the Gifford Law Center that gun violence causes of between $60 and $90 million of taxpayer funds each year here in Connecticut. Were you aware of that? And I asked because it figures directly into SB 16, again, as data prevention, data collection to prevent violence.
Sure. So everything is a balance, right? So do we want to reduce the cost of crime in general? Of course we do. But we also want to do it very carefully and thoughtfully without impacting a great many number of the 300,000 legal gun owners in Connecticut and the gun owners across the country. If we're going to do something, we want to do it fairly. We want to make sure it makes financial sense, and we want to make sure it is also not causing harm to our rights and our constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. I also think non-gun owners and families of victims also have rights. Thank you.
Of course. And as I said, we all need to work together to solve this problem. But proposing patently anti-gun measures, like making a .22 rifle illegal because it has a cosmetic feature, is not going to accomplish anything.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. And Walt, thanks for coming in today.
Thank you, Senator.
Question for you.
Yes,
can you tell me when people are arrested for gun charges, especially the violent incidents, what's the first charge dropped when they go to court?
I'm going to guess it's probably illegal possession of a gun, but I couldn't tell you for sure. I know that I think I'm pronouncing this correctly. Is it the NOLI rate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. So I've been absolutely appalled, and that's one of the things I believe I included in my testimony. Absolutely appalled at the rate, and I don't know how Connecticut compares to other states. I couldn't tell you, but I was shocked when I read the NOLI rate in Connecticut. So we're going to take the laws we already have and we're going to just ignore them, but let's put on other new laws. It doesn't make sense to me.
Senator Champagne,
sorry,
I admonish you the same way I did Representative Palm and everyone else. Questions about the bill itself.
Yeah, I understand, and it has to do with the bill because the bill is making more laws that are making more guns illegal. Yet, if the bad guy gets arrested with those guns, it's going to be the first thing that's dropped in court, and that was going to be my point. We can make as many laws as we want about firearms, but what it comes down to is the fact that the court's not going to uphold when people are arrested for the use of these illegal guns, then what's the use of making any more laws? I mean, that's what it comes down to. If you do the research, in fact, if we're doing research, that'd be a great thing to research too. How many of the gun cases are the guns the first thing they drop? If we're not going to enforce the laws we have, stop making more laws. And thank you, Walt. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, representatives.
Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will next hear from Jeremy Stein, followed by Robert Goodrich, and then Warren Stevens. Jeremy Stein.
Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Stafstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the judiciary. I'm Jeremy Stein, the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm submitting testimony in support with concerns of SB 16 and in support of HB 5416, and as well as in opposition to Senate Bill 388, HB 5392, HB 5412, and HB 5415. I'm focusing my testimony today on what we view as the most important aspect of SB 16, which is the funding of community violence prevention and intervention strategies as proposed by Section 33 of the bill, which is around line 1504. This past year, gun homicides were the highest in 25 years, with 118 homicides in Connecticut. The Hartford Courant declared that 2021 was the deadliest year in Hartford since 2003, with 35 homicides. In 2020, gun homicides increased 50% in Connecticut compared to 2019. We must invest more in reducing community gun violence using evidence-informed, community-focused strategies that will employ prevention, intervention, and aftercare initiatives without contributing to mass incarceration. The public health crisis of gun violence disproportionately affects communities of color, Gun shooting incidents, homicides, and injury in Connecticut disproportionately affects Black and brown communities, especially in our largest cities. Young Black men in Connecticut are almost 39 times more likely to be murdered with a gun than white men. If we want to achieve racial justice, we must make people safe in the communities where they live. To do so requires funding evidence-informed solutions to gun violence. We support the governor's proposal to create a statewide community violence intervention program under the Department of Public Health, as well as a $3.6 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding to support this proposal. However, this funding, while we appreciate the governor's efforts, should be increased to maximize the state's efforts to reduce gun violence. Connecticut needs to recognize the severity of the public health crisis before us. The urgency of this crisis would be better addressed by creating an Office of Gun Violence Prevention as proposed by House Bill 5397, which will expand the Department of Public Health's Office of Injury Prevention and establish and administer a grant program to fund organizations that conduct evidence-informed community-based initiatives to reduce gun violence, collect data on gun violence in Connecticut and make the data publicly available to researchers and others, collaborate with researchers to enhance evidence-based gun violence prevention solutions, and makes policy recommendations to decrease the effects of gun violence on public health. Across the country, evidence-informed, community-centered prevention, intervention, and aftercare programs have proven records of success. Beyond the loss of life, gun violence has a tremendous economic cost. I believe Rep. Palm just mentioned this. It's estimated that the direct cost to Connecticut taxpayers of all forms of gun violence is $90 million per year. And the true cost are somewhere around $1.2 billion per year. Investing in prevention, intervention, and aftercare will not only save Connecticut, but will also save lives.
If you could summarize.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you. My last sentence, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Investing in prevention, intervention, and aftercare strategies will not only save Connecticut money, but will also save lives. We're asking that you support these initiatives and fund community level prevention intervention strategies.
Thank you. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Jeremy, and thanks for your testimony. Good to see you today.
You too. Thank you.
I just had a couple questions. My first one is focused on the data collection aspect of the bill with regard to the Department of Public Health. And I was curious, first of all, if you think it's important for such data on gun violence to be collected, and also whether it's important for it to be collected by entities focused on public health and that are not advocacy organizations, and if so, why?
Yes, it's an excellent question. I do agree that it is important for us to collect the data. It is important if we're going to solve any public health crisis, of which gun violence is, to start with the data. We need to make sure that we understand the problem like any other health problem, and starting with the data is critical. What we have right now, though, is we have the data being siloed in certain organizations, and it's hard to get that data. If you want gun death data, the best source is probably the medical examiner's office. But the police also have some of that information. Hospitals also have some of that information, which may be protected by HIPAA. And I think it's important that we not only look at gun death, right? Because gun death may be a factor of how close a hospital is to a shooting, what type of guns are being used, et cetera, et cetera. We need to also be looking at shooting data. And shooting data is much harder to get. Certain police agencies have that if they have things like ShotSpotter and otherwise. So if we are going to understand this problem and we're going to address root causes of the problem, then we need to look at the data and look at this from a scientific point of view.
I appreciate that, and it's very helpful. I agree with you. I think we need comprehensive data from unbiased institutions that are focused on the public health, on gun violence and gun violence prevention, like all other matters. I think it's especially apropos today, considering, we were hearing earlier from Professor Lott a lot about data, and in particular data that he claims supported his hypothesis that more guns in certain areas lead to less crime. I did some research myself towards the end of his testimony and was surprised to find that his research on that subject had essentially been debunked by a Stanford Law Review article by 2 economists and a law professor that showed that he'd made his results were shown to be a result of coding errors in his data collection, and that they, quote, irretrievably undermine every original regression result that was presented. Were you aware of that article and the fact that that research had been debunked?
Yes, I was. I'm very familiar with John Lott. John Lott there are many respected researchers who have looked very closely at John Lott's flawed data. One very basic example is when in part of his research, when he was referring to gun-free zones, he labeled Fort Hood, a military establishment, as a gun-free zone, obviously an area that has lots of firearms. Also, they looked at some of his influence. You talked about unbiased data and unbiased research. One of the board members of his research group was Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent was also on the board for the NRA. So, John Lott has an agenda. He has a book that he has put out, More Guns Equals Less Crime, I believe is the name of it. But there are many, many researchers, including researchers from Johns Hopkins and other very respected institutions that have looked at his data and have deemed it to be flawed.
Thank you. And, just in addition to that, I would add that the Stanford Law Review article that I referenced, in addition to finding that the data that Professor Lott had used was flawed, found that it actually resulted in showing the opposite result, that in fact, places in the United States that have looser gun laws and more guns, in fact, have a high rates of violent crime. And the only difference on murders is statistically insignificant. So I think, that just highlights the importance of having comprehensive data from institutions and entities that are built to develop that data for the service of furthering the public health. And I think that's why this particular aspect of the bill is very well taken. And I think why it's important that you're here today testifying on it. So thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Haskell, followed by Representative Dubinsky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time. Jeremy, thanks so much for your testimony and for the good work that CAGV does. You focused your testimony on a provision of the bill that I wholly support, and I want to just ask you to perhaps comment on another item on the agenda today, given your organization's expertise in gun violence prevention. Curious about CAGV's position on the prohibition of bulk purchases. This is something that seems to have demonstrably reduced crime in Maryland and California, New Jersey, by limiting bulk purchases and cracking down on straw purchases. Would you be willing to weigh in on that bill as well?
Sure. We support anything that is going to have an effect on reducing gun violence. While HB 5416 is not our main agenda, it's not. We do support it. You and I have had these conversations before. The idea behind, and I think one of the most dramatic examples of what happens when there's unfettered purchases of firearms is we saw during the pandemic that there was a dramatic increase in purchasing, and it wasn't first-time buyers. Many of the purchases were people that were running to the gun stores because they thought that somehow guns were going to be eliminated or they'd lose the ability to buy guns. And so what studies have shown in the past is that an increase in guns equals an increase in death. I'm not talking about whether or not gun owners are lawful citizens or not. What I'm talking about is just the strict data of the more guns you have in a state, the more gun death you are going to have. That is supported by data. Handgun purchase limits have shown to be an effective way of reducing gun trafficking. Approximately 20 to 25% of all handguns recovered at crime scenes nationwide were originally purchased as part of a multiple gun sale. And handguns sold in multiple sales are up to 64% more likely to be used in crimes than handguns sold separately. So these are dramatic statistics. 4 states have already had limits, including Virginia, a very conservative state. They introduced a 1 gun per month where there was a significant reduction in the number of crime guns recovered. While not our priority, we do support the House Bill 5416. 1 gun per month should be sufficient to satisfy people's needs to be able to own a handgun or otherwise.
I would agree. And thank you so much for that testimony. Really helpful for our committee as we continue to deliberate. And we appreciate your time today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Bisky, followed by Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Stein, for coming in. You rattled off a bunch of statistics. At the same time, you said that there wasn't enough data collection. So where did you get your statistics?
I'm sorry, which statistics specifically were you referring to?
Okay, well, you said that that Black men were, was it 37% more likely to be killed by a firearm than white people? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's from the CDC.
Okay.
The Center for Disease Control.
How many of those are were shot with legal firearms?
How many were shot with legal firearms?
Yeah.
I don't know that statistic. I don't know if the CDC keeps that statistic, partially because the CDC had been prohibited from studying that data. So a lot of gun violence research we do not have because of the years of Congress prohibiting that, which is why we need more data, more research, so that we can answer questions, the relevant questions, to try to reduce gun violence in our country.
Okay, so they were allowed to research that enough to say that it's 37 times higher for Black men, but not enough to research whether or not those shootings were with legal or illegal guns. Is that what your testimony is?
I don't know what the CDC's capability was. You would have to ask the CDC. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I don't know the answer to your question as to why. I do know that the Dickey Amendment prohibited the CDC from doing any kind of robust research for years.
Okay. So as far as we know, there might not have been a single legally owned firearm that created that statistic.
Well, all guns start out legal, unless you're stealing them from a manufacturer or manufacturing them yourselves in your basement, which is why we passed a ghost gun ban and a 3D printer ban in Connecticut. All guns start out legal, which is, I believe, the purpose of why they're trying to pass a bulk purchase law is to prevent the sale of guns and then the resale of those illegally, or the transfer of those illegally.
It's not right. All guns don't start legally, do they? There are guns illegally brought across the Mexican border that were never legal, right?
Where do you think they're getting the Mexican guns from?
Venezuela.
Just one second, Representative. Please just answer the questions. Thank you.
Sorry. So to answer your question, the guns that are coming across from Mexico, I don't know what the statistics are, but there are guns that are exported from the United States outside to other countries that then end up making their way back to us. So they start, once again, they start out as legal transfers. So the US government would then would be either selling or delivering guns to other countries. Then those guns make their way back illegally into our country.
Okay,
so that's what I mean by they start out as a legal gun.
Okay, but I'm going back to the statistics. We're talking about 37% that Black males are 37 times more likely to be shot. And I'm asking you, at the time those firearms were used, you don't know whether they were legally possessed or not. because there aren't the statistics, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but to your point, the majority of those violent crimes were probably conducted by people who possess those guns illegally, based on statistics. If that's your point, a lot of the gun crimes that are occurring in our cities, the community violence, are being committed by people who possess firearms illegally.
Okay, and as far as you know, none of those firearms involved in creating that statistic were legally owned and possessed and carried at the time that they were used.
I'm sorry, are you saying none of them were?
None.
I don't
Zero.
know I don't know the breakdown.
Right.
That statistic is based on the CDC's Whiskers site. It's based on public health data. It's based on data that they received from hospitals, law enforcement. That specific data point was not to address whether the guns were legal or illegal. It was to address the disproportional impact of gun violence on Black and brown communities.
And how many of those, now you also said that homicides are up in Hartford to a record this year. Is that correct? That
is correct.
Okay, and how many of those were justifiable homicides?
I assume very few. If I don't know if there were any justifiable homicides in that number.
But you don't know.
Once again, the data point is to represent the extent of the impact of gun violence, whether it's legal or legal. We're still talking about a loss of life, which is really what we should be concentrating on. Whether you're justified or not in taking a life with a handgun, someone still dies. And I think it is important. There's been a lot of debate that I've heard today about whether firearms are justified, whether people can stand their ground, et cetera, et cetera. The bottom line is, as our organization is trying to reduce all forms of gun violence, justified or unjustified, because we're trying to save lives.
Okay, but if somebody is coming,
Representative, I'm gonna keep saying to everyone, if we cut people off, let them finish up, and then you ask your question.
I thought he was finished. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Stein, if you had more to say.
No, that's fine. Go ahead, Representative Dubitsky.
Okay,
No offense.
I interpret your answer as saying that there is no difference between justifiable homicide and murder. And
no, that's not what I said at all. I'm sorry. That's not what I said at all, Representative Dubitsky. I didn't say there wasn't any difference. What I said was the point that I was making was that gun violence has increased in our cities exponentially, that we need to develop prevention, intervention, and aftercare strategies to try to reduce that. The legal difference between a justified homicide and murder, I understand the difference. I was an attorney. I am an attorney. I was a prosecutor and a public defender for many, many years. So I do understand the legal difference between the two. But what I'm saying is that when we're talking about the loss of life, whether someone is justified in killing someone or someone is not justified, we're still left with a dead body.
Okay, but in the case of a justified shooting, if the person who fired the firearm didn't do so, there very often would still be a dead body. It would just be a different dead body.
I don't think that is true at all, especially when we're talking about that is simply not true. And I think you have to take that as a case-by-case basis. There's been plenty of police shootings that were justified, but that did not need to end in the loss of life. Just because someone was justified in pulling the trigger does not necessarily mean that it was necessary.
Okay. How many of the people shot in Hartford this year were shot by police?
I don't know the exact number,
Representative.
but it wasn't, it was not the
One
majority
second.
of the number. Sorry.
Representative, I think you know what I'm going to say to you. I'm having a hard time figuring out the connection to the bill, and you may have a connection. I'm just saying to you that it feels like we're getting a little afield from the bill.
I understand, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stein set out a bunch of statistics early on in his testimony, and I'm just probing the veracity of those statistics and what they mean and how they would affect whether or not to support or oppose the bills that are before us. So I'm trying to find out what his statistics are based on and whether he's got information in those statistics that would be relevant to the passage or not of these bills.
I recognize that, and I'm going to let you proceed, but I'm going to listen carefully because I just don't want us to try to dig into information so deep that we are kind of missing a point, considering we still have about 200 plus people left to go.
Understood. So, Mr. Stein, you don't know how many of the people shot in Hartford were shot by police?
No, I don't know the exact number in Hartford. I think from data that I had back in June of 2021, at that time, there were about 5 people that were shot by the police in 2021. But I don't know the specific number in Hartford.
Okay.
I can get that for you.
Do you know how many of them were on public transportation?
Do I have? No, I do not.
Do you know how many of them were in government buildings?
I do not.
Do you know if any of them were in government buildings or public transportation?
No.
Do you know of any statistic anywhere in the state that would justify banning firearms by legal permit holders from public transportation?
It's a good question. It's not the focus of our organization, that part of the bill. I'm sure there is good reason, but I do not have statistics as to why, as to the number of incidents that have happened on public transportation.
You denied in your testimony that the Fort Hood shooting took place in a gun-free zone. Are you aware that individual soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, when they're on base, are not permitted to carry firearms?
In certain areas in Fort Hood, yes, but there is also are you aware that there is a police force that is present in Fort Hood, and there were armed individuals on Fort Hood that also responded to the shooting? So my point is that regardless of what the military's policy was in terms of who can carry and who can't carry, number one, there were firearms present on the premises. Number two, there was a police force on those premises. So it was not considered, it wasn't a gun-free zone because there were guns in Fort Hood as well as a police force.
Well, in every gun-free zone, it is gun-free because the location is supposedly protected by police. Do you dispute the statistic that 94% of mass shootings take place in places where the average citizen is not allowed to carry a firearm?
Yes, I do, and as do many other researchers across the country.
Okay, but you've in denying that, you're changing the definition of gun-free zone to include any place where police have firearms.
No, I'm not changing the definition at all. My point was that it was John Lott who redefined what a gun-free zone was so that his research could establish his agenda that is the NRA's agenda, that to increase the number of gun owners in this country.
Or decrease the number of gun-free zones.
I think the definition of what a gun-free zone is self-serving.
All right, what is your definition?
I don't have a definition of a gun-free zone. I use the definitions that other organizations in their research. It's not significant. Definition of what a gun-free zone is something that the NRA and gun advocates use, but it's not essentially something that is defined in real research that is used as gun reduction strategies.
Gun reduction strategies.
Sorry, gun violence reduction strategies, excuse me.
I think that was a Freudian slip. You say that 25% of guns used in crime were originally part of a bulk purchase. Did I get you right?
I would have to look back. Excuse me 1 second. I believe it's 25%, yes.
Okay. So the vast majority of firearms used in crime were not part of a bulk purchase. 75%.
I'm not sure I follow you.
You said that 25% of the guns used in crime were originally purchased as part of a bulk purchase.
25% of all handguns recovered,
Okay. So 75% were not.
75% were unable to be tracked as a bulk purchase. It doesn't mean that they weren't.
Okay. But you have no evidence that they were.
The police, once again, we don't have that data. We would have better data if that data were more readily available, if it were studied, if agencies were allowed for the last decade and a half to be able to study gun violence reduction and the effects of gun violence on our communities, which is once more why we need to have more funding to be able to look at such numbers if it is important to legislators, public members, et cetera.
Okay, so that 25% statistic is useless because you have no idea what happened with the other 75%.
Well, it's not useless if 25% of the guns recovered is a pretty significant number. If you could reduce the number of guns that are being used in crimes by 25%, then the number of crimes that are being committed by guns by 25%, I don't think that is insignificant at all.
What makes you think that making a law that says you can only buy one gun a month would take that 25% of all firearms used in crimes, would take that out of the equation?
I'm not sure that, well, so I think it is something that we have to look at. It's something that would have to be researched as to the effectiveness of the law, but you cannot know what the effectiveness of the law is in a vacuum. Once again, this is something that should be looked at and studied. I do agree that there needs to be more data to decide whether or not a strategy like that would have an effect on reducing gun violence.
So there needs to be more data before we pass this law.
That is a question for you as legislators. I would like to see more data, which is why that bill 5416 is not our prime agenda. This is something that I've discussed with legislators for the last couple of years. I believe that it could be an effective strategy, but I would like to see more data before we, in the past, there has been one, maybe two laws that the legislature has concentrated on. And I think that there are much more effective strategies on reducing gun violence that are currently being proposed that may have a greater chance of reducing community level gun violence specifically. I believe that we do support 5416, but do believe that 5397 would be a better solution at reducing gun violence.
Okay, and you also mentioned that there was a ban on doing research by the CDC. That ban didn't affect anything at the state level, right?
No, it absolutely did affect things on the state level, because researchers on the state level seek funding through the CDC and the NIH. So a lot of researchers at the university level, they are getting their funding through those big federal agencies. So if the CDC can't study it, they then can't issue grants either to allow universities and local universities to study that. It doesn't prohibit law enforcement though. But once again, it is the research arm that is usually conducting these types of research on a deeper level than it is law enforcement.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeremy, hi. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your work, the work of the organization, and how valuable I find it. And I think I may have come in a little bit late when you said you're in support of SB 16, but with some modifications. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Can you just briefly run through those real quickly in the interest of time, but if you can simply state how we might improve the bill? Is it too long to do that?
Yeah, I mean, so yes, there are a lot of things in the bill that, yes, there's a lot in the bill. I'd be happy to sit down with the legislators. I think that, I applaud the governor for his efforts on trying to create a policy that would reduce gun violence. So we do applaud the governor for that. But I do think that there could be a greater emphasis on the community level gun violence reduction strategies. So there's a lot in this bill.
Okay.
You know, and as well as some of the juvenile justice aspects of this bill, I think could be troubling. We want to make sure that any of the gun violence reduction strategies are looking to reduce gun violence while not increasing mass incarceration. So first and foremost, our agenda is to make sure that we are concentrating on community level gun violence reduction strategies. And the way that we believe is the best approach to do that is, for years, the legislature has concentrated on the supply side of guns, looking at restrictions and limiting use and limiting access, which are all good strategies and are supported by data. But we do believe that now is the time to start concentrating on the demand side of guns as well, and to be looking at the root causes of gun violence, to fund community level organizations, community violence intervention strategies, as well as aftercare strategies that can provide the assistance that survivors need, that victims of gun violence need, so that the cycle of violence ends.
Thank you. Out of respect for the chairs, I'm going to not do any follow-ups, but I just want you to know again how much many of us appreciate your work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Sorry about that. On a couple different meetings. But Mr. Stein, thank you for coming in today. I have a question for you. You said that you support all anything with gun violence. And I asked the previous speaker about the fact that, when people get arrested for possession of guns, that is the first charge dropped when they go to court for knowledge. Does your organization take any type of stand on that?
So as a former prosecutor, I I think that just looking at a charge that is reduced without looking at the context of the charge does not give you a clear picture of what's going on. So in other words, I understand your concern about charges being dropped, and I share a concern if the police are arresting people for legitimately arresting people for charges, and then those charges are being dropped without justification. I would share your concern. However, I think it is important that you have to look at what other charges were being charged at that time. So it is a very common practice in the court system that if somebody is charged with, let's say, a murder, and there was a murder with a handgun, and then et cetera, there may be 10 different charges that they charge. And it is not atypical for someone to be convicted of, let's say, murder, and then in the interest of justice or the interest of time and economy, that they then will either dismiss the charges, the lesser included offenses, or those will be incorporated into a greater charge. So I would like to see data once again on it, I've heard this over the years of that these charges are being dismissed, and it's then, that is a shame that these charges be dismissed. But I also think it's important to see what is the context under which these charges are being dropped. Are they all like murder cases? Are they all homicide cases, and they're just lesser included charges that are being dismissed? Or are these cases where this is the only charge and they're being dismissed? Once again, I do think that is a question to address to the state's attorney's office and to the court system. And I do think that the coordination between the legislative branch and the judicial branch, as well as the state's attorney's office, is a very important one in making sure that gun violence reduction strategies are as effective as possible.
As I said to the previous speaker, we pass all these gun laws, but we don't uphold them. And the fact is it's not just 1-2 cases, or 50 to 75% cases. Most cases, the gun charges are dropped. And my point on this is we can pass any law we want, but if we have repeat offenders, they're going out there, getting arrested multiple times, and the gun charges are dropped, nobody's safe. Right. And that's a concern that's been brought to me by many people that work in the court system, because it happens over and over and over again. So we can pass any law, like I said, it's not going to help. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can respond to that real quickly.
I don't think there was a question. I'm going to keep us moving because we are.
Sure.
Yeah. And you have several other people who want to talk to you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Stein.
Good afternoon.
I take it from your testimony that you're in favor of Section 33 of SB 16.
Correct.
Okay. And you also recently stated that you think the best way to deal with this is perhaps 5397, which is not before this committee. The two work together, you would agree?
Yes, I think that the governor's strategy of funding community violence intervention strategies under Section 33 could become part of 5397. The difference between the two is that 5397 is a little more spelled out. It's a little more holistic. It has very specific items in that bill to establish an Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which would be charged with some of the items that were discussed today: research, a grant source, dedicated funding for staffing. Because as we heard from the Department of Public Health earlier, they do not have the resources right now to be tackling this issue. They have, they do a lot, but one of the things that we have heard, is that they need dedicated staff, and which requires funding.
Well, in fact, I think that other bill that Department of Public Health was talking about earlier today, 5397, provides for grants to outside groups.
It provides for both.
Yes. And I have to ask you, have you been promised or implied that your organization is going to be a recipient of funding that's contemplated by Section 33 or 5397?
No, in fact, and it's a good question. In fact, we have specifically told legislators for the last 2 to 3 years when we've been trying to pass this legislation that Connecticut Against Gun Violence does not want any of the money, would not be asking for the grant money because we do view it as a conflict of interest. Part of the 5397 is the creation of advisory council. We do believe that advisory council should be made up of partners that will not be getting grants because it does create a conflict of interest.
So the fact that the CAGV created an educational group just last year is of no coincidence to this, and that group will not be receiving any such funds either?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with an education group that we created last year. We've had you're referring to Connecticut Against Gun Violence Education Fund?
Yeah, actually.
That organization was founded in I believe 1996.
Yes, okay, I see the filing was last year. So am I to understand that group won't be receiving any funding under this legislation either?
No, yes, that is correct. Neither Connecticut Against Gun Violence, Inc. or Connecticut Against Gun Violence Education Fund is seeking any money from an Office of Violence Prevention. The money that is proposed to fund this is to go to violence intervention, prevention, and aftercare organizations, that some of which already exist and some do not.
Okay, and 5416 having to do with the bulk purchases. Are you aware of individuals who purchase, when somebody dies, they've got a collection of, let's say, World War II firearms, and, somebody wants to purchase a few of those as a memory of their family members serving in the military? 5416 would prevent those purchases. Is it fair to say?
I think that I'm not sure, but I think if the idea is to, as we've seen time and time again with legislation, I think if the idea is that you want to cater to specific gun owners or to antique dealers or people who are collectors, then that should be something that is carved out as an exception, rather than kill a bill that could act to reduce gun violence. So I'm not sure the answer to your question, but certainly every bill should be looked at to make sure there aren't unintended consequences. I believe the purpose of the bill is to reduce the cases of bulk purchasing that would then end up in straw purchasing and then more guns in being used for the commission of crimes. I believe that's the idea behind the bill, is to reduce the number of illegal guns ultimately.
Yes. So straw purchasing, have you seen any statistics on straw purchase arrests or convictions in the state of Connecticut in the last decade?
I've seen them. I couldn't tell you this. I don't have the statistics before me right now, but I have seen statistics.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I don't know what the statistics are. That's your question.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some.
I do think that, and I think that's the idea behind the other part of SB 16 is to actually put some funding into gun trafficking and to, once again, trace firearms. Once again, if we had better data and better research, and we could actually find the source of some of these illegal guns, that could work to reduce gun violence.
So it's interesting because were you here for Commissioner Rivola's testimony?
I had to step away for a second, but I did hear most of his testimony.
Okay, and he was asked specifically about bills that the Republicans have put in over the last 3-4 years, having to do with funding the task force, the gun trafficking task force. It was actually created by the Malloy administration in 2012. And that the commissioner didn't even know about, and obviously didn't overtly support. Is there a reason why your organization didn't support those bills also?
As far as I'm aware, those bills that have been introduced were introduced as amendments to other bills that we have already had in place. Whenever I've seen, and I'm not sure if this happens every year, but I do remember seeing an amendment, I believe by Senator Sampson, that had this type of language as a means to amend a pre-existing bill. That's my recollection as to why we support some legislation and why we don't support other legislation. We prioritize legislation. We prioritize those pieces of legislation that we think are going to have the greatest chances of reducing gun violence in the state of Connecticut. And that means that we support some and not others.
Well, I understand your representation, but I will correct you, sir, in that specific bills were put in. For instance, in the year 2020, HB 5157, which was submitted by 13 various members who happen to all be Republicans, provided for a bill to fund the statewide firearms trafficking task force. And that was a bill. It was not an amendment. Also that year, SB 126 was put in as a bill, not as an amendment to fund the task force. So I'm just trying to, it appears political. And, the issue has been out there. We've been talking about it for years, and now all of a sudden it becomes a priority. And I'm just trying to figure out why. Is it because Republicans put it in? I guess that's rhetorical. But I don't know if you have a response now that I've pointed out.
No, I do have a response. I think that the point I'm trying to make is that portion of this bill is not our priority. It is not our organization's priority. Our priority is Section 33 of SB 16, which is part of a strategy to fund community level gun violence reduction strategies. We do believe that the better approach would be HB 5397. So that portion of the bill, while we support it, is not our priority.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach. I'll just make a slight commentary because I've listened to that question all day. It has been a frustration of the subcommittee chair over in appropriations that we can't fund those things either, even though money has been at times put into the budget. I will next hear from Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mr. Stein. Thank you for being here today, and I'll be brief in the interest of everyone else's time. I just want to talk to you a little bit about 5416, and I know it's not CAGV's priority. That is the bulk purchase bill. And are you aware, I think Representative Fishbein asked this slightly different, just to make sure I understand. Does CAGV have any statistics on the amount of gun purchases within the state of Connecticut that are being illegally transferred on the street?
No, I don't have specific statistics, and it is something we've requested in the past, when this bill was introduced last year, I believe, that may have been the first time it was introduced, or it may have been introduced the year before, but we did try to get data because we are serious about what we support and what we don't. We want to make sure that is supported by evidence. And so we did not have direct data that showed that bulk purchasing laws had a dramatic effect on reducing that type of gun violence that we were trying to reduce, which was community level gun violence. Since then, other states have passed laws like this: California, Maryland, New Jersey, and Virginia. I don't have those statistics at hand, but I believe that Virginia specifically, their 1 gun per month did show a reduction in the number of crime guns that were being recovered, not only inside the state, but outside of the state, that was being traced back to Virginia.
Thank you. So I'm a legal gun owner in the state. Is it your position that every single time I purchase a new firearm, I become an increased risk to public safety?
That each time you purchase a firearm, you pose an increased risk to public safety. According to the data, the more guns there are in any given state, the greater the likelihood of gun violence. Whether you specifically pose a risk, I can't answer that. But it certainly is a factor of training, safe storage, where you live, et cetera, et cetera. So I think saying that one purchase of a gun is going to increase or decrease gun violence is hard to say. I think when you're looking at it holistically and you're looking at purchasing over a long period of time, then I think you have to look at certain strategies that you want to employ to reduce the chances of increased gun violence.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think you testified earlier that each gun starts out as legal. So in Connecticut, as you know, we have some of the strictest gun laws in the nation. It's a pretty robust process to purchase a firearm in the state. And once I purchase a firearm legally, for me to then transfer it to someone who doesn't have a permit or eligibility certificate is an illegal transfer, isn't it?
Yes.
So is it CAGV's position that criminals don't follow gun laws?
Well, you're defining the word criminal under your scenario. What do you mean by criminal? Because somebody who doesn't follow the law, who breaks the law, is a criminal. So labeling someone as a criminal in that scenario, it doesn't make sense, because, and this is the argument that we get all the time as well, criminals don't follow laws. Well, but people don't follow laws are called criminals because they commit crimes. So it's a circular argument. The point is this: if we didn't pass laws because people don't follow the law, then what would be the point of passing any laws? Because laws don't necessarily prohibit people from breaking them. What they do is they punish people for breaking laws, and they also set a ethical and societal standard of what we want in a society and how people should behave. So there are many laws that don't prevent people from doing that. Speeding laws don't prevent people from speeding. They penalize people for speeding. Murder laws don't prevent the commission of a murder. But we do have an obligation to society to pass laws so that people can govern their behavior, and you have an ethical duty as a legislator to say, this is how we want society to behave, and this is what we want them to do and not want them to do. And so those laws, especially those related to gun ownership and gun purchasing, are vital. Lastly, I'll say data does show that states with strong gun laws, that those states that have stronger gun laws have lower gun death. States like Connecticut have a low gun death rate, and the data has shown that that is a direct result of the strength of our gun laws. Those states that have weak gun laws tend to have higher gun death rate. So laws do matter.
Thank you. So, but in that realm, though, when we're talking about this particular bill, it's a chain, right? So if you're testifying in support of that bill on the premise that all guns start as legal guns, right? So if I go purchase a gun legally and then transfer it to somebody illegally, I'm not following the law. I'm already prevented from doing that, regardless of how many guns I purchase. So my point is, if I'm going to purchase guns illegally to go give them to someone, or purchase them legally to give them to someone illegally, then I mean, there's plenty of ways for me to go get guns illegally. That's my point.
No, I understand your point. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm just trying to say, like, it seems to me like, we're creating a law here. It says to, Greg Howard, the legal gun purchaser, you have two sons, okay? And you want to go buy a 22 for one, you got to wait 30 days to buy a 22 for the other to take your son's target shooting. Okay, that's what this law would do to me, agreed?
It would still allow you to buy a gun, you would just have to plan if you wanted to buy more than one gun, you would have to plan the number of guns that you buy. So yes, if you wanted to buy a gun for you and a gun for your son and a gun for your other child, this law might prohibit or make it difficult for you to do that. And so what I would suggest is, if that is the area of the law that you are trying to avoid, that scenario where you can buy a gun for your family members, then create an exception to that. But that doesn't change the law that might need to be in place to reduce bulk purchases and illegal transfer of firearms. If I go into a pharmacy today and I want to buy Sudafed, right, I'm limited in not only the number of pills that I can buy, but I have to show my driver's license to get it. There's more regulations about buying over-the-counter cough medicine and cold remedies than there is regarding the purchase of firearms. So, I think it's a minor inconvenience if you can't buy a number of guns, but perhaps you can craft an exception for those types of family hunting outings. The idea behind a lot of these laws are not to make it difficult for legal gun owners or hunters or the sporting community. It's designed to reduce gun violence.
Well, that may be the design, but again, I mean, I think any father would know, if you have two sons at home and you come home with one lollipop, you got a problem, right? I mean, that's how it works. But and I understand guns are not lollipops. I get it. Lollipops don't kill people, guns do. I hear what you're going to say. I know that. But the point that I'm driving at is we're creating a law in this particular bill, and this is one I'm talking about, 5416. I would say to CAGV and you that we're creating a law that there's already a law that prohibits somebody from doing what you say that this law is going to prevent, which is buying guns legally and then transfer them illegally. There's already a law that prevents that from happening. And now we're creating a law that takes a legal gun owner and again makes it more difficult for me to purchase guns legally, even though I've gone through this entire robust process to do it. Do you agree or disagree?
This law could make it more, yes, absolutely. This law is going to make it more difficult for legal gun owners to buy more than one gun per month. That is the law.
All right.
So
well, thank you.
If it's passed, then those people would not be legal gun owners if they purchase more than one gun.
Thank you.
We have a lot of people, and I've taken a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Hi, Mr. Stein. So good to see you. You were asked earlier about the potential of CAGB getting some of the funding that's outlined in Senate Bill 16. Just hoping that you could explain the difference between the work that CAGB does and the work these funds are intended to go towards, prevention programs, intervention programs. I think that would be helpful for folks. Thank you.
Sure. So for almost 30 years, Connecticut Against Gun Violence has been an organization that has advocated for common sense gun laws. A lot of times we start the draft of a law, we lobby the laws, we have a relationship with legislators. We also are involved in grading legislators during election cycles. And so the idea of creating the Office of Gun Violence Prevention was to get money to organizations that are boots on the ground organizations that are doing day-to-day work to reduce gun violence in terms of violence intervention strategies. And there's three main types of organizations that we're looking at. Gun violence intervention groups, community violence intervention groups is one, hospital violence intervention groups would be two, and then other strategies like group violence intervention, which we already fund such an organization, the state does, which is Project Longevity. So those are the kind of the three main types of groups that we're looking at. And those groups, some of them exist all across Connecticut. Groups in New Haven, like Connecticut Violence Intervention Group, would be one of those groups that does both community and hospital-based work. Compass Youth Collaborative is an organization that does that type of work in Hartford. And then there's other organizations like survivors of homicide or Mothers United Against Violence or otherwise that do the type of aftercare that I discussed earlier. So the design is to have this Office of Violence Prevention create a grant criteria, right? To have the Department of Public Health create a grant criteria to give money to organizations that are incorporating evidence-informed solutions that are going to reduce gun violence. And it's not just funding them, it's also studying the problem, it's developing metrics so that those organizations, so we can see whether those organizations are doing the work that is effective in reducing gun violence and whether the funding is working to reduce gun violence. So it's not just giving money to organizations, also making sure that there is some type of metrics and follow-up, as well as research involved in making sure that state employs the most effective gun violence reduction strategies that it can. So those types of organizations that are doing that kind of work, a lot of times when we sleep, are the types of organizations that we are proposing that the Office of Violence Prevention should be funding, not advocacy groups. It's violence intervention, prevention, and aftercare groups that we're looking at.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you. And through you, I just have a quick question. I heard a comment in the last set of questions that it was harder to buy cough medicine than a firearm in Connecticut. And I was just curious if you recently attempted to purchase a firearm in Connecticut.
Not recently, but I have purchased a firearm in Connecticut.
Okay, because it's a challenge.
I do have a license. I do have a gun permit. So.
Thank you for answering. Just because I've been hearing from constituents, not only with COVID and a lot of other challenges with getting people into work, but it's very, very hard first to secure a permit. And a lot of people are looking for permits now for probably a lot of different reasons. But once they get the permit, they're having a challenge even getting the firearms, and the gun brokers and shops that sell the firearms are having a hard time even getting through to the state to register these transactions. So when you said that, I was just curious if you have recently purchased firearms, because it is quite challenging first to obtain the permit and then ultimately purchase these firearms. It's a long process. So why I ask, and we're discussing the bill that speaks to one purchase per month, when you get them on the phone, it's easier to do a few at a time. I believe a good representative gave another example of, if you want to buy a few guns for a family outing, it's going to impede that, but just sheer amount of time. So when we go to purchase a couple of firearms for whatever reason, it's going to create a more challenging process in already a challenging endeavor to purchase a firearm or multiple firearms. And we talked about the research that we have that would say this really would make a difference in the increase of violence or decreasing the violence. Do you have any response to that?
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what the question? What are you asking? If you can rephrase the question, because I'm not sure if I understood it.
Sure. So I do apologize. Basically, I was setting kind of my understanding of the conversation that has been going on through your line of questioning. And my question specifically is, it's going to create a lot of challenges for the pistol permit holder. Okay. And the attendant consequences is to reduce gun violence. But you stated that you need more data to see if purchasing guns, multiple guns at one time or bulk purchases would have an effect on decreasing the gun violence. So with hearing what we're talking about of the other challenges and you saying that you may need more data, do you think that this might not be the best time to put this legislation through?
I think that as we have to prioritize legislation, it's a short session and, there's very limited time, which, and Gary's looking at me saying, yes, we have very limited time. But the idea is that not everything can get a vote, not everything can pass, which is why we as an organization prioritize only certain bills. Our opinion is that if there is one bill that's prioritized, it would be the investment in community violence interruption and intervention strategies, whether it's by SB 16 or the better option, in our opinion, which be HB 5397. So that is our priority, if that answers your question, Senator.
It does. It does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Chicarella. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Mr. Stein, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I will just remind members of the committee again, it is almost 4:30, which put us at about 6.5 hours. We are not an eighth of the way through the list. I know that people have questions. If we could be circumspect about which questions we ask and which questions we don't, it would be helpful. There are a lot of members of the public who likely, honestly, at this point, will stop trying, and that's not a good thing. Next, we'll hear from Robert Goodrich, followed by Warren Stevens. Mr. Goodrich, you are on.
Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Robert Goodrich, and I'm an organizational leader for race. We're members of the Community First Coalition, which is convened by the Connecticut Black and Brown Student Union. Our coalition consists of a dozen grassroots youth-led organizations fighting to reimagine public safety in our communities. We represent 8 cities and towns and thousands of youth. First, we recognize that our communities must be safe, and that we must also directly address the negative impacts that police and policing has had on our communities. Today, we are submitting testimony on a variety of bills, but we must first identify the inherently oppressive and anti-Black and seemingly racist rhetoric that has once again been foisted onto the backs of our communities. Secondly, we loudly denounce the anti-crime measures being placed within the People's House as regressive policies concocted to bring us back to the Jim Crow era, or even back further to the birthplace of American policing, the antebellum South. Furthermore, we want to posit this fact: public safety has never been created or sustained by police, policing, or prisons. Rather, public safety is possible when there are robust anti-poverty measures, racial equity is mandated in our schools, and social services are culturally as well as socially responsive to the people they serve. We are recommending, pursuant to Public Act 18-78, that the Judiciary Committee members and co-chairs request a racial and ethnic impact statement bill be prepared for HB number 5417, 5418, SB 16, and SB 365, and or any amendments for those bills so that legislators and the public know exactly who these bills will impact the most. Now, we support SB 387. However, we urge the committee to strengthen the language so that police interventions in schools are collected and reported on in the same exact way. This is because we know that there are thousands of police-led interventions in schools each year that go uncatalogued. Now, we are in opposition to legislation that increases electronic monitoring and GPS monitoring, which is in HB 5417, 5418, SB 365, and 16. We also in opposition to legislation that increases support for training for law enforcement personnel to apply for detention orders for youth accused of crimes in SB 365 and HB 5418. And we're also in opposition to legislation that increases the likelihood that youth are transferred into adult criminal justice system proceedings, which is SB 365 and HB 5418. Finally, we're in opposition to legislation that increases the likelihood of children being placed in detention facilities and the sharing of juvenile records to facilitate incarcerating them. Now, we've included detailed information in our testimony. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Mr. Goodrich, thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Goodrich. Mr. Goodrich, over the past 10 years or so, we've seen a dramatic increase in the arrests of juveniles for stealing cars. In fact, comparing 2010 to 2020, we're about double the amount of arrests of juveniles for stealing cars. I understand that you're in opposition to all of the juvenile justice reforms that have been sought here. What is your answer to that? How do we address that dramatic increase?
Well, the answer is partly in my testimony, where we talk about robust anti-poverty measures, racial equity in our schools, and social services that are culturally as well as socially responsive to the people they serve, not the systematic and hardened systems that are being proposed and in place now. Those are the solutions to car theft problems.
So a child who, we learned that in the cities in particular, a lot of these car thefts, which many times involve other property crimes, people being run over, that kind of stuff, are repeat offenders. So how do we address the repeat offenders under your theory here?
Well, what we're clearly saying is that the way to address this is by supporting the communities and addressing the root causes of crime and not the outcomes or the symptoms. So your focus is wrong. You need to be focusing on anti-poverty measures, making sure that schools are funded equitably so that the conditions, the material conditions that folks have to endure and live in, particularly Black and brown students and Black and brown families, don't have to resort to crime to survive, or in fact, make bad decisions and are unsupported by the systems that are supposed to be built to support them.
So what do we do with the children that refuse to go to school? You've just put millions of dollars into the schools. That's part of your way of dealing with this. But a lot of these kids just don't go to school. In fact, I think in one of our cities, it was recently reported that through the pandemic, the online system they're signing on was about 50%. So take all this money, give it to the schools, but if the kids aren't going to school, how is that going to prevent the repeat stealing of cars?
So, an interesting point, but I don't think that we can have that conversation in this committee. But last year, our organization did detailed work on student engagement, and we can talk about why students don't go to school. And it's probably because schools, one, don't value them as individuals and their identities, and two, in turn, students and families don't have close connections to schools, which leads to a drop in student engagement. But we're in the judiciary here, sir. If you like to talk about education bills and education spending more deliberately, we could have that conversation offline.
Well, you're the one who brought up the schools. So you would have nothing be done by this committee on the judiciary aspect of addressing the dramatic increase in children stealing cars?
Well, the first thing that I'm going to go back to, Representative Fishbein, is that our communities are routinely underserved and overburdened with lots of things. Okay, the outcropping of increased stealing of cars by youth in the state of Connecticut is a direct result of the material conditions that they have to exist in. Okay, not because they're inherently evil people. Now, I can tell you the crime statistics in Waterbury, the town that I work and live in, we actually have a reduction in violent crime in 2021. So there isn't much more that we can do to increase policing and increase punishment in Waterbury that actually would serve the public. Because let me remind you that the school to prison pipeline in the city of Waterbury is very robust. We arrest the most amount of students in the state of Connecticut, and we also have the most adults who share home addresses that are incarcerated in our Department of Corrections. So arresting and incarcerating, okay, which has gotten us to this point now, doesn't work. And that's also been cited in Supreme Court cases. And we can take a look at a study that was done in 2004 from the Urban Institute to talk about sort of the myths that you all, and particularly a group of folks about that are attaching it to the super predator myth, and that we need to go back 20 or 30 years to the way that we arrested or tried to incarcerate and arrest ourselves out of similar problems. And guess what? It didn't work. It failed miserably, and it disproportionately burdened Black and brown people.
Okay, so you brought up violent crime. I didn't. I specifically talked about, well, do you consider statistically stealing a motor vehicle to be a violent crime?
I do not consider.
Okay, so I was just focused on what statisticians call property crimes, right? So has property crime in the city of Waterbury increased? And I know you're looking to someone else for answers, but that's fine. Has property crime in the city of Waterbury committed by juveniles increased over that same period of time?
One, my son just entered the room, and he's not going to be answering for me. I'm actually looking at a third screen based on the crime index offenses for the city of Waterbury that was produced by the Waterbury Police Department. So once again, there's a cultural divide here between you and I, Representative Fishbein. I see crime as a result of the material conditions that people are forced to endure. So, and if you want to talk about treating the material conditions, one of the things that we don't want to do, and it's just been proven.
So the question, please, I mean, we've been here a while here today. I asked you you shifted to violent crime. All I asked you about was the increase in property crime committed by juveniles in the city of Waterbury during the same period of time that you referenced.
So I'm going to again assert the facts, okay? From when, the now mayor was police chief to when police chief Riddick was in charge, and now when police chief Spagnuolo are in charge, they have been cracking heads and arresting people and youth for decades. It has done nothing to change the material conditions in which people live in. And now this year, you have a host of bills that actually increase the amount of policing and potential incarceration for children. It's idiosyncratic. It doesn't make any sense.
So I take it, sir.
So no, I wouldn't. I would say we need to treat.
Hold on. You said no. Representative Fishbein is going to ask the question. I'm trying to get us through the exchange and moving. We are way behind, and I don't want us crowding each other out and fighting. It's not useful.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an answer. So my understanding through your chief of police is that there has been an increase in the incidence of juveniles committing property crimes within the city of Waterbury. Is he not telling us the truth?
So I'm looking at Mr. Spagnuolo's data right here. So when we talk about increases of auto theft in Waterbury, it went from 52 to 57, right? Okay, and the statistical analysis, crime is up 2.8%. My training from the Strategic Data Project at Harvard tells me that is insignificant. And it doesn't relate to any significant major overhauls of any legislation or the creation of new laws that would stiffen the penalties for juveniles.
What period of time are you looking at the data?
That's from January 1st of 2021 through December 31st of 2021.
Okay, so that's the year of 2021. It was my understanding that in that year there was 84 incidents of juveniles. You're telling me it's 57, something like that?
So I will email you the Waterbury Police crime statistics from 2021.
Okay, that's just motor vehicle theft. I had asked about property crimes. Do you have the data?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that was the question.
So yes. So burglary was down 55 incidences, down 16.5%. Larceny was up 23%. So we're talking about changes that balance each other out, that leave us at the pinpoint that we were before the pandemic. There hasn't been significant changes. So that's sort of the illegitimate narrative that is being foisted on communities that I talked about in right in the beginning of my testimony. It's unfair.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's your representation that over 1 year there is a negligible increase in juvenile property crimes in Waterbury. Is that what you're saying?
I am telling you that the crime index, which doesn't separate, the police department does not separate that information for the public, is lumped in together. So this is right on the Waterbury Police Department's website. This is not something that I had to FOI or do myself. I can share my screen now and show it to you.
Okay, but that's for that 1 year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And over the last decade, has the trend been downtrending?
I don't have the last decade of data.
Okay, the last 5 years.
I don't. I have January 1st of 2021
Okay,
through the end of 21 compared versus 2020.
so I don't want to go in a circle here, but I believe the data shows that there is an increase over the last decade, over the last 5 years, in the incidence of juveniles committing property crimes. I haven't seen data that shows differently. And that's what we're trying to address. That's what I'm trying to address here. But I understand your position
But our
we
city
shouldn't
is,
be passing this stuff.
respectfully, Representative Fishbein, our city's actually safer than it was 10 years ago. And that's what we're getting at the heart of the matter.
Safer is subjective, though. If
Okay, I'm gonna intercede because the two of you, I get it. You're trying to get, but we're not uncovering anything new as it relates to the bills before us at this point. So I'm going to ask you, Representative Fishbein, if you have another question, please certainly ask it. But if not, I would like us to move on from this.
Yeah, just about the safer issue. By what scale is that representation made that people in Waterbury are safer?
Well, when I think about safety, okay, in terms of violent crime, we've had a year of unprecedented reductions in violent crime. Murder, negligent manslaughter, rape, aggravated assault.
Okay, so property crimes have no relevance. I understand that. So I disagree, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, sir, for your testimony here. I don't know the Waterbury stats off the top of my head, but I will tell you New Canaan has seen over 100% increase over the last 3 to 4 years. And just in the last year, we went up from 27 to 39 from 2020 to 2021. And we actually had a couple of break-ins, the residential burglary increases as well. So I don't know the Waterbury numbers, but I will tell you, New Canaan, we've had problem, and our chief told us that they believe that there are juveniles being hired by gangs that are being paid because there's very little prosecution of juveniles. Do you believe there's insufficient or there's sufficient prosecution of juveniles at this point in time, and that's not the issue we should be addressed to?
No, I don't believe children, as defined by current statutes, belong in jails or prisons, period.
Okay, but so at what age do you believe a child stops being a child and is an adult in your mind?
In my mind?
In your opinion, you believe children should not be in jail ever. That's what you said, correct?
Yes. I'm an abolitionist, sir. I don't believe in prisons. I don't believe in the systems of public safety that we have. So whether you ask me about adults or children, you're going to get the same answer.
Okay, fair enough. Then I'll move on. I will point out, and I know this is beyond Mr. Chair, but I've only asked, this is my only second question for the day, I believe. Mr. Goodrich, I agree with you. We got to fix our educational system in our Black and brown communities. And I'm a big school choice fan. Colby Cathedral in our Good Chairs district in Bridgeport has 100% graduation rate at Catholic school. And so I want school choice. Do you believe in school choice?
I believe that choice is at the center of empowerment. So when families have choices to make, they certainly should have choices about the types of education that they get. I do not, forcefully support without question charter schools or our public schools here in Connecticut.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. I had raised my hand, was waiting to ask that very question that Representative O'Day just asked, but let me just ask you to expound a little on that. You had indicated that that choice is the basis of empowerment. Did I get that right?
Correct. Sort of a life theory, right? If you're going to have your power acknowledged, that means that you're going to have choices.
Okay, now, I know you were against the policing enhancement bills that are on the agenda for today. And I understand that your reasoning is that you're an abolitionist and you don't believe in our system of policing and incarceration. The one thing you did say, which I think you and I agree wholeheartedly, is crime is the result of cultural conditions people are forced to endure. I think you and I both agree on that one. And but it comes down to the reasons why those cultural conditions exist. And I think you touched on it a little bit with Representative O'Day with regard to education. Is it your feeling that instead of the bills that are on the agenda today and in that direction, we should be looking at more of an educational focus for the youth of Connecticut cities?
I think culturally responsive and sustaining educational experiences will
What does
have.
that mean?
So that means.
One second, Mr. Goodrich. Rep. Dubisky, I'm going to let you go down this line a little bit, but it is getting away from his testimony on the bill. I recognize he might have an opinion that has something to do with what we're talking about, but it's not about the bill. So I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, I won't go very far. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Goodrich, what do you mean by that?
So when I think about culturally responsive and sustainable practices, that means that one, power has to be shifted away from administrators and educators and bureaucrats and given back to parents and students and educators in classrooms so that they can clearly define the objectives of what education should serve and the outcomes that come from that. So that means, one, that the first step is restoring the power to parents and students about what types of education that they receive and who educates them.
So as opposed to the bills that are on our agenda today, are there any bills in any other committee that you're supporting that you think would be better than what's on our agenda today?
Representative, I'm unclear how this is.
I'm just trying to wrap this up, Mr. Chairman. He's discussing a way that he thinks is better than the police enhancement bills that are on our agenda today. So I'm just trying to wrap it up to see if there's some proposed legislation that he thinks is better than what we've got on here. Or and my last question would be, is there any way that we could amend the bills that he's opposing today on our agenda to make them more in line with what he thinks would be effective in his community?
So while I have issue with going down this path, because I think we're too far off the bill, I'm going to let you ask that question, but I'm not going to let you go further than that.
That was my last question.
So one, we need to have a piece of legislation that accelerates ECS funding, but not about equal funding, but equitable funding. Okay, we need to accelerate that so that school districts are fully funded by the state immediately this year. The second answer to your second question is yes, I will meet with you and with coalition members to talk about the detailed analysis that we have on every piece of legislation that we've identified in our testimony. We have multiple recommendations and we're credible community messengers. I'm a former educator. Okay, I also run an organization in Waterbury. So we can spend some time with you if you want to work to amend the language.
Did you submit any written testimony that might incorporate some of those proposed changes?
No, we did. No, we think that though a lot of the revisions that we make would completely redact and remove the increased policing efforts in the bills. But there are other specific ones like around SB 387 that we can alter to make that much more better.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. And if you are able to make any proposals on SB 387 or any others, any proposed textual amendments, I'd be glad to read them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Goodrich, for joining us. We'll next hear from Warren Stevens, followed by Ray Bevis, and then Luigi Cici. Warren Stevens, you may testify.
Dear Judiciary Committee, I'm Warren Stevens of Southington, Connecticut, CCDL member and a spokesperson for the Southington Sportsman Association and Bell City Rifle Club, representing several thousand voters, and we are single-issue voters on the Second Amendment. Gun control laws do not stop crime. We are adamantly opposed to SB 16 and AB 5416. Placing restrictions on law-abiding citizens does not stop criminals. Gun control itself is a failure. If it worked, we'd not be here every year discussing more laws. The fact that we are is an admission that laws up till now have not worked. Per the Connecticut Department of Public Safety website, over 70% of gun charges in this state do not result in a conviction. But when liberal policies fail, Connecticut diverts away from those failures and attacks the Second Amendment. Further, there is no such thing as gun violence. We have a criminal violence problem. Instead of attacking law-abiding citizens, you should be attacking crime and criminals. According to Forbes, the top 10 most dangerous cities in America are all Democrat-led, with soft on crime policies and extreme gun control. These policies are killing Americans. Limiting carrying at public places puts people at risk, as they will not be able to defend themselves. Gun-free zones have claimed more lives than it was intended to save. According to the Crime Prevention Center, gun-free zones have been the target of more than 94% of mass shootings. They're described as soft targets, unprotected and vulnerable. According to the Crime Prevention Center, since 1950, only 1% of public shootings have occurred where citizens are armed. Allowing police to detain citizens and ask for their permit with no evidence of being crime committed is unlawful and, quite frankly, scary. Show me your papers was a tactic used by the Nazi Party in Germany under Adolf Hitler, and it has no place in Connecticut. Preventing bulk purchases of firearms is laughable, as criminals do not follow laws. This would affect legal gun owners from buying and transferring collections and other legal family purchases. Straw purchases are already illegal, so it's still a crime. We support SB 388, HB 5415, and HB 5412. For years, we've heard Democrats state, I support the Second Amendment, but you don't. For years, we've had Democrats say, you're not coming for our guns. You are. There's a struggle going on in this country and state right now to preserve liberty, freedom, Constitution, and Bill of Rights. That struggle is not between Republicans and Democrats. It's between Americans and liberal policies. This is an election year, and anyone who votes in favor of further gun restrictions on its law-abiding citizens will feel the full impact of our efforts to vote you out of office. Thank you.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Stevens, for coming in. I think you represented your position very well, and I got in under the time. I don't have any questions for you because you did such a good job. But thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us, Mr. Stevens. Next will be Ray Beavis.
Hello, my name's Ray Beavis. I'm the legislative coordinator with Connecticut Citizens Defense. I'm here speaking on in support of Senate Bill 388, House Bill 5412, House Bill 5415, and I'm in opposition to Senate Bill 16 and Senate Bill 5416. I'm really would like, you've heard a lot of testimony today, so I'm just gonna try to keep it as short as possible for you, but I wanna refer to Section 4 of Senate Bill 16, which ultimately bans a type of firearm that is in very common use for personal protection here in Connecticut. Section 4 bans a class of firearms as that we commonly known as others. And currently in Connecticut, there are over 75,000 others in the Connecticut database. In 2021, approximately 1,900 others were sold every month. They are just a commonly owned type firearm that we're banning that does not show any increase in crime or haven't been used in a crime. It's solely a target on gun owners, and every year we seem to come back with more weapons bans in Connecticut that attack the common type firearms. I'd also like to address lines 292 and 293 of Senate Bill 16 by removing the reasonable suspicion of a crime. Really gives law enforcement the green light to profile not just gun owners, but to basically racially profile the largest growing demographic of new pistol permit holders. In 2021, we saw Black and minority communities, especially women of color, their numbers doubled in new pistol permit holders in the state of Connecticut. In regards to HB 5416, an act concerning the bulk purchase of firearms, I think limiting a right by placing purchase limits, especially a right that is in the Bill of Rights as inalienable rights, is just wrong. Definitely a road I do not want to see this Connecticut legislation go down. Definitely start a slippery slope. And I'm in support of Senate Bill 388, and I'm also in support of 5412, removing the duty to retreat in the house of worship, and I'm in support of HB 5415. So thank you. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to take questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Beavis, for coming in. Very much appreciate your testimony. With regard to Senate Bill 16, you briefly said at lines 292 to 293, the removal of reasonable suspicion of a crime. That sentence, those words encompass a lot. And could you just tell me what removal of those, was it 6 words, 7 words from the statute, what effect that would have on the law-abiding gun owners of the state?
Right. So so lines 292 and 293, they remove the reasonable suspicion of a crime, which is a fairly low threshold for law enforcement. But it just gives will allow law enforcement, if they see a firearm visible, whether it be printing or the outline in their clothing, to just simply approach the firearms or the permit holders. And the law also says that the permit holder must produce their permit. So it doesn't say that they have to produce an ID, but it just says the permit holder has to produce a permit. And what that means for gun owners is that they will ultimately be stopped because they're carrying their firearm. And in Connecticut, it's both an open and concealed carry state. I also just want to, on its face, it seems like people are just make the comment, we'll just show your permit. But I think in practicality and the way it will work on the streets is the police officers, when they do see it, they identify you, and then they don't know if that permit is valid or not. So they want to go and run your name through the database to confirm that that permit is valid. And they might even want to run your firearm, which an incident similar to that happened to me years ago. But they'll want to run that firearm through the database to make sure that firearm is not stolen. So that simple interaction now has turned into a 20 or 30-minute interaction.
And during that interaction, I'm assuming the person is not free to leave.
Right, and I would go into the assumption this is the second the police officer takes my identification, especially if it's a pistol permit, because I'm not allowed to carry without the permit in my possession. So anytime a police officer takes your identification, I feel you're not free to leave. It's a form of detention, whether it be mild detention but it's a form of detention in my eyes.
Now, where do the members of CCDL live?
So that's a great question. We have 43,000 members across the state. We do have many members among the urban areas. We have members in Goshen, Connecticut, and we have members in New Haven, Connecticut. And I really do think the interaction will be totally different. If this passes, the interaction will be totally different from our members in Goshen, Connecticut versus New Haven, Connecticut.
And how do you think what do you think that difference would be if the language in lines 292 and 293 is removed? How do you think that's going to affect the people in New Haven and Bridgeport and Hartford and Waterbury and the other urbanized areas?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's sad for me to have to say this, but I think it's reality that there is, I believe, a police response to a white man with a firearm will be totally different than a minority or a Latino or a person of color with a firearm. And I think our members, and we have recently, we've had a lot of our new members are members of the minority community, Latino, and the Black community. So I think their interaction is not going to be the same in New Haven, Bridgeport, Hartford, as someone that lives in the more suburbia area of Connecticut, or even the rural areas of Connecticut. I think it's going to be a different interaction. I think it's going to be a negative interaction, and I don't think it will go as smoothly. I believe if someone calls, or if someone sees a white man with a gun, that interaction is totally different than a Black man with a gun. And it's sad to say, but I think that's reality in our state, unfortunately.
Well, I appreciate that. I share your fears in that respect. I did want to touch base with you real quickly about HB 5415. Now the language of that bill would why don't you tell me what your position is on that bill and why you take that position?
Right. So I'm in support of 5415, which would allow the transfers of assault weapons, what the state defines as assault weapons, that have a certificate of possession, or large capacity magazines that are declared. This is a lateral move. It's not introducing new numbers into our states. It's allowing the commerce and sales between those. And I do have to say, of someone that has declared magazines, I could tell you that finding replacement large capacity magazines is obviously I cannot do because that's against the law, but even finding replacement magazines with the 10 magazine limit is very hard for some of the firearms I own.
So for example, so if you were like a competitive shooter, let's say you participated in 3-gun competition, which utilizes firearms that typically have large capacity magazines under these definitions. And let's say you're a competitive shooter and live in Connecticut and you break a magazine. What are your options currently?
So my options currently, if I have what the state defines as a large capacity magazine that breaks, and I would have to try to find a replacement, but I cannot bring that replacement in the state of Connecticut. So I would only be able to keep that magazine outside the state, and that would inhibit me from competing in these competitions. So but if this was to pass, I would be able to replace the magazine that broke by purchasing another used one that was already declared.
So you wouldn't actually go to a gun store and buy a new magazine. Nobody would be stocking these things. It would just be you'd find a person who had already declared one, who owned one, and it would be a transfer, a lateral transfer through a federal firearms licensee, right?
Correct. So I would have to find a used one, and it would be a lateral transfer from someone that also declared them to someone that has declared them. And it's not like I said, it's not introducing any new magazines into the state or new state-defined assault weapons. It's just allowing the legal gun owners to transfer these amongst each other.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Was there anything you wanted to say about any of the other bills before you leave?
No, I really appreciate your time, and I think I've covered everything that I wanted to.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Luigi Ceci, Jordan Wilson,
Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jordan Wilson. I'm the Community Connections Associate with the Connecticut Justice Alliance, and I'm here to communicate my strong opposition for Senate Bill 365, an act concerning juvenile and criminal justice. CCJA is a youth adult partnership model working to end the criminalization of youth. I submitted written testimony on this bill. Our organization submitted written testimony on a few more of the bills on the agenda, and you'll hear from our staff, allies, and JAs throughout the day today. I'd really like to emphasize my strong opposition for Senate Bill 365, specifically the automatic transfer of kids 14 and up to the adult court. The adult court is not designed to meet the needs of our young people. It is ineffective, inhumane, costly, flat out racist, and wrong. And we instead should be talking about what we should be doing because we know incarceration doesn't work. I don't have to tell you that. And we have a bunch of studies that we can share that proves this. It relatively costs $1,400 a day to incarcerate a child. With that kind of money on a daily basis, we can provide specific community-based services to our young people, as it has been found that young people are more likely to attend school, go to work, be model citizens, and reduce offending than those who are incarcerated and do not receive these services. Of the kids that do enter the adult system, 30% are more likely to be rearrested after returning to their community compared to young people who stayed in the juvenile system, meaning transferring them to the adult court does nothing but say we have punitive measures and are tough on crime. We should be looking to identify and develop a true community-based program of care for youth with high levels of needs. And for those who are identified to need out-of-home treatment, that treatment should be done in small therapeutic facilities that are developmentally appropriate. Marisa touched on this, not the Department of Corrections, not Manson, not adult prisons. In my written testimony, I talk about the Department of Justice findings and the Manson Youth Institute and want to verbally acknowledge that we're doing something wrong. As mentioned at the start of my testimony, CCJA is a youth adult partnership working to end the criminalization of youth. And we do that by working with and talking to young people directly impacted by the system. I urge this committee to listen to our young people. We can help facilitate this if needed, but I promise you that they are asking for support services and community investment, not incarceration. Thank you for your time and listening to me speak today.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Dubitsky again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Wilson, for coming in. Very much appreciate it. Earlier, a gentleman testified and he said that crime was the result of cultural conditions people are forced to endure. Would you agree with that?
Crime is a result of what?
Cultural conditions people are forced to endure.
I think so.
Yeah, Representative, that was not her testimony. Let's focus on her testimony and focus on the bills, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
I said focus on her testimony and on the bills she's testifying on.
Will do. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your answer to my previous question.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That was all I wanted to find out. I very much appreciate your coming in and appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Christina Quaranta. Ileana Pujols. Laura Devlin. Jared Pero. Jared Pero with us. Joshua Fritz.
Representative Staffstrom, Christina Quaranta was here, but no one had promoted her to a panelist,
Okay, let's go back to Christina.
as well as Ileana.
All right, there we go. There's
He
Christina.
was promoted to panelist. They both were.
All right.
And Pero's in there right now. He's just not speaking.
Okay, we got Christina Quaranta. Let's go with that. You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Chair Senator Winfield, Rep. Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Christina Quaranta, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Justice Alliance. We're a statewide youth adult partnership. We work to end the criminalization of youth. I'm here today to talk to you about a few bills, two that we are in support of, SB 387, SB 392, and a few that we are in strong opposition to, which are SB 365, 386, and 16, and House Bills 5418 and 5417. Connecticut has made many strides in the life or death race to improve the landscape of youth justice. In 2022, just 2 years following massive Black Lives Matter protests, and many people around the country pledging to do better by Black and Brown people, there are numerous dangerous bills that have come out of the Judiciary Committee that have bipartisan support, and we've been hearing about today. This is an emergency. Despite research telling us that locking up young people in adult prison, making it easier to transfer youth under 18 to the adult legal system, and surveilling young people does not improve public safety, this is the goal of these bills, along with many other disgraceful things against youth. The narrative for the past few years, coinciding with the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, has been that Connecticut is experiencing tremendously high rates of crime being committed by youth. This is not supported by data and is a shameful political tactic to win votes on election day and to stoke the fear in communities across Connecticut. Along with these mistruths being spoken about young people and their families, the folks that are proposing this legislation are not proposing things that will actually address the roots and help young people be successful in life, and this is not okay. Youth justice policies must be based on data and research about youth development and delinquency to prevent reoffending and to promote improved outcomes for youth. Legislation that would make it easier to send a young person as young as 13 years old to the adult criminal legal system is wrong. It would increase the number of young people in that system, even as one of the prisons that incarcerates young people as adults, Manson Youth, is just found to violate the civil rights, the 8th and 14th Amendments of young people by the United States Department of Justice, where they found that their rights are being violated for the Individuals with Disabilities and Education Act. There's inadequate mental health services, and the amount of isolation and solitary practices that are committed against youth is harmful. A couple other things to mention, and I've submitted written testimony so you can follow and read through there to see the other pieces where we opposed. Go along with calls to review Connecticut's youth legal system to see what's working and what's not. We currently have the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee. We've had that committee since 2014. It's done great work. We do believe that government systems should be held accountable to monitor youth outcomes. The JJPOC was created to do just that. And I will stop there. I have a couple more points, but I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And certainly we do have your written testimony. So Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, ma'am, thank you so much for your testimony. I was one of the ones citing some statistics in my town, and it wasn't for political reasons. I assure you, in New Canaan, we had an increase, a dramatic increase over the last 4 or 5 years, and even a big increase from 27 to 39 car thefts in last year. And I assure you, it wasn't for political purposes. I guess our chief says it's youthful offenders that are doing the majority of it from out of town, and I'm wondering if you think that the chief is wrong or we're wrong.
So thank you, Rep. O'Day. I'm looking at you about CT auto theft. Got data about going back to 85. So I see an uptick between 2020 and 21 by 12 car thefts. I think the biggest point to highlight no matter what town we're talking about. 2 points. One is we can't definitively say who is actually stealing the cars unless we arrest them. And we have a low clearance rate in Connecticut, which the Alliance has gone around and been transparent and talked with police chiefs about that and what that means. So if we can't actually see the person and hold them, we don't know who's actually stealing the cars. And number two, I think it's important, and a colleague of mine, Ken Barone, will point you in the direction of the great data presentations he uses to show that car thefts are moving around the state. It's not necessarily that they're increasing as a whole, but they're shifting in where they were happening a couple of years ago to where they are happening now or last year. And that's something just important to think about when we talk about car thefts, how to properly intervene and what should be done for young people, which happy to have a further conversation with you offline about that and share the data that we have and some interventions that we know to work in Connecticut and then nationally.
Great, thank you. So just to be clear, then you're not claiming I'm making anything up for political. You saw in your own data we had a pretty big increase, right? I mean,
the issue is that folks, and there's no personal attack on you. I think the rhetoric as a whole and what I've seen in the media, conversations I've had with all different kinds of people has been, oh no, youth crime is up. Kids are stealing cars. You better stay in our house. There's going to be mass murder. There's going to be all of these problems, when that's not necessarily the truth, because we don't have the numbers on how many kids are actually stealing cars, right? So I think if we talk about who is it, I have some information. So if we had, in the year 2020, there's a 7.9% clearance rate in motor vehicle theft out of 8,400 motor vehicle thefts, right? So they were able to arrest 671 people, and only 247 of those people were under the age of 18. So that leaves 37% of car arrests in the state of Connecticut were young people under 18, and the rest, 63%, were adults. So I think another talking point when I go around with my organization talking about this issue and how we can best address it, and I talk to folks nationally too, because it's not just a Connecticut issue, is what are we doing for young people and adults? Because we find it disturbing that all of the attention is focused on young people and motor vehicle theft, when that can't even necessarily be proven, and not enough attention being focused on the adult side and what is being done intervention-wise to help them. Because eventually, if you think about it, kids are going to grow up to be adults, right? So we need to make sure we are giving them the services that they need from the beginning. And incarceration and the things that are proposed in the bills in front of me today and the agenda are not going to get at the root, and we're going to be back here in 2023 with the same discussion.
all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And Christina, always good seeing you. You know, we have talked about districts a little bit, and I think your point is well taken that we have seen increases in some districts and decreases in others. And obviously your organization happens to be based in my district, where we have seen a precipitous drop in property crime over the last 10 years in particular. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Ileana Poulos.
Hello, my name is Ileana Poulos, and I am the Policy Director of the Connecticut Justice Alliance. I'm writing this testimony to communicate my strong support for Section 3 of SB 387 and my strong opposition of SB 386 and Section 10 of HB 5418. I've been a part of the Connecticut Justice Alliance since the inception of their Youth Adult Partnership, the Justice Advisors, which means I've been heavily involved in the work of the JJPOC, Juvenile Justice Policy Oversight Committee, since 2018. I support the entirety of SB 387, but I wanted to highlight the importance of Section 3 as it ties into the reasons why I'm opposing the other two bills. Section 3 calls for the expansion of the JJPOC membership by 4 members, 2 directly impacted young people under the age of 26, and 2 directly impacted community members, hopefully parents. Directly impacted, meaning they feel the impact of the policies passed specific to youth justice. They are the people we are having these conversations about. Since being at the JJPOC, I've watched this table transform and try its best to work alongside those impacted, something that not many legislative mandated bodies do. SB 386 and Section 10 of HB 5418 work against everything the JJPOC has done to work with communities to fill the gaps in our youth justice system. Both bad bills recommend either creating a new group to take on the task that the JJPOC already does or has the capacity to do, and insults the collaboration efforts on the JJPOC as it aims to create a small, non-impacted, non-inclusive group of decision makers. As co-chair of the JJPOC's Community community expertise work group, and someone who has been in the youth legal system themselves, it's truly a spit in the face to see that there is effort being made to eliminate the JJPOC, undermine the effort we put in annually, and ultimately keep directly impacted young people away from the decision-making conversations. We have to do better. There is no expertise that can compare to actually being the person in the system, or the mother of the child in jail, or the sister of the brother on house arrest, or the spouse of someone who's been confined 23 hours a day at the age of 18. Everyone wants to know why kids do what they do, but nobody asks them. The JJPOC has taken these baby steps to do just that. In 2021, we proposed the same recommendation. It wasn't passed and nobody knew why. It would be truly shameful if we did not see it pass again. If you remember anything I said today, let it be this. I can go on and on about why we deserve the voting seats, but if you've been there, you know why. The JJPOC has 43 voting members, only one directly impacted community member. Opinions and experiences from all areas, Republican, Democrat, on the ground, and the agencies, are all currently invited and voting members of the JJPOC. The only voting seats that are missing are those who are directly impacted. And the only recommendation we should be chasing when talking about creating groups to address or analyze youth crime is Section 3 of SB 387. We ask a lot of questions about hypotheticals, but you can't do that unless you know what it's like to be in the shoes of these kids and families, to be excluded or siloed because you're not white, to be 17 times more likely to be arrested in schools with police because you're Black, not a criminal, to make up less than 35% of the state's population, but 83% of the state's incarcerated population. That's not a coincidence. If you know, you know. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and feel free to reach out to me to learn more about the Community Expertise Work Group. And there's my timer.
Well done. We appreciate that. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ileana. Ileana, we heard earlier from someone who just doesn't want any children to go to jail. Is that your position as well?
I do believe that young people don't belong in prison, yes.
Okay, so
or jail or detention.
So no matter the crime, they should not be detained or go to jail.
I think back to Marisa's testimony, case by case, we could analyze whether or not a kid should be in a locked setting. I don't think it needs to look like a prison, jail, or detention center.
Okay, so if we paint the walls pink and have flowers and all of that on the walls, that would make it different.
If we remove, I got you. If we remove the locked cells, the environment, the ways that the staff treat the kids that are incarcerated, and the bad policies and the practices and the use of solitary confinement and pepper spray, and implement some services and programming that the kids would like, and also implement some credible messengers, I would love it. But without that, I think there's a lot of improvement. And also being mindful of not violating any civil rights.
Sure. Well, I'm all about civil rights. We're about victims' rights too. So with a 13-year-old that's arrested for murder, they should not be detained. They should not be incarcerated.
I think that a 13-year-old that is arrested for murder, and this goes, a lot of people said very similar things that I would say, so I won't go too far. I think that we should be analyzing that kid. What led them to commit the murder? I do think that, again, we can have conversations about what a secure facility or placement looks like for kids that young who need to be away from the community and somewhere where they're able to focus on themselves. But I don't think that the current jails, prisons, or detention centers that exist incorporate anything that would help that 13-year-old who committed murder.
Okay. I understand your perspective, and it's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Representative. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, appreciate being with us and appreciate working us.
Thank you.
Next up is Laura Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've been watching your hearing and applaud all of you for the amount of work that you are doing. But I'm here to talk in support of 5418. I don't want to speak specifically about the bill, but I do want to provide some context about why I'm before you today. First and foremost, I am here because the people in my community certainly do not feel safe. And I've heard extensively from our local police, from our prosecutors, and also from our public defenders. What we're seeing is, not only an increase in stolen cars, but it's not just about the property. It is to some extent, but those vehicles then are used in other incidents of much higher violence. So we're seeing increasing brazenness and also violence. whether it's a car stolen with a kid in front of an ice cream shop on our downtown main road, 2 teachers at 7:30 in the morning confronted at gunpoint in front of their schools. Just the other day in Westport, our neighboring town, a Uber Eats driver who now has traumatic brain syndrome because of a carjacking of their car. The key, I think, is addressing this issue of repeat juvenile offenders. And if I could, I hope it doesn't take too much of my time, I'd just like to share some numbers with you that were shared with me from the prosecutor's office. So if you look at, there were 48 youths, right, that were repeat stolen car offenders. And I can't tell you for sure right now if these numbers were 2020, I think they might have been 2020 numbers. 36 of those individuals went to community programs. That's about 75%. But there were another 12 that were basically unreachable. So 25% that didn't. Of those 12, right, the average age was 15. The average arrest between 2017 and 2020 was 8 times per individual. All of them had a gun. Regrettably, one of them died. 11 had 55 or more disciplinary incidents in school. They were responsible for 84 stolen cars in 2020, and the police were called an average of 30 times for each kid. And what I hear from our police, again, from the prosecutors and the public defender, are that, they're really about the kids and taking care of the kids, but there's sort of 3 buckets. There's the bucket up front where some individuals do go into diversionary programs and there's success. There is another group at the far end that you could say go over the line and they end up in being adult criminals and ultimately being convicts. I would count these 12 as sort of being in the middle. And this is what we want to prevent. We want to stop these kids from, moving into that 3rd bucket. I'm all about programs. I do believe we need consequences, and I don't see that we have those. But I have been asking since November.
Representative, you're at your 3 minutes, and I want to ask, because in the Judiciary Committee, we really don't do subject matter public hearings. We do public hearings on the bills. So I understand you want to talk about some incidents in your district, and I'm certainly familiar with those being from a neighboring town. But what specifically about the bills in front of us today do you believe would have prevented those incidents from occurring?
So I think one of the things that's really important and that I do support in the bill is that if a juvenile, there's several different things. First of all, if a juvenile commits murder, or if a juvenile is caught with a gun, right? We have some of the most strictest gun laws, and I've been listening to your debate most of today about gun violence. But if a 14-year-old is caught with a gun, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. So I do believe that transferring certain cases of extreme violence and sexual assault, for sure, and crimes involving a firearm to adult court are important.
So you were in the legislature in 2015, and you
voted. That was my first year in the legislature.
Right. And you voted for Public Act 15-143 that actually set up the current system by which we decide what cases are tried in adult court versus what cases are tried in juvenile court. And under that bill, the Public Act we all voted for, under that bill, a B felony could be transferred to adult court by an application of a prosecutor. Is that right?
I will take your word for that, Representative Staffstrom.
Well, you voted for the bill, but
okay, I don't have it in front of me and it's 2022, so I can't share the details right now of that legislation. I'd be happy to look it up and get back to you and we can discuss it.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can certainly do that. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I keep hearing this narrative today, and I'm sorry to take out this frustration on you, but that somehow something has changed from the bipartisanship we all had in 2007, and then 2015, and then 2016, and again in 2017, 18, and 19, when we passed juvenile justice reforms in each of those years with broad bipartisan support, near unanimous support. And now I'm hearing that, no, what we need to do is automatically transfer more cases to adult court. And so I'm trying to figure out, sort of based on the scenarios you gave, right, why automatically, as opposed to just giving a discretion to transfer a case to adult court, would somehow solve the problem you're trying to. Because I'll be frank, I'll put my cards on the table. To me, it seems that investing in community services, support, housing, education access, after-school programs, et cetera, for a lot of the folks I represent, is a better investment than $1,400 a day to detain a kid in prison. And so I am just drill down for me, if you will, on this proposal of why the issues, the incidents you cite in your community, which I share your concern on, don't get me wrong, how the language of the bill before us solves that problem.
So currently, there are no consequences for that type of juvenile offense, or there are no consequences being imposed. And to answer your question related to, all of the money that we're spending on services and programs, I'm all about services and programs, right? But we don't know. The Judicial Department has told your committee, I believe, that we, in our state of Connecticut, have more programs on recidivism than any other state in the nation. Yet, we have been unable to get any information about what they are, how they're administered, how much money is spent, importantly, what are their outcomes, and how many individuals are involved in those. I think that information is essential. Representative or Chairman Safstrom, I would like nothing more than to never send a child to school or to jail. But at what point, and hopefully going in adult court, perhaps they're not automatically sent to adult prison, right? There's no sort of intermediate step between the diversionary program, and if they don't repeat, great, maybe they can get on a positive track. But what we don't want is for these kids to end up as adult criminals and being convicted and serving time in jail. So I believe there are multiple provisions of this bill that would help prevent that. Do I believe there are deeper issues? Yes.
I don't want to, and I apologize, I created this rabbit hole, but I don't want to get into debate in the legislation. I actually sort of I wish legislators were barred from testifying in committees, quite frankly, because I think our time to debate bills is on the floor, not in committee. So I'm gonna hold off, but it's certainly, we do have plenty of programs. We also are the 4th safest state in the country. Let me just ask you on the gun proposals before us today. Do you support tightening our restrictions on ghost guns?
I'm going to be honest with you, Representative. What I paid attention to on your agenda is HB 5418 for today. I did vote in favor of banning ghost guns before, and I have, be honest, I have not read this legislation to know the detail of it. Clearly, I don't serve on your committee, so when bills come to the floor, at that point, we'll see what their final language is, and I'll let you know my position.
Okay. How about just generally trigger locks? Do you support somebody having to have a trigger lock on a firearm?
I don't know what the implications of that are.
How about guns in polling places? Do you think people should be allowed to bring their gun into a polling place?
Well, that's a good question and one that I haven't thought of before, but if someone has a permit to carry a gun, are they currently restricted from bringing it to certain venues?
Okay. All right. Representative Fishbein, if you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, well, perhaps if the good representative knows, you were given the impression that a transfer as a result of the legislation passed in 2015, a transfer from juvenile court to adult court was discretionary just based upon an application by the prosecutor. Do you know that to be the fact? Or...
I don't know that to be the fact.
Because I believe there are certain criteria even after that application is made. And, you know, while I wasn't in the legislature in 2015, my understanding is that there was a representation that this would make the process better. So it was trust but verify. The legislators voted for this language. And as part of the 2015 changes, B felonies, which were previously automatic transfers, became discretionary transfers based upon the court permitting the transfer. And are you aware of how many times since 2015 those discretionary transfers have been granted by our courts?
I do not, Representative Fishbein, but I'm going to guess you can tell me.
Well, I think it can be counted on two hands, and that's it. In 5, almost 6 years since that legislation has gone into place. So on discretionary transfers. So anyway, I have no questions. I thank you for coming here today and representing our caucus in support of 5418, which is our caucus bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the ability to ask the representative questions.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you. I am very glad that we let legislators testify in various bills as somebody who has in the past. And I do appreciate you taking the time out. And I agree with you, we've got to do something because right now we've got a huge problem, and particularly in my district. Now, I can't speak to the good chairs district and what's going on in Bridgeport, but I can tell you in Fairfield and in New Canaan, we got a problem. We need to address it. So I appreciate it.
Could I say one thing?
Yes.
We hear frequently, oh, they, usually meaning Republicans, just want to lock up these kids and throw away the key. I have never heard anybody state that, and I don't know anybody who has that point of view. What I have heard repeatedly, and particularly what I was shocked about in speaking with the prosecutors and the public defenders, was the amount of compassion that they have for these kids. And what I hope for, Mr. Chairman, and your speak of bipartisanship, that we can all work together to come up with some solutions that help these kids caught in that middle bucket that are going down a path that is no good for them, no good for their families, and no good for public safety. So thank you.
Representative, not to step on Representative O'Day's toes, but I think folks know me well enough, I hope, to know that that is always my goal, is to get to bipartisanship on this. You know, I do not support stripping discretion away from our judges and sending more kids to adult court, where I think they have less services and less support than they do in the adult system. But yes, there are other provisions of some of these bills that we can certainly work off of.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, good seeing you as always, Representative Devlin. Jared Perro will be next. Jared Perro with us?
Hello?
Yes, hello, sir.
So I'm actually on the road right now. This kind of brought on longer than I initially anticipated.
Right, well,
would it be possible to testify in about like 20, 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, we could put you towards the end.
Okay.
All right. So we'll skip you
Sounds
for the
good.
time being.
Thank you.
Joshua Fritz. Joshua Fritz with us. How about Matthew Malacott? Matthew Malacott. Madam Clerk, slow me down if we're trying to get folks in electronically with technology.
You're good so far.
Annie Dance. Brendan Malone.
He's joining right now.
Okay. Mr. Malone.
Hello, I'm on. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time today. My name is Brendan Malone. I'm a resident of Suffield, Connecticut, and I am here to speak about in opposition of SB 16, particularly regarding the portion expanding the definition of ghost guns to include those manufactured prior to 1968. Several years ago, I testified when it was called HB 7219, an act concerning ghost guns, and prior to that, it was HB 5540. My biggest problem is that, in my opinion, it really doesn't do anything to stop crime or slow crime. In many cases, when a criminal uses a firearm, while perpetrating an illegal act, they've taken the time to obliterate or destroy the identification numbers on that firearm. So, I mean, should this be implemented, the thought that a criminal would leave these identification numbers required by the state intact, it just doesn't make sense. And furthermore, I think there's a misconception that I wanted to address regarding when these firearms change ownership. I think that there's a thought that they're untraceable, but when these are legally purchased, I can tell you from personal experience, you fill out a DPS-3 form just like any other firearm transfer. The local police and the state police still receive, those forms for the transfer. The make and the model, everything is still listed on the transfer forms. So it's obviously all the information is still disclosed, and they recognize the legal transfer of ownership. So I know you got a lot of people today, so I just wanted to make it quick. Like I said, I've testified on this before, and so I wanted to thank everybody, and please join me in opposition of SB 16.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for keeping it brief. Obviously, we are getting along here, and we do have folks written testimony, so we appreciate the summarization there. Representative Drabitsky, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Malone, for coming in. So, with regard to this, the bill to mandate that all unserialized guns get a serial number, what kind of firearms would that affect?
Well, I would assume mostly in 1968, the federal government passed what was called I believe it was the National Gun Control Act, in which they made a requirement for all firearms to be serialized. Prior to that, it was, I know that the experience that I have with those firearms, they're mostly youth guns. They're single shot, usually calibered is .22 long rifle, or what's commonly referred to as rimfire. I don't know of any that have really been used in a crime. I may be wrong about that, but typically regarding the firearms that I personally own, they're firearms that are used in things like 4-H Club. The Boy Scouts of America use them for summer camp when their kids get their marksmanship merit badges, or when they're teaching, a firearm safety. These are really popular with that because they're so simplistic. Most of them are single shot .22. I guess that's, to the best of my knowledge. I certainly, I'm a firearms owner, and I don't own anything of what I'll describe as a larger caliber that doesn't have a serial number on it. So, and those are firearms that were produced prior to 1968. So, I hope that helps answer your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time, Mr. Malone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malone. Next will be Peter Estrada.
How you doing? Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the members of the Judiciary Committee, Chairman Staffstrom, Chairman Winfield. My name is Peter Estrada. I'm the Urban Engagement Coordinator with the CCDL. I am also a resident of Hamden, Connecticut. Today, I'm here to ask everyone to oppose SB 16, an act addressing gun violence and juvenile crime. Just so you know, I have spent many hours trying to take the time to try to understand what's being proposed in the bill. I was speechless to what I have found. Majority of what is in this bill, I believe, is an attack to the people in my community. I cannot see how in order to reduce gun violence and juvenile crime, the answer is to open up the floodgates and allow law enforcement officers to stop and detain people of color for no probable cause. Why would anyone want to legalize a tactic that police officers have a long history of abusing? And I don't know of anyone that would want to be subjected to that type of treatment. I ask, who will be impacted by this type of law? Will be people in my community, people of color, Black, Latino. How, in order to reduce gun violence and juvenile crime, the proposal is not to allow legally permitted firearm owners to ride the public transit. How does that reduce any crime whatsoever? And who is this going to impact the most? Affect them the most will be people from my community that depend on taking transit, taking the bus. A lot of our people in our community cannot just afford a car. You know, we don't just have that luxury. I do, but I'm not speaking for me. I'm speaking for those that can't afford a vehicle and they have to ride public transit. So I got to ask, in order to reduce gun violence and juvenile crime, how is it that having and banning people that are legally carrying a firearm within 250 feet of a protest, sit-in and march or gathering, just because 15 people or more are together, how does any of that reduce crime? So I started to ask myself, why is this? Why now? Why is this happening? Why these type of bills are coming before us? And then I started doing some research. What happened recently within Connecticut? And what I found and I remembered was a year ago, I believe it was 2021 to 2020, a group of Black and Latinos decided to march for Second Amendment rights in the city of Hartford. And I wonder, is that the reason why they don't want people to carry legally in a group setting? So today I'm here to ask every member of the Judiciary Committee to please vote no because of the impact that it could have on the members of my community.
Thank you. Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Estrada, for coming in and testifying today. A couple of areas of SB 16 I wanted to ask you about. You mentioned how you thought you asked sort of rhetorically how banning the carrying of firearms on a bus or a train would affect the people of your community. And I, rather than have you ask rhetorically, I'd like you to tell me, how would this affect people in your community that can't afford a car or choose not to have a car, and their right to protect themselves in their communities? You're muted, Mr. Estrada.
I was muted. I apologize. Thank you, Representative Drabitsky. Past few days, I've been having a conversation with friends and family in regards to what's happening in this bill. And I read the bill. It's a little bit complicated trying to learn all the language, but what my takeaway was just pretty much what I spoke on. And the impact is, it's not more of when you're on the bus, the walking to the bus. Maybe you don't live in an area that is, more affluent, where you don't have to worry about crime. But for those individuals that live in those towns, that have to get to the bus, maybe there is a spike in crime. What do? They have to stay home, So how do they travel if there's a spike in crime? How do they protect themselves? And I don't understand. I remember early on, I've been watching since the beginning when they were asking the commissioner. I'm not sure if I remember it was you, but I don't know of any crimes being committed on public transit. I haven't heard of it. And I'm sure if there was these type of crimes being committed, it would be all over the news, and I just haven't seen it. So why is it that these type of bills are impacting the minority community? First we're going with delays in the urban cities in processing. These fees just to submit applications to even get a permit is outrageous. To have to spend $220 to exercise a constitutional right that everyone claims to support, to say, everyone loves to say, I'm a supporter of Second Amendment, but we should have restrictions. But I don't think a restriction should come with a fee. If I'm going to get a permit, then give it to me for free. Are we going to start charging fees for the right to vote, to get a voter ID? This is just the type of things where I think I don't want to say members of this legislature really want to discriminate directly, but it's just, you got to ask the question, why is this happening now? We have had, I believe last year, over 6,000 Black people get a pistol permit. Thousands of Latinos last year got pistol permits. And as a result, what happened? Delays. City of New Haven, to submit a pistol permit application, you have to wait a year almost just to hand in an application. How is that fair? A city that has how many Black and Latinos that live in that city? Waterbury, Bridgeport, Hartford, urban areas, all delaying people in the minority community. Why? I don't know. Gotta ask that question. Why is that happening? And no one's speaking up. I've been trying to contact my legislators to bring them, to make them aware of what's happening, but no one responds. No one responds. The only one that responded is my organization, Connecticut Citizens Defense League. Had to take them to federal court with a civil rights lawsuit to get them to do their job. I'm sorry, I apologize. Someone did respond. The mayor of New Haven, who then was upset that the police department was being sued to do their job. That's outrageous. Wasn't upset that they have delays, upset that they're being sued to do their jobs because the people in the community can't get a pistol permit. They have to wait over a year.
Okay, there's another provision that I'd like to ask you about. I assume because you're in the car, you don't have the bill in front of you, but in lines 292 and 293 of SB 16, the proposal is to remove the requirement that a police officer has a reasonable suspicion of a crime, a reasonable suspicion that a individual has committed a crime before they can stop them and demand to see a pistol permit. How do you think that will affect your communities?
Well, how has it affected our communities over the years since the 90s? I grew up in New York. It was common practice for law enforcement just to grab Hispanic and Black kids and throw them against the wall just to search them. It was common practice. That's that's the environment I grew up in. For doing nothing except walking from work, coming out the train station to the project building I live in, to have the police officers just to run up on you, stop you and say, hey, any guns or drugs on you? You know, what is that? And that's not even with probable cause. That's not even me carrying a gun. That's just because they wanted to do it. Now, amplify that with having a firearm. Now, people like to say, just show them the permit. What's the big deal? Look at what happened with Philando Castillo a few years ago with his girlfriend that live streamed the event after the fact. He got pulled over, right? It looked like a legit stop. The car light, brake light was out. Police officer, no problem. You know, hey, you got pulled over for the light. He did the right thing, like everyone would like us to do. Hey, you know what, officer? I have a permit. I'm legally carrying. Do have my firearm on me. That's what he tells the officer. Officer says, hey, don't worry, don't touch it. No problem, I won't. How is it about 3 seconds later, the officer's putting 7 bullets into him? And the last words out of his dying mouth was, I wasn't reaching for my gun. I can't imagine that happening here. Well, actually, I could imagine because it has happened, but this is insane. Why would you want to remove probable cause to stop and detain people? I don't understand what people are thinking. That makes absolutely no sense. Do we not have rights? Why would I want to give away my rights? That makes no sense to me.
And the other one that I wanted to ask you about was we already talked about public transportation. How would it affect the minority communities in this state to ban possession of a firearm at a demonstration, march, rally, vigil, sit-in, protest, picketing, or similar public assembly?
And who's to define what's a similar public assembly? So if I'm around with 15 of my friends, if the muzzle of my pistol happens to peek out, or the officer just can say, hey, I saw his gun. Let me stop and detain these people. Let me arrest this person. To me, all I see this as loopholes to arrest us. It's not, this has nothing to do with reducing gun crime. If it was, I want to hear it. I want to be a part of the solution. But how does arresting someone for having a gun legally after you obtain a permit, purchased it, went through the whole background check, and then to be able to then arrest them? To me, all I see is a bunch of loopholes to actually put people in jail. I'm sorry, I thought the past couple of years we're working on not putting people in jail, trying to find out solutions to the people in my community. But then when it comes to firearms, you know what? Let's put them in jail. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Well, I very much appreciate you coming in. Your testimony is certainly well taken, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, we'll next hear from Stephen Mangiera. Christopher Dukes.
Good afternoon, all. Please pardon my brief greetings to all of you. I appreciate you being here. I've been here since 10 o'clock as well. My name is Christopher Dukes. I'm a former liaison to the State Attorney's Office in New Britain and various law enforcement agencies inside and outside of Connecticut. I'm a consultant, private investigator, and I'm a community activist. I am a legal gun owner for more than 20 years now, and I'm a holder of a Connecticut concealed carry permit as well as for the state of Utah. I believe I'm checking a lot of boxes here with my testimony, being that I believe I'm the first African-American male to testify throughout this hearing. And I've heard a lot of questions about how we are affected, and I'm hoping that I can receive and respond on behalf of myself and the community to those of you who I know are actively listening. I'm here to provide my support and my opposition for a couple of bills. First off, I'm in support of HB 5415, HB 5412, and SB 388. I also failed to mention, I am a member of multiple gun clubs, including the CCDL. So if you want another perspective, I think Brother Estrada just did a fantastic job. I'm willing to piggyback on that one. I am in opposition of HB 5416, specifically because of bulk purchases. The first time I ever purchased was on 9/11/01. Nobody knew what was going to happen on 9/12. I would have hated to want to protect my home with a pistol and a shotgun, and I couldn't because some law was in place that stopped me from helping defend myself and family members. And I'm in opposition of SB 16 for all the reasons that other folks have mentioned. Here's my concern. I believe that the bill is unnecessary for, even Commissioner Rovella has stated earlier, Connecticut is safe, and most violent crimes are involving illegal guns, not our legal guns. Criminals don't abide by boundaries or existing laws. I've heard some conversation about exposed, mean open carry or concealed carry. There's no way it can be intimidating to carry a concealed weapon when nobody knows that you're carrying. Therefore, there's no need to infringe upon that particular right. I'm going to end in closing by telling you some of the impacts that I don't believe you may be aware of. SB 16 would make a crime for activists and allies who continue to enjoy exercising their First Amendment right while protecting themselves using their Second Amendment right. Activists have faced hate crimes. Motor vehicles have attempted to hit them, and in some have hit them. Some of us have survived drive-by shootings intended to silence us. We must retain the ability to protect ourselves as intended by our country's Constitution. Some of us rely on public transportation as well. And we are most vulnerable when leaving demonstrations. When people don't see us united with a group, we become soft targets and people can take us out if they're opposing to us. And because Peter Estrada already mentioned Philando Castile, that was someone who I wanted to mention to you as well. So I'm done. Thank you. I'm at the 3-minute. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yeah, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for coming in, Mr. Dukes. I very much appreciate it. You had said you had something to add in addition to what Mr. Estrada said with regard to SB 16 And I asked him specifically about the provision about banning firearms on public transportation, and with regard to banning in a demonstration, and also with regard to reasonable suspicion. Perhaps we could take those one at a time. If you could, if you had something additional with regard to how the ban on carrying a firearm on any bus, train, or ferry operated by a governmental entity, how that would affect people in your community.
I would say for the same reasons that Brother Estrada had hit, walking to and from and waiting at a bus stop can be dangerous. I mean, I don't think it's less dangerous or even more dangerous than anyway else. People need to be able to protect themselves. You just never know. You could be mowing your lawn and all of a sudden shots just ring out and you don't know what's going on. So people don't use guns. I don't believe responsible gun owners, and you've heard a lot of them today, I don't believe that any of us carry so we can feel big and bad. All right. I think that the whole point is being able to protect ourselves legally when we are pursuing, life, liberty, and happiness. I have personally used public transportation quite a few times. And when I did legally carry at those times. One time I couldn't drive. I had shoulder surgery. So I was able to carry, but I was still able to use one hand. So I felt comfortable that I was going to be in this space. So, but again, I do know others who do not have a vehicle and they like to come out and support and be a part of a vigil or actually I'm getting into what I think your next question is. So I'll stop there.
That's okay. You can segue in if you'd like. But I did want to ask you about, I didn't ask Mr. Estrada about it, but there's also in SB 16 a provision banning the carrying of any firearms in any municipal or state building. Now, in the cities, there are more municipal and state buildings than there are in the rural areas. My town, we have very few. We have no state buildings and we have very few municipal buildings, but I know that in the cities, there are quite a few more. How would that, a ban on carrying a firearm in any municipal or state building affect you and the members of your community?
I believe it affects every community, to be honest, not just the Black or brown. It affects everyone. We have legal gun ownership. As I stated, I've owned firearms since 2001. I have no criminal record. My firearms have never been abused in any way. Being able to come and go and respectful of the laws, it's the gun owners who I believe are going to be far more respectful than the criminals. I would like to have the ability to be able to carry in such buildings, because if a bad person comes in who, again, as Ravella stated earlier, has no boundaries, they don't care about the existing laws. I'd like to be able to protect myself and perhaps others if something of a dangerous situation did come about. An active shooter can just come anywhere. You just never know, which is why you train. And some of us train as much as law enforcement agencies to make sure that we are thorough. We don't have any accidental discharges or any unintended recipients of any rounds whatsoever. So that's how I feel about the buildings in itself. I hope that your next question will be about demonstrations.
It certainly is. Go right ahead.
Thank you, because that is what I feel the strongest about. I've had a raw deal that have made me a community activist, and I am out there very frequently. Some of you have seen me at the Capitol. Some of you have seen me here. I'm there. I'm at various places, New London, all over our state where we go, wherever there's a problem. And basically we are addressing corruption, and we are speaking out against it. Racism was declared a public health crisis. We want to make sure that we are out there speaking to advance and help you all make laws that are safer for the entire community. It would be devastating because we don't have police who are able to be with us all the time. It would be devastating if we are not able to protect ourselves in or outside of our homes when we're at these demonstrations. We've had demonstrations or vigils on a corner where someone's been deceased, or whether it be a DUI or a shooting or so forth. We are vulnerable when we're out there showing support for the life that was lost. there are people sometimes who will come out and target those crowds. I can tell you myself, I am a survivor of the drive-by shooting. That's what I mentioned earlier. There was someone who we believe opposed my opposition to corruption within Hartford Police Department and the state attorney's office, who on Martin Luther King Day last year, the case number is 21-1650. If anyone wants to look further into it, this person followed me down my street, waited until I was in my driveway, fired 3 bullets in my car. I'm a deacon of a church, although I'm not involved in any criminal activity. That's why all of us believe this was a target. They wanted to take you out like they took out Medgar Evers in the driveway. It's dangerous out there. So again, had I, at that point in time, been able to, actually, I've never had a chance to defend myself because cars sped off so fast. But the point is, there are people who are opposing us, and it is dangerous for us. So luckily now I am able to carry to and from home to demonstrations. I never brandished weapons. None of us have. There has been no shootings in any of the demonstrations that I could think of throughout this state. So I'm not sure why we need to start protecting for a problem that does not exist here in Connecticut. Thank you for your question, sir.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate your personal knowledge on that situation. One last area I'd like to ask you about. In the bill, the provision requiring police have reasonable suspicion of a crime prior to demanding to see a permit is removed. And if you could just talk to me from your perspective about how that would affect you and people in your community.
Thank you. And again, Peter Estrada said it best so far. It does put us in a dangerous sense. Philando Castile did the right thing. I'm reminded of Eric Gardner. Eric Gardner wasn't even armed, and he got choked out and was killed when he was approached by police. It can be a dangerous encounter. I stated earlier, I've been in my past employment a liaison to the police department. I never had a problem with police till about 2018. And then during that time, I was asked by a police officer, "Are you carrying a firearm?" And my response was in the affirmative, yes. Well, that whole story got twisted into he's having an armed standoff. You know, here I am described as a big black bearded bald guy, and he has legal firearms, but I was demonized. So that's all being taken care of in other arenas right now. I believe that it is, and I never had, well, I did have, I mean, again, I've been an African-American male for about 50 years now. And even though I've never had problems with law enforcement before, it is a concern when you're approached. I have been diagnosed with PTSD since then. I do have a problem, and I'm working on that, but I've always been respectful of law enforcement and police. So when we are approached, and I believe the man named earlier, his last name might have been Beavis, I believe, he had stated, these are negative encounters. They can be. There are people like, for example, Representative Howard, who I believe in doing his job, I'm not accusing you. He thinks his head, he almost got whiplash when he turned around now, who I believe would have been a respectful officer out in the field. And, I've never had a problem with folks who did their job well. But it is dangerous when people automatically are scared themselves. I have a lot of personal friends who are law enforcement officers. They're afraid. It's crazy out there. It can be crazy out there, but not everybody's crazy, and not every gun owner is a demon. So I applaud everybody for what they do, but I think approaching us and asking us for anything can be intimidating because we have to find out, are we the next Eric Gardner? Are we the next Alton Sterling, Philando Castile, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin? Are we those individuals who this encounter is going to turn from an innocent talk to you about this to where I'm in the ground somewhere? That's a reality for me and others.
I appreciate that. And my concern is that if this bill were to pass, it would prevent you from just walking away, which is what you have a legal right to do. You should not be compelled to talk to the police. You have no obligation, no constitutional obligation to say anything to a police officer. And if this bill were to pass, that would change. And that's why I have grave concerns about it. I very much thank you for your time and for your answers. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Porter.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I hate that I wasn't able to get to my unmute button before Mr. Estrada left us, because he too did a very good job at explaining himself around what the concerns are, especially in communities of color. And you answered my question because Representative Bisky asked it in his round of questioning. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to really thank you for bringing it home. I mean, I listen to you and it resonates. It concerns me that reasonable suspicion of a crime is removed because some people's eyes, just being Black is a crime. So the fact that you're talking about taking away a reasonable suspicion of a crime opens the floodgates, and they're already open. We've seen it. You've talked about instances where we have been subjected to it and continue to be subjected to it. My son was robbed twice at a bus stop in New Haven when he was a teenager. So I mean, everything you're saying, I can validate through lived experience. Myself and my children have been impacted by gun violence. And I think it is everyone's right. If it's a Second Amendment right and we're all citizens of the United States, it is your right to carry. And I don't think that that should change now because we have more Black and brown people getting armed. You know, it is a right. So thank you again. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us, sir. Next up will be Michael.
No.
Mike, sorry, we good? Oh.
I think Representative Howard had a question. He had a hand up.
Oh, sorry, I was looking down to read the sheet. Representative Howard.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to say thank you to Mr. Dukes for his kind words. I didn't want him to leave without that. I appreciate it, and I think that there are a lot of people in Connecticut watching this, and I think that what you did was you displayed what we should all be displaying, and that was that you express your position. You know what I do, you know my positions on things, and you and I have had great conversations, and I think that the relationship that we have and the conversations we have should be an example for everybody that we can work together, and I just want to thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Michael Navaroli. Michael Navaroli. Jasu Tristanis. Jason Levy. Go ahead, sir, if you can unmute.
Get it. Thank you guys for allowing me to testify today. I do want to start by saying I'm a little dismayed because several individuals I know do not feel comfortable testifying or even submitting written testimony because of actions taken by supporters of members of this committee that they have been doxxed, harassed, intimidated, and slandered, myself included. My personal information exists on Facebook on a representative's page that I asked to be removed years ago and has not by a supporter. And that's very upsetting to me that we can't even have a discourse without being attacked. There is so much wrong with SB 16. It's hard to know where to begin. You guys are going to hear a lot of it. What concerns me most is the clause that would allow law enforcement to detain and demand papers from anyone they suspect of carrying a firearm. This kind of sums up the tone of the legislature's attitude towards legal gun owners in this state. It seems that many of you wish to demonize and vilify us. We are simply law-abiding people who want to keep our families and ourselves safe. The fact that this is again being proposed after being shot down by pretty much every advocacy group in the state is really a dismay to me. The idea that you want to create more gun-free zones, saying that we are not allowed to carry our firearms, that we have gone through one of the most arduous processes in the country to be able to exercise that right, is extremely concerning. Something like 98% of mass shootings occur in gun-free zones. So, I mean, is this proposal to literally create more areas for criminals to target? That's what it seems like to me. As far as buying more than one gun a month, when I got my permit, I was pretty excited. I went and bought 2 handguns. One for practice was a small 22 because ammo's cheaper. I bought one to carry. I wouldn't be able to do that if this passes. The other provisions that are disturbing are you want to license FFL dealers, again, at the state level. The state, quite frankly, can't even manage the permit process right now. I'm up for renewal next month. I sent my paperwork in 90 days out, which is as far out as I'm allowed to, and I fully expect my permit to expire before my renewal gets sent back to me, which means I can't purchase firearms or ammunition. I've gone through the arduous process in this state, and my rights are going to be suspended because the state can't even handle some simple paperwork. And you want to give them more paperwork and tools to harass firearms owners. The only good thing in this bill, as far as I'm concerned, is the funding of the Firearms Trafficking Task Force, which was funded immediately after Sandy Hook was created. They did a phenomenal job. They reduced gun violence in this state by an enormous percent. And
So we're at the 3-minute mark, sir.
okay, thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Are there any questions?
Yeah. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Levy, for coming in. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony. Now you mentioned some adverse publicity, doxing, you said, that that you and others have received by members of this committee.
Not members, they're supporters.
Supporters of whom?
A representative that sits on this committee.
Okay. Do you have any information that any member of this committee?
Representative Dubitsky, let's take this offline. I share your concern.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's something we necessarily want to get into publicly. So let's have a conversation offline because it's also not directly related to this bill. Right?
I would ask Mr. Chairman if we have Mr. Levy's contact information that we could get in touch with him. And
yes, yeah, I submitted a written testimony as well. So you can have my email.
All right, perfect.
Great. We will get in touch with you and we will discuss your accusations about anybody that might be connected to this committee.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you,
Thank you
for coming
in. Next up will be Liberty Moyer.
Representative Staffstrom, I think Mr. Navaroli has turned on his.
Okay, Mr. Navaroli, we've got his camera on now. We will go to Michael Navaroli.
He's muted. I've asked him to unmute.
There we go. Mr. Navaroli, can you hear us? We still can't hear you. All right. We're going to come back to Mr. Navaroli after we get his audio issues figured out. Jason Levy, Liberty Moyer.
Hi, yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here to speak on SB 16, to which I am strongly opposed. I have two primary concerns with this proposed legislation. The first is that I do not feel that it treats citizens of Connecticut equally under the law. And the second is that I believe its provisions are largely ineffective against criminals while punishing law-abiding citizens. Regarding the gun-free zones on public transit, as has been discussed, the primary users of public transportation are primarily lower income groups and minorities for the sole reason that they cannot afford to take private transportation or have chosen not to do so. These citizens who are licensed to carry a firearm by the state of Connecticut would be denied the same rights as others. Further, criminals can simply continue to carry concealed weapons on public transportation, and this law is unenforceable. Lastly, I'm not able to find any records of shootings on public transportation in Connecticut, so this law limits the rights of lawful citizens to defend themselves while attempting to solve a problem that does not exist. SB 16 also allows police to request the proof of a carry permit if a carried handgun is observed. I think, as we've discussed here a few times, this strips lawful citizens of their Fourth Amendment rights without having any effectivity on criminals who historically and statistically keep their weapons concealed and can continue to do so. It also fails to define visible, so having your shirt come up while carrying concealed or imprinting could be potentially included as well. It also revises the assault weapons ban to include weapons commonly known as others, which are often similar in appearance to a rifle. Weapons defined as others are responsible for less than 1% of firearm homicide nationwide, and that's less than 1/16 of homicides carried out with a knife or other cutting object. If you were to remove all rifles from existence and not just those defined by various laws as assault weapons, gun homicides would be reduced by only about 4% per year. Rifles as a whole are responsible for fewer deaths than knives, fewer than blunt objects, and fewer than hands and feet. In 2020, there was an over 33% increase in gun sales in Connecticut. And in 2021, they increased another 64%, which is a 5-year high. 30% of these purchases were first-time gun buyers and 33% were women. Retailers seeing an increase in purchases by minority groups were reported at 44% for African Americans, 40% for Hispanics, 27% for Asians, and 18% for Native Americans. It's evident that this bill is not reflective of the growing positive public sentiment towards firearms in this state. Instead, it limits the rights of women, minorities, and all law-abiding gun owners while making an ineffective attempt to address what are not even meaningful sources of crime. Citizens of Connecticut elect our legislators to represent the will of the people, as well as to enact laws that are logical and supported by fact. SB 16 does neither of these, and I would strongly urge you to stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Fishman.
Yes, thank you. Liberty, thank you for coming here today. Nice first name, considering that we're talking about Liberty here today. I just want to mention to you that SB 16 was submitted by your governor. And I would hope that you would share with your colleagues, friends and family, how your governor feels about gun ownership in the state. So that's all I had. So thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. You as well.
Representative Jablonski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Moyer, for coming in. I think you did an excellent job. I don't have any questions for you because you did such a good job and you hit all your points very well. Right in the time as well. So, I certainly appreciate your coming in and talking about how this bill, SB 16, would affect you and your and the community which you live. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming in, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next up will be Evalis Correa.
Evilise, hello.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. People get it wrong all the time. Okay. My name is Evilise Correa, and I'm giving testimony on behalf of Black Lives Matter 860 and city residents we polled from the communities that are most affected by gun crimes about why SB 16 must die in the committee. I also wanted to log support for HB 5416 and opposition to SB 365. SB 16, while good intentioned, places the lives of activists in danger. I am one of several racial justice activists testifying against the bill, and we know this bill places Black and brown lives in danger. Our Second Amendment rights are currently under attack, and racial justice groups do fear for their lives. We hire security and have great relationships with local gun clubs, and police are not welcome at our events. There is currently an open internal affairs investigation where Hartford police made comments about discharging their weapons to disperse the crowd back in November, but they claimed they didn't have their cameras on during public facing interactions. We have been attacked by police in West Haven, Connecticut, which led to an officer breaking someone's spine. And I myself have been attacked on the news by an armed man that left bruises on my body. Also, removing reasonable.
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I lost volume too.
Ms. Correa? Ms. Correa, we can't hear you. I don't know what happened there.
Wait, can you hear me?
Now we can, yep.
Okay. So where did I leave off according to the audio?
I think it was really just the last 15 seconds or so we didn't get.
Okay. So we have been attacked by police in West Haven, Connecticut, which led to an officer breaking someone's spine. And I myself have been attacked by an armed man that left bruises on my body on the news. Removing reasonable suspicion in SB 16 again is another a failed stop and frisk policy like the previous law in New York that attacks our Fourth Amendment rights. Also banning weapons on public transportation will once again put Black and brown lives at risk. As for polling places, Connecticut is segregated due to housing laws, which pushed us into Hartford and Bridgeport, which is why we didn't need Jim Crow. If you really want to protect voting rights, enact early voting so we don't have to wait 2 hours during midterm elections. Not everyone in Hartford owns guns illegally. The Constitution has been standing since 1776. This moral panic for the children must stop. The last officer that died in the line of duty, if I'm not mistaken, was Brian Asselton, who died during a home invasion my freshman year of high school in 1999. So that is it. Wait. I'm sorry. And HB 5416 would have prevented cases like Norman Classic from Enfield, Connecticut, who is currently serving 46 months for being the strawman purchaser of 47 guns, despite 3 people having died in shootings with the guns by the time he was sentenced. While he serves 1 month per gun, those caught with the guns will be disproportionately Black and brown, and they will be treated much different than Mr. Classic, just like the people targeted in SB 16.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry I got cut off, but
that's okay. We understand. All right, questions or comments? Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Correa, for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. Did I get it right that you are a representative of Black Lives Matter?
BLM 860, we're the Hartford-based group. I'm also a friend of Chris Dukes.
Okay. So
something he didn't mention to you is that when the person went and shot at him, they actually hit the metal piece in the headrest. It would have gone right through his head if it was just a couple inches up.
Wow. Okay, so are you speaking on behalf of BLM?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Were there any of the other bills you mentioned? The SB 16.
Yes, SB 16 we are opposed to. So we took a vote with the board and we pulled quite a few people and our security. So this would basically criminalize every protest. I know Corinne Prescott's after me, and she also hires private security. We share security, so it would criminalize her protests. And I mean, this woman just runs a food pantry.
Okay.
So basically this law would criminalize Black Lives Matter protests in the state of Connecticut without exception.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate it. Now, just one thing you had mentioned the Fourth Amendment. Do I understand?
Reasonable suspicions. Search people.
Okay, so that's you're talking about lines 292 and 293, the removal of reasonable suspicion requirement.
Correct. So that would allow law enforcement. And mind you, there's a pending internal affairs investigation right now in Hartford. So this would basically remove reasonable suspicion and would allow law enforcement to stop our security as well as armed people. So we work very closely with the Self-Defense Brigade, the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, the John Brown Gun Club. They've made statements publicly supporting us and letting people know they are our security. And it's it would put all of us at risk and allow law enforcement basically to break up all our events. So that includes our toy drive.
We lost your audio again. We lost your audio.
Well, I think yeah, ma'am, we lost your audio again, but I do believe we're getting beyond the four corners of the bill. And
Just
hold on one second.
Hold on. Okay, ma'am, if we have your audio back, but
You're making me lag. Thank you. I'm lagging during Senate testimony because you can't get off Roblox. Okay, hello?
okay, ma'am, let me just before you go, I think we're getting well off the four corners of the bill. We are now 8+ hours into this public hearing. There is still over 150 people who are signed up to testify, 175 people. At the rate we are going, it will be 27 hours before we are finished. Okay. This hearing will not go that way. I will not do that to this staff. We will end this public hearing at some point because it is not fair to the staff to do that. And it is also not fair to all the people who are sitting here waiting to testify. So Representative Dubinsky, if you have questions for witnesses on areas that we have not covered, that we have not exhausted yet, you can ask those.
I believe that
at this point, ma'am, I am, and it's not just to Representative Dubinsky, it's to all the members of the committee. I am very concerned that we are not going to get to the folks who want to testify on this bill. It is their opportunity as the public to be able to testify. So let's try to be very, very succinct with our questions and with our comments and try to get through as many people as we can before we need to let the staff go home for the night. Okay. Representative Dubinsky, do you have additional questions that have on topics that have not been covered for this witness?
Not been covered. Well, I will stop with this witness, Mr. Chairman, but for the record, my question was specifically on lines 292 and 293. I think that's part of the bill. So I think that's fair game for any question, but I will stop with this witness right now. And I thank you, Ms. Correa, for coming in and talking to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to Karen Prescott.
Woo! Hold on, let me mute.
Yes, Corinne Prescott is here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Corinne Prescott, and I am the founder and CEO of Power Up CT. I strongly oppose SB 16, SB 365, and HB 5418. I do support SB 387 and SB 388. I'm very nervous. I want to start off by saying I'm very nervous and upset that SB 16 has juvenile crime and gun violence wrapped into one bill. 3 minutes is not long enough to speak on behalf of both of these bills. SB 16 was designed intentionally to discriminate, demonize, and vilify Black and Brown activists who exercise their First and Second Amendment rights. My organization, along with other organizations, organized marches to advocate for Black and Brown communities to legally obtain and register weapons. We organized rallies with legal gun owners to protest the nooses found at the Amazon worksite this past summer. These bills are to further support mass incarceration. Black and Brown youth and adults from underfunded communities are affected the most by these types of bills. These bills do not address the problems many marginalized communities are facing daily. They are addressing the symptoms. If we address food insecurity, underfunded schools, affordable housing, affordable and accessible mental health programs, increase in wages, affordable childcare, to name a few, we would see a significant decrease in crime. Have we ever tried to equitably fund the marginalized communities that are severely underfunded? Have we ever tried to equitably fund the severely underfunded schools in places like Hartford, New Britain, Waterbury, New Haven, and Bridgeport? If not, perhaps that is where we should start and not with these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And certainly no opposition from me to funding Bridgeport schools. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Prescott, for coming in I know you're nervous, but you did a great job. And I very much appreciate your testimony. And, you know, we're not gonna bite you. So you did a great job. You need not be nervous before us, I assure you. Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Porter.
Corrine, I just want to say thank you. I know what it took for you to do what you just did. I know all that you've been through. You do speak from a wealth of experience, knowledge. And I just want to thank you for showing up and making the time to be here and to testify today. And just know my strength and my prayers continue to be with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, Maya Shepherd will be next.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Maya Shepherd. I am an organizing leader for Hearing Youth Voices, and we are members of the Community First Coalition, which is convened by the CT Black and Brown Student Union. Our coalition consists of dozens of grassroots and youth-led organizations fighting to reimagine public safety in our communities. Today, we submit testimony on multiple bills. Our research has shown us the widely adapted idea of public safety is not constructed in a way that protects Black and brown young people in poor communities. In fact, the very language of multiple bills being raised today puts the lives of those exact children in danger of being surveilled, criminalized, and incarcerated. This is robbing them of the ability and opportunity to even begin building full lives for themselves, their families, and their communities. And as a Black woman, mother, community organizer, and servant, this goes against everything that we are fighting for every day. We are also recommending that the Judiciary Committee members and co-chairs request a racial and ethnic impact statement. Be prepared for bills HB 5417, 5418, SB number 16, SB 365, and other amendments. I would like to assert my support for SB 387, Section 5. Specifically, we endorse the collection and reporting of data that reflects specific information such as date, time, location of when a police officer engages any person in a traffic stop. And this is important to us because we urge the committees to strengthen the language that includes police interventions in schools. We know that dozens, if not thousands, go unreported every year. The Juvenile Justice Policy Oversight Committee has laid out recommendations that would lead to increased community ownership of school-based 911 data so that students, parents, and credible community messengers can be fully aware of the reasons, frequency, and for whom police are being called to schools. We urge the committee to adapt those recommendations and promote further covering for people in our communities and schools. I'd now like to speak on the opposition to any legislation that increases the likelihood that youth are transferred into adult criminal justice systems and proceedings. Child school-based arrests continue to be in the thousands year to year. Is this because we honestly believe the youth across our state are dangerous and criminal? Let's talk about child development for a minute. At the age of 12, abstract thinking, problem solving, and logic are becoming easier, but prefrontal cortex, which plays a role in impulse control and organizational skills, is still immature. At age 14, brain development shows a child's increased ability to understand his or her environment and therefore their actions. As children grow and develop, they will learn more new skills and begin to solve in their daily life, but it is just the beginning. We are talking about children. The conditions of adult court are not designed for young children. This feels like a campaign to further criminalize Black and brown youth by making it more likely they are treated as adults, and that is the way the school to prison pipeline operates. These types of recommendations disregard the science of child and brain development, and we should instead be looking at the root causes of what's dubbed as crime and take a more holistic approach towards promoting safety, wellness, and rehabilitation.
Thank you, ma'am. We're at the 3-minute mark.
Okay.
Certainly appreciate it. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, we appreciate you being with us. All right. Did we get Michael Navaroli's audio fixed? Mr. Navaroli, can you speak? Mr. Navaroli? All right, then we're going to go to Basil,
Co-Chair Winfield, Co-Chair Staffstrom, Vice Chair Flexer, Vice Chair Blumenthal, Ranking Member Kissel, Ranking Member Fishbein, and all members of the Judiciary Committee respectfully request that you oppose SB 16, an act addressing gun violence and juvenile crime. Juvenile crime is a rapidly growing problem. Coupled with recidivism, these individuals can become career criminals. While I have long favored the reimplementation of the gun trafficking task force, I am suspect as to how well they will be utilized. In my opinion, the most effective way would be to crack down on street gangs. These are the entities that are notorious for possessing illegal guns and for preying upon the populace. They actively recruit juveniles to commit crime, and they are the conduit used for distributing narcotics on our streets, which are the crux of our crime problem. I also have difference with the term gun violence, as there isn't any such thing. What we have is a criminal violence problem. I have very little confidence in this bill's ability to offer solutions if it fails to even correctly identify the problem. Further, continued that are clearly in common use is a direct violation of the United States Supreme Court's Heller decision and would spur a court case by local and national organizations that believe in the Constitution. I respectfully request that you support SB 388, an act concerning defense of a person or dwelling, place of work, or motor vehicle. Any prudent person would respect someone's right to exercise reasonable force to protect themselves in the three places that they are most likely to get accosted. I respectfully request that you support HB 541, an act concerning the duty to retreat in a religious house of worship. I carry a gun because it is my duty as a good citizen and as a good Christian to be able to come to the aid of my fellow man. It goes against the grain of my religious beliefs and my moral compass to be legally hampered from helping a fellow Christian that was in harm's way. I respectfully request that you support HB 5415, an act concerning the transfer of assault weapons and large capacity magazines. There isn't any rational reason for people that are fully vetted to not possess the same registered and declared item they are already in lawful possession of. I respectfully request that you oppose HB 5416, an act concerning bulk purchase of pistols and revolvers. The purchasing, inheriting, or gifting small collections is a law already balance is implemented for multiple gun acquisitions with the submission to the state of additional forms and the issuance of multiple authorization numbers by the Special Licensing and Firearms Unit to not warrant any concerns that someone may have.
thank you, sir. You know, we're you're at the 3-minute mark, but I think we got the bulk of that. So
No, that was it, 3 minutes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Basil, for coming in. I think I missed your audio was breaking up a little bit, so I think I missed the part where you were talking about the HB 5416, an act concerning bulk purchases of pistols and revolvers. I didn't hear what you were saying on that issue because your audio was breaking up. If you wouldn't mind reiterating that, I'd appreciate it.
Not at all, Representative. Can you hear me right now?
I can, yes.
Okay, sir. I read the purchasing, inheriting, or gifting of small private collections is a long-standing tradition. There are already checks and balances for multiple gun acquisitions with the submission to the state of additional forms and the issuance of multiple authorization numbers given by the Special Licensing and Firearms Unit to not warrant any concerns that someone may have.
Okay. Do you care to expound on that a little, or is that your testimony pretty good as is?
No, that's pretty much self-explanatory. Whenever someone purchases multiple gun sales, this SLFU are well aware of it through additional forms, and they have to issue the authorization number. So they're well aware that a certain individual is acquiring more than one gun at a given time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Basil. I appreciate it. And you might want to invest in a better Wi-Fi system or something. We're breaking up a little bit. Thanks.
It happens. The plus and minuses of remote hearings, right? So, all right. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up is Marissa Boos, followed by Giona Heckner. Apologies if I mispronounced either of your names. Is Ms. Boos available? I do not. Oh, there she is. Ms. Boos, you have 3 minutes. Just make sure to unmute yourself. Ms. Boos, you're on mute. You're still on mute. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'll try. I had a long, I'm going to try to breeze through this. So my name is Marissa Boos. I'm the mother of Zanaya Wright. I support bills 54-17 and 54-18. I support these bills because the current law of 30 months max is not sufficient. A 13-year-old knows right from wrong. A 13-year-old knows there's no coming back from death. I still can't believe that a group of people would let the previous law pass without thinking about it being a blanket statute, as far as not considering the child's criminal history, the victim and impact on the victim's family, severity of the crime, which is the major thing. My daughter was left in the house with a friend of mine of 18 years. I came back to get her. She was gone. The individual, I'm not even gonna, the point is, at the end of the day, he knew what he was doing. He knew right from wrong, okay? And at the end of the day, 30 months max, it's not enough. A life is gone. My daughter's never coming back. She's not coming back. Everything that was done to her in that basement, her being sexually assaulted. Hold on, boy. I'm trying to hold it together. Hold on. I'm gonna shorten this up. Okay. So basically, the person is charged with 4 felony crimes that he committed against my 13-year-old daughter: illegal sexual contact, first-degree sexual assault, first-degree strangulation, and felony murder. And yet this individual may just walk away with 2.5 years. Nothing else. So this is why I support this bill. At least there is some, at least he will have more time. Or I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
It's no problem. Ms. Boos, do you have any more testimony? It looks like there are some questions for you.
Yeah, I guess just the questions. I'm sorry. I tried to shorten it up because I had a long one, and I tried to shorten it up because I know we're running behind. But long story short, my daughter didn't get justice, and all these type of things need to be put into play. These kids, they're stealing cars. You know, everyone's talking about rehabilitation. Rehabilitation works for some kids, and some kids it doesn't. But at the end of the day, what about the victim? What about my daughter? She's 30 months when this person gets out. She's gonna be gone. She's not gonna go to the high school. She's not going to go to prom. And then for the stuff, what she endured when she got raped and strangled and everything. And then it's just, I mean, how did a group of people not think about all of this, about just putting a blanket, like, oh, a car thief, someone stealing candy, like I don't remember the representative's name. I think it was Howard. Like, it's not one and the same. People, just like adults, kids need to be treated differently. Like, all of this babying them, like you took a life. Like, my daughter's not coming back, you know? And that's the thing about it. She's not coming back. And then he just gets to 30 months. He's going to get to do 30 months and then go on about his business with no record, and may even reoffend onto the next person. I would pray he doesn't, because I wouldn't want a family to go through what I'm going through in a daily hell. So I just, I wrote something down, but I just said I'll just freestyle with it and try to make it fast.
Well, Ms. Boos, thank you for being here today to share your story and your daughter's story. I'm certainly so sorry about what happened to your family and to your daughter. It looks like there are some questions, and the first will be from Representative Doucette. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Marissa, for coming forward. And again, we've talked a number of times, but I offer my condolences to you, and I think you're going to hear that from most of the committee. There's no words that can, that I can offer to you. As you know, I'm a parent myself. My son and Zanaya went to school together, 7th grade at Illing Middle School in Manchester. I want to recognize your courage in coming forward, because not everybody can do that. And as you told me, this is not something that, you ever thought you'd be doing. But it's so important for us to hear you. It's so important for everyone to hear this story and, hear who Zanaya was and how this happened. We've had a number of conversations, and your perspective is so important to hear on this, because we talk about these things, and it's a topic which is under discussion in a lot of different communities for a lot of different reasons. But to hear your story, which just happened last June. I remember the last right after the last day of school, 7th grade ended for Zanaya and my son Charlie, and this happened the next day. And for her to not make it through the summer back for 8th grade, it's unconscionable. So, again, we hear that there are these stories, but we don't often get to hear this kind of firsthand testimony. So I appreciate you coming forward. We've talked about the penalties for these kinds of offenses, and that there are different approaches on this committee. There are 2 bills, and we've talked through it, and we're going to continue to talk through it on this committee. And I would just ask my fellow members of this committee to keep an open mind, and to remember this testimony, because I sure know I won't for the rest of my life. So thank you again, Marissa. It takes a tremendous courage. I know there's others who have questions. Go ahead. Anything else? Anything else?
One more thing I just want to say is, I'm just off the top of the mind. And another thing about it is that, this is my first time being on any type of, politic meeting or political meetings or have you. I'm not really into politics. And I noticed that, everything, is about suburban, urban, rural, things of that sort. But I feel like with someone losing a loved one, even if it wasn't a child, we're losing a loved one that's the first devastation, right? And it's my child at that. But then the second is to put salt on the wound by because he's 13, but he did 4 felony charges. What is even the point of giving a 13-year-old, or anybody for that matter, what is the point of even giving 4 felony charges, and you're only going to do like 2.5 years? It doesn't even make any sense. It makes no sense. And this isn't even about a Black thing or a white thing. This could happen in any community. So it's almost like right now the law that's in place, so a 13-year-old could go and I don't even like to bring in Sandy Hook, but say a 13-year-old could go into a school right now and shoot up 100 people. So he's going to get a person going to max 2.5 months. That's basically what the law is. And it's crazy. It's just crazy.
And you brought that up when we talked about repeat offenders, and that's something else we've heard about today, because the system did not serve that young man, certainly for 4 prior offenses. The system did not serve him, or else we would not be here today, right? So that's so important to hear too. So again, thank you for your courage coming forward. Appreciate it. And we'll continue to talk. This is not the end. Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you for letting me have this platform to say what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mhm.
Thank you, Representative. Next up will be Representative Fishbein. Questions or comments?
Thank you. Marissa, very sad to hear your story. Unfortunately, I've heard stories like yours over the last few years, and I share your situation. I know it takes a lot to come before us here today. I know you're not doing it necessarily for you, you're doing it for other families that hopefully don't have to suffer what you have. And just to put into context, because you sort of jumped into the 30-month situation, presently under our law, passed about 5 years ago, a juvenile, any matter actually that's adjudicated in juvenile court, there could be 10 murders, 20 murders. The maximum penalty is 30 months supervised probation. And at the age of 22, those 10, 20 murders are going to be erased off of that individual's record. And I've been going across this state for the last 6 months, speaking out for victims. So, I really wish I could bottle your message here today and shoot it out by a megaphone, because, it's all about that. We've got to do something with this. So, I have no questions for you, but I really share your pain, and hopefully we can get these things changed. I mean, it was probably hurtful. You may have heard today, from some of the advocates saying that no children should go to jail ever. And, that's tough to deal with, I know, as parents. So thank you for coming here today. I know it takes a lot of strength, and I see you've got, somebody right next to you. I'm sure he's a bedrock for you. But I thank you for coming here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up will be Representative Porter. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Booth, I have no questions for you. I just really want to thank you for sharing your story, to express my condolences to you and your family for what happened to your daughter. And just know that we are listening, we do hear you, and there will be some ramifications around how we come about what we're going to pass out of this committee. But thank you for having the courage to sit there and go through what you just went through. I can't imagine, but you and your family are definitely in my prayers, and you will be in my thoughts, because this is something that you don't forget. You don't forget a story like that. And it is true. We hear way too many stories like this. So just thank you, and know that you are in my thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Sims, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Booth, I also want to share some of the comments of my colleagues here. And I want to send my condolences to you and your family. I'm a father of 4 girls, and I couldn't fathom something like that ever happening to my child or my children. And I just thank you for your bravery, for your courage, for your strength that you are displaying today. I know it takes a lot to come up here and share that story and even talk about your child in this public setting. So I just want to really share my heartfelt condolences with you and your family. And as it's been said by a few of my colleagues here, we will certainly be taking a look at a lot of the laws that we and policy that we put forth out of this committee, and look forward to addressing and moving the state in the right direction. So thank you for coming forward and sharing your testimony with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Senator Champagne, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mrs. Boyce, I don't even know what to say. I'm so sorry for your loss. I remember when this happened, and I remember saying a prayer for your young daughter and the family. And when a victim of a crime finds out that they're victimized a second time by the justice system, it's shocking. It's shocking to the system. And I've been fighting for victims for a couple of years now, and I'm going to continue fighting for them, because here you are, you're speaking out as a victim, and I hope everybody in this committee is listening, because this can happen, and the fact that you brought up a tragic incident that happened in Connecticut, and if it was somebody young, the same results would have happened, and that's just unfathomable. And my prayers are still with you and your family.
Thank you.
And I'll continue the fight. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. It does not appear that there are any further questions, but before we move on to the next person, I do just want to say again, thank you for being here and sharing your story. It takes tremendous strength and courage. And so, I hope you know that you have my, and I think this whole committee's deepest condolences. Thank you for being here to honor Sanai's life.
Thank you for that.
Next up, we have Morris Armstrong. Is Morris Armstrong with us? I do not see Morris Armstrong. If he is not, Rich D'Angelo, you are next. Mr. D'Angelo? Not see Mr. D'Angelo either. So after that, we have Jordan Levine or David Hertz.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi. Oh, hello.
Oh, Jordan's there. Jordan.
It's okay, David.
Okay, we have a traffic jam now. So why don't we go?
I'll mute myself. It's fine.
Jordan Levine first, then I see Tiana Heckner is with us. So she'll go next, and then Mr. Hertz after Ms. Heckner. Thank you, Jordan. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. Ladies and gentlemen of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Jordan Levine. I'm the owner of A Better Way 2A, and I'm a resident of Seymour. I oppose SB 16 and HB 5416, and I support SB 388, HB 5415, and HB 5412. I was going to spend my 3 minutes talking about SB 16, but as I was writing, I couldn't ignore the immense disappointment and frustration that I, as well as it seems many others, felt reading this bill. The biggest issue we face right now is not gun violence, it's partisanship. Due to an ever-increasing gap between the left and the right, and the contempt for the opposing side, and ignorance continues to fester that manifests across this country in good-intentioned bills written by people who remain ignorant to the effect that they actually have. Bills people mean to protect our school children will end up harming our LGBTQ youth. Bills people mean to save babies will force women into dangerous situations, and bills people mean to reduce gun violence will strip our vulnerable communities of protection, chip away at our right to feel secure, and fail on almost every front to address the legitimate concern of gun violence that all of us have. Governor Lamont has commented on the increase in gun ownership in Connecticut, even if he doesn't differentiate between legal and illegal guns. In 2020, with the murder of George Floyd and the safety concerns surrounding the ensuing protests and distrust or unreliability of police during those events, 4 million Americans became new gun owners, with 170,000 gun purchases in Connecticut alone. People from all across the political spectrum and all walks of life bought their first gun over the last few years. Members of the LGBTQ community, African-American community, and other marginalized groups have armed themselves in record numbers. Black women are the fastest growing percentage of gun owners in this country. The last 2 years have shown us all the utility in owning a firearm for self-defense, and the numbers show this. So the fact that after everything that's happened, a bill like SB 16 is even before us today shows just how disconnected the governor is with the residents of Connecticut and the American people. In a time where bus driver unions have been begging the state to protect their drivers better, people want to ban firearms on public transport. Just a small part of this bill is our governor telling each passenger who relies on a gun for protection on the way to work or to get food that they should just buy a car if they want to stay safe. I'm big on giving the benefit of the doubt. So when I read things like that, I assume it's the best intentions. Even if at face value, it seems like a blatant attack on poor people. To our representatives who question why someone would ever want or need to carry a gun on the bus ride to work, I urge you to ask the people who do. I assume this bill is written with good intent, but due to the inability of our politicians and us to work with one another, we end up with language that at best will fail to curb gun violence because none of it actually addresses the cause of gun violence, and at worst will actively take part in harming the people it's supposed to protect. Support for more gun control is at an all-time low across the country. We need to work together to create effective laws to protect our communities without chipping away at the individual and collective liberties of Connecticut residents. You all need to work together.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes have elapsed. Please summarize in a sentence or so, and then I believe you'll have at least one question.
Perfect. I'm on my last sentence.
Great. Thank you.
You all need to work together for the future of our state. I would love an opportunity to speak with you on this issue further, and I will gladly accept any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. And it looks like Representative Dubitsky has a question for you. Representative Dubitsky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Levine, for coming in. One thing you said that resonated with me was that that SB 16 essentially says if you want to stay safe, buy a car. I would think that, after some of the hearings that I've sat through in the last couple of weeks, it's if you want to stay safe, buy an electric car, but buy a car. And there are many people in our state, in our cities, that either cannot afford a car or their circumstances don't allow for it. Many people in apartment buildings have no place to put a car. Can't park it on the street. They have no parking. Cars are very often an impediment if you live in the city. So, if you want to stay safe, buy a car only works for somebody who can logistically maintain a car. And for far too many people in the state, that's just not an option. But I thank you very much for your testimony. You've raised some very important issues, and hopefully those pushing this SB 16, including the governor, will take heed of what you've just said. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Levine, for your testimony. Ms. Heckner, you are up now.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you to the chairs and all the members of the Judiciary Committee for letting me speak today in support of SB 392. My name is Tione Heukner, and I'm currently 18 years old and a first year at Yale. I'm highlighting my age because that is what this bill is focused on. Under Connecticut law, just last year, I would not have been criminally responsible, which means that I could not be automatically subjected to an adult court jurisdiction. And yet, while I would be protected from automatically being treated as an adult in court, I would not have been required to have a parent or guardian present when making a statement to a law enforcement officer. Thus, I would have been treated as both an adult and a child in the same criminal justice system. Recent neurological research shows that the brain does not fully develop until age 25. Adolescents' actions are guided by the amygdala, the part of the brain that is more emotional and reactive, while the prefrontal cortex, or the part of the brain responsible for logical reasoning, is not yet fully developed. This is relevant because according to a study from the Prison Policy Initiative, out of 340 exonerees, 42% of juveniles falsely confessed, while only 13% of adults falsely confessed. Furthermore, another study, also from the Prison Policy Initiative, found that a majority of youth participants complied to sign a false confession without a single word of protest. The data on this issue is thus clear. Juveniles are more likely to falsely confess because their brains are not fully developed, and they are more susceptible to social pressures and impulsive decision-making without fully understanding the consequences of their actions. That is why it is essential that a parent or guardian be present when a juvenile defendant makes a statement, so that they may intervene on their child's behalf if their child makes a false confession. Parents and guardians are also more likely to understand their child's rights and interpret the written law, which the juvenile defendant themselves might not understand. The change from 16 to 18 years old is crucial because the brain is not fully developed until 25, let alone 18. In addition, Connecticut raised the age of criminal responsibility to 18 over 10 years ago. Our state recognizes 18 as the age where individuals can start making their own decisions, including voting and joining the military. So it is imperative that 18 is held as a standard for all adult decisions, and making statements to law enforcement officials is one of those decisions. I recognize that some people do not see a difference between 16 and 18. But as someone who's currently 18, I can say that there is a big difference. 16 and 17-year-olds are still in high school, and most are dependent on their parents for everything. A 16 or 17-year-old cannot sign their own paperwork to go to a school activity, such as canoeing, or axe throwing. So by that standard, they should also be required to have their parents' protection when giving statements. I urge you to favorably vote SB 392 out of the Judiciary Committee so that parents and guardians and the law can both protect one of the most vulnerable groups from making choices that could negatively impact the rest of their lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wegner, and apologies for mispronouncing your name. Seeing no questions, David Hertz, you have the floor, followed by Alex Villamil.
Great, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
Oh,
David
you're
Hertz
up.
here. I'm an attorney out of Bridgeport, where I've been for the last 2 years. I have a couple of, just want to put a slightly more human face on this. One of those things is I belong to a gun range here in Bridgeport. It is the most multiracial but non-racial place I have ever been. My wife loves going there because you have people from all different walks of life who respect the guns that they have. They know the death that they carry, and they know that they would only use it in the direst of situations. But anyway, that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about two other things. One is I was at the shop last week. I asked my mechanic who deals with a lot of cash if they carry. He's like, yeah, we carry. Most of us carry. He also owns a tow truck. Well, if his tow truck would drive into, I don't know, your office building, the parking lot of your office building, he now becomes a criminal. Just because he's carrying and doing his job, or if a teacher, invites him onto, according to the regulations that I've seen, or the some of the law that's proposed. I bought a collection of guns from an elderly gentleman who was just about ready to go to an old age home about a year ago. It would have been ridiculous to try to have to stretch that out over 4 months. There are people who are aging out. By the way, his guns, he had oversized clips, so he was also a Class D felon until we modified the clips so that wasn't an issue. So you're making people criminals for no reason. I guess the thing I have to say is this: my impression is that when your only tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I think as legislators, sometimes we want to just write another law, or you want to write another law to make things happen. Sometimes that's just not what's right. We have a public health crisis. That's the last point. I know I'm running out of time here. I think it's ridiculous to call this a public health crisis. We could call car driving a public health crisis. We could call by that standard, we can call anything a public health crisis. The next side of that is that I become sick for wanting to have a gun. And it seems to me that, unfortunately, as the prior gentleman just said, and I don't remember who that was, we seem to come from different sides. I think there's a lot of ill will here. The people who look at gun owners as crazy gun owners, people who shouldn't. If we would just let the police do their job and put our guns down, that the world would be better. I invite those of us who disagree to take a look otherwise and see. Let's try to see the world through each other's eyes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hurst, and it's perfect timing. You're right at the time limit, but you have a question from Representative Dubitsky. Representative Dubitsky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Hertz, Attorney Hertz, for coming in. I'm glad that you were testifying today and that you acknowledge you're an attorney. I was wondering if you might be able to comment on SB 16 lines 292 and 293, where the proposal is to remove the requirement that a law enforcement officer has reasonable suspicion of a crime prior to demanding.
Oh, with regard to the permit issue?
Prior permit to an officer who asks.
Well, essentially what it's doing in my mind, and I'm not a criminal lawyer nor a constitutional lawyer, but you're presuming that a person is a criminal for actually carrying a gun or for having a bulge that looks like a gun. And it seems to me that we have a presumption of innocence in this country. And by giving a person by giving a police officer the right to walk up to anyone who seems to be carrying, it blows the mind.
Okay.
So
well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your coming in and spending the time with us to testify. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Mr. Hertz, or Attorney Hertz. Seeing no further questions, we will next move to Alex Villamil. You have the floor, sir. And Alex will be followed by James Curry and Christopher Batten. Mr. Villamil, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenthal. I prepared a written statement. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members, Cassell and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Alex Villamil. I'm from Sandy Hook, Connecticut. I'm a volunteer with Connecticut Against Gun Violence and a leader of Action Together Connecticut. I am testifying in support of the provisions in SB 16 that directs the Office of Injury Prevention within the Department of Public Health to create a gun violence intervention and prevention program. As a gun violence survivor, and because of the tragic history of the town that I live in, I've testified in front of this committee in the past. I believe that gun violence is an epidemic and that ignoring it is tantamount to proceeding at our peril. Every year we hear that there are more guns out there, more killings in our state and in our country. Whereas sadly at one point where frequent mass school shootings no longer shock or even surprise us. More needs to be done by our legislature to counter these trends. While I commend the governor for directing DPH to establish a gun violence prevention and intervention program and for allocating $3.6 million from the American Rescue Plan to fund the program, I strongly urge the legislature to do more. A dedicated staff and DPH ought to be created to address community gun violence and commit to a more substantial level of grant funding measures, both proposed in HB 5397 and Act declaring gun violence a public health crisis and establishing the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I also support other provisions in SB 16, including establishing a gun tracking task force to stop the flow of illegal guns, requiring registration of all ghost guns, creating a state license for gun dealers to ensure compliance with state laws, tightening regulations for carrying guns in public, and making domestic violence convictions an automatic disqualifier for carrying guns in public. I support HB 5416 to crack down on straw purchasing by limiting firearm purchases to one per month. I oppose SB 388 and HB 5412, which would also allow us use of deadly force in vehicles in places of worship, regardless of whether someone is at risk of harm. I oppose HB 5392, which would allow off-duty police officers to carry guns in schools, contrary to existing state and federal law. I oppose HB 5415, which would allow banned assault weapons and large capacity magazines to be sold. Regarding the juvenile justice aspect of this forum, I do not believe that the correct approach is to lower the age for a child to be held accountable and judged in an adult court. The history of the problem needs to be better studied, as well as better related to the community at large. There needs to be a better effort put forth by our legislators than to simply rely on the simplistic solution of incarcerating children. The problem is multifaceted in nature. Therefore, this calls for multi-pronged solutions and an all-out effort from the community. These solutions need to come from the community and from legislative and judicial entities all working together. Failing to do so takes away the possibility of rehabilitation and places an overwhelming and unjust reliance on retribution. If we take the time to understand the problem, we act as a civilized and conscientious society ought to act. I'd like to thank this committee for the work that you do and for taking the time to listen to my testimony. Thank you for taking on this important task. The impact of your decisions is the difference between life or death.
Thank you, Mr. Villamil. It looks like you've got questions. Representative Fishbein, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, thank you for coming and testifying today. I just want to focus on, you testified that you were in support of the domestic violence provisions of SB 16. And can you tell me specifically what portion?
Specifically, I don't have it. I don't have it in front of me. I wrote this while I was looking at the.
Can you read again the portion from what
I
you
wrote?
read to us? Yeah, about the domestic
Absolutely.
violence crimes.
Said I also support our other provisions in SB 16, including, I'm sorry, the last part, making domestic violence convictions an automatic disqualifier for carrying guns in public.
Okay.
So if in my opinion, someone who's dealing with domestic violence.
No, I'm trying to stay within the four corners of this bill. So what portion of this language prevents a domestic violence conviction carrying in public?
I don't have it in front of me right now, unfortunately. I would probably refer you to Jerry Stein, who could probably answer this much better than I can. Unfortunately, I didn't bring the bill in front of me.
Well, I'm looking at section 25, and that adds the clause. I'm just trying to refresh your recollection as to what you reviewed in preparation for today. It has a list of things that are disqualifiers, and it says, or a felony or misdemeanor domestic violence, family violence crime. But wouldn't a felon already be prohibited?
Well, I'm not
why-
certain about the technicalities of it. I think, like I said, I think Jeremy would probably be the better person to ask him the technicalities. I'm reading it as a layperson.
Okay, I understand. And I don't want to box you in. I'm just trying to.
Right. My understanding based on the language as a layperson, that's kind of the interpretation that I'm getting from it.
Okay, because I'm looking at line 1213, where it already says that you've been convicted of a felony, you can't get a permit. So why would we need a felony of domestic violence? Because that's still a felony. So anyway, I understand you're a layperson and
exactly
the governor's bill. So
I would have to pass it on to somebody with a little more experience on that.
no problem. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Villamil. Thank you very much for being here. I hate to make you relive any of the agony of the Sandy Hook massacre, but I really feel that your voice is a very, very important one because of what your community has experienced. And I'm wondering if, I don't know how well you've been able to go through SB 16, but I'm wondering if you believe that any parts of that bill might have prevented what happened in Sandy Hook. And if not, do you have any recommendations of how we might strengthen it? I'm thinking specifically of the part about an assault, an AR-15 assault weapon, because of the loophole currently that defines a gun that sits on your shoulder as a rifle. I'm just wondering if you have any opinion on that, because throughout the day, we have heard from gun advocates, from Second Amendment advocates, referring to assault weapons in quotes, like as if an assault weapon isn't really used for an assault. Having lived through the assault, do you have any comments on this bill and any ways to strengthen it?
Well, I mean, personally, I don't believe in weapons, whether assault or not. I think anything that, any kind of weapon that is not properly stored should not be left, in the case of Sandy Hook, out in the open for anyone to use. In this case, it was a child who was mentally incapacitated and obviously had issues. Therefore, he had full access to these weapons. I think more control over such, in my opinion, all weapons, but especially assault weapons, because they can do a lot more damage than the normal weapons. But overall storage and keeping away from people that should not be having weapons, mentally ill, children, any kind of access like that, I think should be should be regulated a lot better. And also, it was a tragedy that occurred here in Sandy Hook, but I think it could have been prevented had those laws been in place at the time.
Thank you for that. And at the risk of, well, do you mind telling us how old were you when that happened?
Oh, that was when that happened. I must have been in my good grief. I was in my early 40s at the time, and I had children in school. At first when it happened, I thought it happened at the high school. I was picturing something that was Columbine. So my first thought was like, my high school kids are under threat. Two of them were in high school at the time. But unfortunately, it was the elementary school. And, my daughter would have been in Sandy Hook had she not been homeschooled. So that was a traumatic experience that I could not even imagine what, my neighbors, my friends experienced.
Well, I think I dare say that you're a lot closer to it than most of us. I had a friend whose daughter was killed in Sandy Hook, a colleague of mine, teaching colleague. But I am grateful very much for you, for your bravery in coming. I'm sure that it must be tempting just to walk away and never think about it again. And I don't mean to make you relive any moment of it, but I think your voice is a very, very important one to hear. And I appreciate deeply your being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. You mentioned assault weapons and regular weapons. And what's the difference?
To me, assault weapons are like rapid fire weapons. Regular weapons are pistols, perhaps. Yeah, I'm not a gun person. Through a personal experience, I don't like guns. So if it were up to me, I would just ban everything that would harm another individual.
Gotcha. Okay. So you don't really know if there is a difference between a assault weapon and a regular weapon. Do they both shoot the same bullets?
No, I don't think so. I think there is definitely a difference. But again, not to do injustice to the argument, I would probably refer it to more of an expert.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate your acknowledging that you're not an expert and don't know the difference.
Well, I am a lay person. Therefore, I take certain things that from my personal experience in my opinions, and especially what I've voiced over here. But when it comes to technicalities and things like that, I think I'd rather have the argument pushed forth by somebody who deals with this. So for instance, Jeremy Stein, I would refer these questions to him, who is much more involved in the technicalities and the minutiae of this topic.
Okay. Well, would it surprise you if I said that the so-called assault weapons that are being banned in the bills that are on the agenda today are functionally exactly the same as every semi-automatic pistol that exists in the world?
Well, again, I would probably, unless they're regulated and, say, for instance, like, not to go off the subject, but if, to me, a vehicle is something you regulate. It could be considered a weapon. You could weaponize a vehicle, yet we go through the process of getting proper licensing and we give people proper instruction as to how to deal with this thing. Nevertheless, it is regulated by our state. That whatever an assault weapon is or not, in my opinion, any kind of weapon, anything that can injure another person, if it's not properly taken care of, or people being given the proper instructions on how to deal with it, and how to store it, and when to use it, if they're even allowed to use it, that should be something that the state should take into consideration before allowing just anybody to have these weapons. whatever type of weapon they may be.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Howard, you have the floor. Representative Howard, you're still on mute.
Probably better because the dog's barking. I'm sorry. Hi, Alex. You're the first person today that I've heard of, and I've been here all day, that testified in opposition to 5392, which is the police officer carrying on school grounds. Can you just say why you're against that briefly, because it's been a long day?
As far as like, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, I believe you said that you're in opposition to 5392. Can you just briefly say why you're in opposition to that particular bill?
Well, right now we have laws in our schools that prevent anyone, unless they're, I guess, like my experience at the high school here in Newtown, that prevents anyone to carry a weapon inside the building, unless they're, they work for the building or for the municipality. Right now, not anybody should be allowed to walk into a public building, especially one that's, well, in my case over here, that's been through the trauma of Sandy Hook. I don't believe that unless you have any business in the building, if you don't work for the city or if you are not part of the building, as far as safety measures are concerned, you should not be walking in there with a weapon. You can always leave it in a car. You can always, pack it up. There's no reason why you should bring it into the school, because who knows what can happen. I think weapons lead to problems. I think you can use it self-defense, but if you bring it into a public building, I think you're asking for trouble. Let the people who are working there handle it, let them carry the weapons, and that's fine.
Right. So I didn't. So would you say that no police officer should carry in a school building?
While they're on duty or off duty?
Well, what the bill would allow them to carry on or off duty, but based on what you said just now, it sounds like even on duty, you wouldn't want them doing that. That's what I'm asking.
No, let me clarify that. If they're on
Please,
duty, they've been called in. Obviously, they're police officers. They will be, but if they're off duty, there's no reason for them to carry weapons in. If they're picking up the children or something, which I have friends that have children in the school system, there's no reason for them to carry that weapon inside the school system. On duty, if they're working and they've been called in by whomever in the school, that's a different story. They're on duty. To me, that's a distinction.
So if a police officer is attending, say, a high school game at a high school basketball game, say, and he has a statutory responsibility to respond to an incident, you don't feel that he should be equipped appropriately to respond?
Right now, do we have a statute? I believe we have a statutory. We have a statute in place that prevents people from walking into public places while they have guns. So that would, if that makes him into the individual, just not a police officer going into to see a game, if he's just there as a civilian, I guess. No, I would say leave it in the car. You're not, I'm sure we have people protecting the game already on duty there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I just, I feel like we hold our officers responsible to respond to things and don't equip them. It's, we're basically just saying that, just do the best that you can and do it. But all right. Well, thanks for your testimony.
To me, the less guns, the better. Because otherwise, if we're all carrying guns, it sort of turns into a Wild West scenario over here, where everybody's just answering to whatever, just by bringing the gun into it and using it. You're more apt to use it if you're carrying it than if you leave it in the car. If there's something that arises and the need arises, you can always go back to the car. Meanwhile, there's already protection inside, in this case, the stadium. That's my logic there.
So So state police are standing by at every high school basketball game in the state, as far as you know?
As far as I know, there's always a police presence. I don't know if state or local, but there's somebody guarding.
That's I didn't know that. That's news to me. I thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbein, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I find it a little ironic. Sandy Hook was a tragedy. And I firmly believe that if someone in that building on that day had a firearm, they would have been able to prevent a tragedy. So, a police officer picking up their child from school, entering the school on duty or off, could have prevented a tragedy. And I find the testimony here today shocking that we would prevent a man, woman in blue from entering a school with their service firearm. We know that the law didn't prevent what happened on that day. Those people were innocent and they were victims. And for one to believe that a sign, a law saying gun-free zone prevents these activities, I find the testimony shocking. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I respond to that?
Very briefly, please.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little, it's not an issue with you necessarily, it's just we're getting a little far afield from the language of the bill. So if you could respond briefly in a sentence or two, and I appreciate it.
It's just, to me, that's a conjecture. That's not really based. You don't know what could happen, what might have happened. That's not based on what really did happen. So I think if we are already employing people to protect people in our public buildings, let them do their job, and we'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. Villamil, for being with us and sharing your testimony and your experience. Seeing no further questions, next up is James Curry, followed by Christopher Batten.
Representative Blumenthal and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak, especially in the difficult work you have of so many people testifying today. My name is James Curry. I'm a bishop in the Episcopal Church. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I am co-founder and chief blacksmith of Swords to Plowshares Northeast, a 501c3 organization that works with towns and cities to organize gun buybacks and then transform the guns, instruments of potential harm, from suicide, accidents, and crimes into instruments of hope and nurture. We give these tools away to community gardens, schools, faith organizations, and youth violence interruption programs. I'm testifying today in support of Section 33 of SB 16 and the $3,600,000 included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund community-focused gun violence prevention programs. At Swords to Plowshares Northeast, we encourage people voluntarily to give up the guns that are a danger in their homes. We also encourage people to invite us to bring the forge to their community and to participate in the repurposing of guns. We are mobile, and we can augment almost any other approach to gun violence prevention. I'm here today to speak to a multi-pronged, collaborative, and experiential approach to gun violence prevention. I want to underscore the need for coordination, research, and support at the state level. The work and outreach of volunteer organizations like ours will be greatly enhanced by a staffed program through the Department of Public Health. We are an educational outreach program that engages people across the boundaries of our cities and towns. The guns that are transformed into garden tools become evidence that we need not stay bound to the violence of guns in our society. The process of transformation not only creates tools, it gives power and hope to people who have been harmed greatly by guns in their communities. We believe that starting with this funding, the Department of Public Health can be an information clearinghouse and source of coordination and support for nimble and innovative community-centered anti-violence programs. This funding will help explore new strategies to invite people to in our communities, urban, suburban, and rural, to turn away from gun violence and to change the very nature of our neighborhoods. I commend our governor for proposing funding for community gun violence prevention programs. I also urge you, the legislature, to do more. Now's the time to create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Public Health and to commit the state to more substantial levels of funding to build on and support the work already being done here in Connecticut. Thank you for listening to me.
Oh, sorry. I was just about to tell you to try to wrap up and summarize, but you anticipated me. All right. Thank you, Bishop Curry, for your testimony. It looks like we have a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Bishop Curry, for coming in. Very much appreciate it. So you're speaking in favor of, in support of Section 33 of SB 16, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it your feeling that your organization will receive some of the funding?
I don't know.
Is it your hope?
That's not my point. My point is that there are a number of community-focused groups that need coordination and help, and that a state organization, an office, will help us coordinate across the state. I now work in Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, Norwalk, Guilford, New London, and we are able to bring the idea of swords to plowshares, guns to garden tools, and we do that with our own funding. We're not looking for funding at this point.
Okay.
What I think needs funding is research and coordination and clearinghouse of help for community-based groups to feel supported.
Got it.
And
Okay.
I think also we need to really continue to focus on evidence-based choosing programs. If you talk to, in this state right now, if you talk to the media, they'll say that gun buybacks are really wonderful. I have great interviews with TV stations across the state, but we don't have enough evidence-based information to say that this is the way for us to really be going as a community in the future. That's true for almost all grassroots groups that are trying to face the issue of violence in our society.
Okay, do you think that any such research should be nonpartisan?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when a group is put together under, or should a group be put together under Section 33, should that include people who are opposed to firearms and people who are supportive of firearms?
Yeah, I can tell you in Swords to Plowshares, we have gun owners who are very much a part of our organization. And one of the things we do as we help coordinate gun buybacks in our cities and towns is also to offer gun safes, either free or with a discounted cost, and gun locks so that people can safely store the guns that they want to keep in their households.
Do you provide any gun safety training, like for gun owners? Like how to
Gun
safety handle
training,
firearms?
that's beyond our expertise. And it's available, it's available through a number of the people that you've talked to today.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I very much appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Bishop. Thank you so much for your wonderful work. I admire it tremendously. I'm sure Isaiah would be very pleased.
Thank you.
My question, I would love to garden and till the soil with one of your instruments. When you said you are very much in favor of Section 33 of SB 16, does that mean you are not in favor of other parts, or that was your favorite part? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, and nor am I expecting you to have parsed this entire bill. It's very, very dense.
Yeah,
but you singled out that one section.
I'm focusing on that one section because that's where I work. I work in community anti-violence coordination and innovation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I know. And that's why I spoke to that part of the bill.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that you weren't saying that the other parts you didn't approve of, or that. Okay, just checking. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. And I appreciate, again, your work and your testimony very much.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions or comments from the committee, I'll say thank you very much for being with us today, Bishop Curry, and for your work in the community as well. Next up is Christopher Batten, followed by Reverend Josh Pavlik.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
You're good to go.
Okay, it's Christopher Batten. Don't feel bad, everybody mispronounces it. To the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity. I wish to voice my opposition on SB 16, an act addressing gun violence and juvenile crime. I believe this bill has been misnamed, as it is only the people who seem to be penalized in this proposal are the law-abiding firearms owners in our state. I'm a Connecticut resident and a Second Amendment supporter. I've complied with every law that I know. I've followed every ordinance in this state concerning the purchase, the storage, and the use of firearms and related equipment and accessories. Yet the governor seems intent on blaming me for illegal gun violence, and his solution is to make it more of a hardship for me to exercise my Second Amendment rights. I don't believe the contents of the governor's bill addresses the heart of the gun violence problem in Connecticut. As a minority living in Manchester, I am gravely concerned that there are more like me who in recent times I have witnessed legally obtaining permits, going to classes, and joining ranges and clubs in Connecticut. The fastest growing segment of the firearms owners group are women and African Americans. Part of the governor's legislation will empower law enforcement to ask citizens for permits in instances of open carry, which can be loosely interpreted, and from my perspective, may become a slippery slope to racial profiling. I am asking you to oppose this bill by stopping this legislation from leaving the Judiciary Committee. I'd also like to express my opposition to HB 5416, an act concerning bulk purchases of pistols and revolvers. The bill makes it sound like Connecticut citizens are going through all the hassles of submitting themselves to federal and state background checks, plus all the state required paperwork in order to purchase multiple firearms for illegal purposes. That line of thinking doesn't make much sense. Therefore, limiting purchases to one pistol or revolver a month will likely do nothing to address gun violence. Firearms purchases are still legal purchases, and the government should not dictate how much of anything we can purchase. With my remaining time, I'd like to express my support for HB 5412, an act concerning the duty to retreat in a religious house of worship. People who attend houses of worship should feel safe and peaceful, but unfortunately in recent times, they have been the targets of violence and for disturbed people. Last Friday evening, for example, a synagogue and a church in New Britain were targeted by an arsonist. Arson, shootings, and machete attacks in the church were once unthinkable, but unfortunately, it's now happening across our country. Religious leaders should be able to make choices concerning the safety of their congregation. That safety may include employing properly trained security teams and to ensure their auditoriums don't become soft targets and the center of a violent act. HB 5412 is a tool that can help them do this and know that they have the support of our state. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Baton, and apologies on your name.
No problem.
Looks like Representative Palm has her hand raised. Representative Palm. Looks like maybe that's left over from the last round. Representative Dubitsky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Baton, for coming in. Very much appreciate it. You've echoed what a number of the people coming to testify have said. The one bill that you've mentioned that many others haven't is 5412. And, I certainly, what we hear in the news every day with regard to attacks in churches, as you said, this is something that we would never hear about in years past. Brings us back to to the days of the old Mississippi church burnings. Yep. And we want to make sure that the people who are attending church and synagogue and mosque services have the ability to protect themselves just like anyone else. And I very much appreciate your coming in. Let me ask, do you have any personal experience with any of these church groups that have organized to protect themselves?
Well, I am an active member of my church here in Manchester, and I at one time was also employed by the church. So matters of people's safety and security is always something that stays in my mind. And I'm not saying that everybody should carry in their churches, and I don't think everybody is necessarily responsible enough to do that. But I think that with proper training and that you have groups of people who are designated as a security team, just as you would have it, private security for any other type of organization or business. I think that's smart. I don't think everybody should just have a firearm and just do it. But I think that proper training it can help prevent tragedies, or at least for example, that shooting in Texas, where the security team was the ones who stopped that gentleman, and it could have been a lot worse. So I just like the thing that I really like about this bill is that it gives your houses of worship an option. And I think they should be able to know that they're supported by their state if this is the route that they want to take. I know some churches would not agree with that at all, and that's fine. And then I know others that are okay with their people, certain people carrying concealed. It's whatever comfort level that leader is, he or she has to make those decisions and see what's best for their church and that, or synagogue or mosque or anything else. And I have no problem with that.
Well, I very much appreciate your testimony, and thank you for coming in and sharing it with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Seeing no further questions or comments from the committee, I thank you for being with us today, Mr. Baton, and for your testimony. Next up will be Reverend Josh Pavlik, followed by Corey Mackey. Reverend.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of SB 387 regarding recommendations from the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee. and in opposition to the various policing enhancement bills that are on your agenda today. I am the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester and a leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, which is a regional coalition of nearly 50 congregations who are committed right now to countering the blatant fear-mongering and misinformation campaign from the so-called Safe Streets movement. I am proud of Connecticut for the progress it has made on reforming its juvenile justice system over the last decade. We incarcerate fewer youth than almost any other state. Recidivism has declined moderately in every category over the last 10 years. Youth who commit crimes are more quickly diverted to community mental health resources. We don't try youth as adults. These outcomes improve the life prospects for many youth who historically were caught in the school to prison pipeline. Is the system perfect? No. But this is why the work of JJ POC matters. This is why I support SB 387, and I want to give a shout out especially to the child advocates on that committee. The policing enhancement bills on your agenda would move us in the wrong direction, exposing more youth to the criminal justice system. These bills align with the Safe Streets campaign, which I think willfully distorts the data on youth crime and promotes a fear-based, racially coded message in white suburban communities that an out-of-control youth crime wave is making all of us unsafe. This campaign blames this manufactured crime wave on our juvenile justice reforms and then suggests that going back to the days of higher levels of youth incarceration and reopening the juvenile training school will make us safer. I say passing these bills would make no one safer, but they would make life much less safe for youth of color who face both conscious and unconscious racial profiling throughout all the institutions involved in the juvenile justice system. Youth of color with disabilities, language barriers, and GBLTQ identities would be even less safe given the layered nature of the profiling and vulnerabilities they face in relation to the criminal justice system. Legislators from both parties have spoken passionately all session about the need to address youth mental and behavioral health issues. We know mental and behavioral health needs have risen markedly during the pandemic, and we know resources are strained. We also know that most of the youth who end up in the criminal justice system live with behavioral or mental health diagnoses and are classified as disabled. Let's not pursue bills that would enmest such children in the criminal justice system further. Rather, I urge you to put every available resource into treating youth mental and behavioral health disabilities, not to mention, as others have pointed out, addressing racialized gaps in affordable housing, public education, job training, healthcare, childcare, and access to healthy food, all of which factor into the reduction of crime. Let's focus on getting youth the resources they need, not punishing them more. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here with us. I'm not sure if I missed it, and you did say it, but could you just state your full name for the record?
Oh, it's Reverend Josh Pollock, and you gave the correct pronunciation in Polish. We say Pollock like a dog licks its paw.
Well, thank you, Reverend Pollock. I'm sorry for guessing wrong on your pronunciation, and won't make that mistake again. Thank you for your testimony and for being with us. Next up is Corey Mackey, followed by Bob Margolis. Corey, you have the floor.
Thank you to the members of the Judiciary Committee. Thanks for this long day. I'm writing in support of Senate Bill number 387 and Senate Bill number 392, and I speak in strong opposition to Senate Bill 365, House Bill 5418, 5417, Senate Bill 386, and Senate Bill number 16.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Ms. Mackey, could you just state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Corey Mackey Nicewander. I am the director of the Center for Leadership and Justice and lead organizer of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. We have 50 congregations, synagogues, mosques, and churches paying attention with great concern to this legislation. I am also a resident of Newington. For this testimony, however, I speak as a mom. 2 years ago today, March 14th, 2020, I buried my 63-year-old mother who died completely unexpectedly in her sleep. My son was 7 at the time, and his grandmother was his whole world. The night I told him she died, he hugged her sweatshirt and sobbed from the deepest place of grief I have ever seen in a kid. As we were planning her funeral, the state shut down because of COVID. My son didn't have a school to return to or friends to see. In addition to that pain, his parents were in the middle of a divorce. It was one jarring experience of sorrow and disorientation after another. Within a few months, we started to see rage and outbursts that were concerning. Finding a therapist in the beginning of pandemic for a kid was no easy task. We had to settle for telehealth, but at least had insurance, flexible jobs, a computer and internet connection, and the ability to take days off without losing pay. We also had stable housing, money for groceries, transportation, and the ability to seek our own mental health support. My son is now 9, just a few short months from being able to be arrested should he have a fit of rage on the school bus or at school or anywhere else where one might be inclined to call the police on him. However, the fear of adults calling the police on my son because of his behavior is nowhere in my mind. He is a little 9-year-old white boy. His rage will be met with concern in the professionals around him who will want to get to the bottom of it. His anger will be seen as rooted in grief, and he will be given the grace and supports to work through his issue, free from involvement in the juvenile justice system. Statistics show that this would likely not be the outcome for his black and brown peers. He is doing well, but should he take a turn and end up being one of the few white kids incarcerated, slapped with GPS monitoring, or be 14 and transferred to adult prison and experience all of the other harmful policies being considered today, he will experience long-term harm demonstrated in research study after research study. These efforts would completely miss the root cause of his behaviors. This legislation misses the root causes and it harms children. You know this, I know this, and yet we peddle these policies in some thinly veiled attempt to respond to people who are afraid of their car or other property being stolen. This is because of a dangerous misinformation campaign being waged in the state by Safe Streets Connecticut, which is putting lives at risk, especially the lives of Black and brown youth. With the exception of a small uptick in car thefts in Connecticut during the height of the pandemic, car thefts are 77% lower since 1991. We do not have a crime epidemic. We do not have a car theft epidemic. We have an affordable housing crisis and crises in healthcare, education, food security. And yet, despite knowing all of this, we are spending time today on policies that will completely fail to address the root cause of the crime and violence we do see. I commend to you the work of the JJPOC, which roots policies and legislation in actual research and data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey, for your testimony. Seeing no comments or questions from the committee, I thank you for being with us and for being so patient today. Bob Margolis will be next, followed by Kurt Frank. Mr. Margolis, you have the floor.
Here in the car. All right. Have I got you?
I'm clear.
Thank you. As a holder of a valid Connecticut pistol permit since 1976, proposed laws that encompass as much gun control as what's being discussed today is an insult to me and should be an insult to every law-abiding pistol permit holder in Connecticut. I'm speaking in strong opposition to SB 16. Laws like these are the equivalent of banning forks and spoons to address obesity or taking cars away from sober people so that drunk drivers can't hurt them. Gun control through legislation is the misguided statement, we have to do something. Attacking guns is the low-hanging fruit of legislation. Let's all agree that we need to attack the root of the problems, not punish law-abiding gun owners. Our rising crime rate in Connecticut has nothing to do with guns or permit holders. It has everything to do with lax criminal punishment for both juveniles and career criminals. How many times have we heard in the news that someone that committed a violent crime with a gun has had 5, 10, or more arrests for similar crimes? Why are these people still free? When police are legislated not to pursue juveniles that commit crimes, that incentivizes delinquent teenagers to do the same thing without risk of consequence. Permit holders commit less than 25% at the rate of, permit holders commit crimes at less than 25% of the rate of non-permit holders. And this proposal seems to ignore that statistic. In preventing carrying of a firearm on public transportation, this not only severely impacts minorities, but will also negatively impact already very poor utilization of public transportation. With 94% of mass shootings occurring in gun-free zones, why would we want to create more gun-free zones? I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident, business owner, and I hold a federal firearms license. My current business permits and licenses from both my town and the federal government are already highly regulated. And along with the fact that 99.99% of FFLs are already in compliance, we don't need a state license and more oversight than we already have. This would be an additional burden in an already difficult and expensive state to do business in. There's also a provision in the bill for the commissioner to require any other materials from FFL or FFL applicants. We shouldn't create a law that creates confusion or ambiguity. I'm a law-abiding resident and a certified insured professional firearms instructor. There currently,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time has expired, so please just summarize your last sentence or two of your testimony. And then I believe there will be a question for you.
thank you. I'll leave it where I'm at.
Thank you, Mr. Margolis. Representative Dubitsky has a question or comment. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Margolis, for coming in. Now, you talked about SB 16, and I imagine that were there any other bills on the agenda that you had mentioned that I missed?
No, I didn't mention them, but I did submit written testimony opposing HB 5305 and HB 5416.
5305 is not on our agenda.
I apologize. And supporting SB 388 and SB 5412.
Okay. Now you indicated that you're a licensed firearms dealer in Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, over the last year or so, my understanding is that the state has had some significant problems in processing firearm sales. And I ask you that because I want to kind of fold that into how the state would conduct itself were it to be require that each federally licensed firearms dealer also get a state permit. So could you just give us some indication as to how the state handled its responsibilities this past year?
Sir, to characterize how the state has done with firearm authorizations has been nothing but troublesome, disastrous, time-consuming, and has tremendously affected my business, and I assume most federal firearms licensees here in Connecticut. It's sometimes taking hours just to get someone on the phone to get an authorization number. So we go through a lot to make sure that we stay in compliance.
Okay, so when you say that it's taken hours, so I walk into your store and I say, I would like to buy this shotgun. And you and I make a deal on the price. And then how is the state involved in that?
As of last Friday, I'm able to log on a laptop and hopefully get a fairly quick authorization. But prior to last Friday, I had to continuously dial on my cell phone and hope that someone would pick up the phone. Now on a Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning, it's pretty quick, but on a Saturday at noontime or a Friday at 4 o'clock, I might never get through.
Okay, so you would need, so in order to sell me that shotgun, you have to contact the state, who then runs a background check on me and the serial number of the firearm, and determines if I am eligible, and then gives you a unique number to put on the the paperwork. And so if the state takes hours or days I have to either stand there in your store for hours or I have to come back at some point. Is that right? Did I get it right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do I also have it correct that you're not allowed to process to even make that phone call unless I'm standing in front of you?
That's also correct.
Okay, so if I come in on a Friday afternoon, you close at 5 o'clock, and we wait 3-4 hours for you to get through. You can't get through. I have to leave and then come back, and then you have to try again, right?
Correct. So the phone lines close weekdays at 7. If we don't make it by 6:45, chances are we're not going to make it at all.
Okay. So based on that, what is your confidence that the state would properly handle a separate licensing scheme for federally licensed firearm dealers?
My confidence is very low, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your coming in and talking to us about this. We will certainly, your testimony is well taken, and we will certainly take it into account. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Seeing no further questions or comments from the committee, Mr. Margolis, I will thank you for your testimony and for being with us tonight and your patience. Next up is Kurt Frank, followed by Holly Sullivan. Mr. Frank?
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm clear. If you could turn on your video, if possible, that would be appreciated.
How about now?
Looking good.
Okay. Dear Judiciary Committee, my name is Kurt Frank, and I live in East Windsor, Connecticut. I am a law-abiding citizen who, like many people here today, strongly oppose proposed Bill 16 and 4516. The proposal SB 16 will do nothing to deter or reduce crime in any way. All this proposal will do is affect the ability of law-abiding citizens in protecting themselves from criminals. This is proven by the Public Act 13-3 of 2013. If that gun control act worked, why is there need for additional gun control all these years later? The proposed bill, SB 16 and 4516, are both clear violations of our Second Amendment right. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. As well as the proposed bill, SB 16 violates our Fourth Amendment right, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, house, papers, effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. I would like to state that I am in support of proposed bill SB 388, 5412, and 5415. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Appreciate you being with us and your patience this evening. Seeing no questions or comments from the committee, I'll thank you for your testimony. Next up is Holly Sullivan, followed by David Iomi. I apologize in advance for butchering your name, I'm sure. Ms. Sullivan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Holly Sullivan, and I am proud to be the president of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. I expect that much discussion today has and will be focused on SB 16, so I'd like to take this opportunity to focus on HB 5416, an act concerning bulk purchases of pistols and revolvers. It's important to be clear with this committee that the title is a misnomer, as it does not merely concern the purchase of pistols and revolvers. And taking my CCDL president hat off for a moment, I'd like to share with you the situation that my family found ourselves in when my father tragically passed away in a sudden accident. He had, over his lifetime, owned what would be considered a very small collection to any avid enthusiast. He never earned a proper college degree, but worked tirelessly to provide for his family. His one recreation was his firearms and his marksmanship. When he was suddenly gone, my mother found herself alone and very uncomfortable. Very shortly after he passed, A local newspaper company in Westchester County, New York, ran a story publishing the home addresses of pistol holders in our county, which attracted many readers, as was certainly the intention. Now, my mother was in fear that she, as a single widow, learning to be alone for the first time in her life, would be targeted for a possible home invasion, as it was known to the public what was inside my childhood home. It was essential that I lawfully transferred my father's collection and moved them, along with a large safe and etc., to my own home quickly. In the state of Connecticut, we went through all of the proper means. We called DESPP together and acquired a unique authorization number to lawfully transfer each firearm. Under HB 5416, this would not be possible. You see, this bill does not just say that it limits sales, it restricts all transfers. And I would like you to think of the individual looking to remove firearms from their homes for other safety reasons. If passed, SB 5416 will prohibit law-abiding gun owners from taking action to make their homes and their families safer should firearms need to be in the possession of another. Many of the statistics that you will hear are regarding suicides, which constitutes 2/3 of all firearm-related deaths. If an individual seeking help is unable to pass their firearms to a loved one or other trusted law-abiding resource, SB 5416 will make it more likely that tragedy will occur. This is the antithesis of common sense. I hope you will think about the repercussions on real people who actually live with these concerns and vote in favor of safe decisions. I clearly, obviously oppose SB 16 and support SB 388, HB 5415, and HB 5412. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for your testimony. It looks like Representative Dubitsky has raised his hand to ask a question or make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for coming in. I think that you made a comment and raised an issue that has not yet been raised in all the hours that we've been here tonight with regard to the transfer of firearms and how that would be prohibited under HB 4516. Now that the issue of having somebody who perhaps is having some psychological problems and their family may need to move those firearms quickly. It hadn't even occurred to me, frankly, and I've analyzed these bills quite a bit, that what this would do, this bill, would prevent the family from taking that collection and securing it with another person, and in order to keep the firearms away from the person that's having problems. And you can think back to many different tragedies where the shooter was known to have a mental problem, and if the family was able to remove the firearms from the home, that perhaps some of those tragedies could have been prevented. And under this bill, it appears that it would be a significant impediment to the family doing that. I very much appreciate you raising that issue. Was there anything else on that issue you wanted to say?
Well, I think that's, I think we're underscoring exactly that, is that we talk about how gun owners are tasked with being so responsible. And I'm so proud of my people that they are. I mean, when we talk about permitted gun owners, we know that we are the most law-abiding demographic of people in our society. We do take our responsibility very, very seriously. And I think it is so important that the committee understands that this bill, should it pass, prohibits a family from taking a collection away and lawfully transferring it to a safer family member or somebody who is another trusted resource. There's a lot of different things that we're talking about today, but I went through this, I lived through this. And my mom, who had, really gone from, she got married in the 1970s. She moved in with my dad from her family. She's never been alone before. And then when this newspaper article, which was intended to be sensationalized, she's never been alone before. And she called and said, I don't know what to do. Since then, she's moved to Connecticut. She is a resident of Newtown. I'm a resident of Southbury. And it's a relief to know that, as kids get older, as, we have nephews and there's more people in the family, that we have a safe network should we ever find ourselves in a position that we might want to take firearms and remove them from our homes. And I think one of the things that often is overlooked is that there is so much restriction on gun owners that they are sometimes afraid to speak up or ask for help. And the fear of losing their investment or their collection or something like that, that is a very valid fear. And should they turn it over to the police department, they might not know what might become of it. Whereas maybe they just need to say, hey, I'd like to have a little bit of time that they're just not around. Maybe they're going through something, maybe they're going through a divorce. And the responsible thing to do is just to not have them in the home. They need to have the ability to make that choice for themselves and give it to another equally permitted law-abiding person who is safe to store those on their behalf. And should this bill pass, people will not be able to do that. My mother would not have been able to transfer my father's collection to me legally with an authorization number for each and every one without, should this become law.
Well, it's certainly something that I'm sure the Judiciary Committee and hopefully everybody will think about that. It's easy to just throw out a bill that says, oh, we're going to stop, bulk purchases, but looking at what the unintended consequences of that, it's really important that we have these public hearings and that we have people like yourself who are knowledgeable in this area to come and testify about what those ramifications might be. So I very much appreciate your time and thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us this evening. Next, we'll hear from Brian Young.
Hello, you got me?
I hear you. You may testify.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. SB 16 claims to address gun violence and juvenile crime by its namesake. However, a majority of the recommendations do nothing but erode the rights of law-abiding citizens who use firearms for hunting, sport, or self-defense. I'd like to take a moment to call on some of the specifics of SB 16 that I find particularly concerning. Section 3A of the proposed bill will create more gun-free zones that negatively impact responsible gun owners while doing nothing to protect persons within those areas. Instead, these laws create soft targets for those who wish to cause harm to others, and by neutering responsible and lawful gun owners' ability to protect themselves and their families, allow for a criminal to cause more harm over a longer duration while law enforcement is en route. Section 3B of the proposed bill eliminates the requirement of a person to be suspected of committing a crime before being required to present their permit upon the request of a law enforcement officer. This proposal directly infringes on the Fourth Amendment rights for legal and responsible gun owners and does absolutely nothing to reduce gun violence. In summary, the proposals in SB 16 have nothing to do with stopping juvenile crime or reducing gun violence. They only introduce more restrictions, penalties, and fees on lawful, responsible gun owners and dealers. I respectfully ask that you oppose SB 16. In addition, I ask that you oppose HB 5416. And lastly, I also ask that you support SB 388. Thank you for your time, and I open any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for sticking around and joining us to provide your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from David. Is that Iomi?
You got it.
David Iomi.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is David Iomi. I reside in Cheshire, Connecticut, and I'm testifying my opposition to Governor's Bill number 16. I am a retiree and have a Connecticut pistol permit. I legally own several firearms and I enjoy target shooting with my daughter at our local shooting range. I personally find it reassuring that I have a legal firearm in my home to keep us safe in the event of an armed home invasion. While I choose not to carry a handgun in public, I am thankful that my pistol permit in state law gives me the right to do so. There are 5 specific reasons I oppose the bill. Reason 1, the bill greatly expands the definition of what qualifies as an assault weapon. It adds, for example, the others classified firearm to the ban list. I feel that the others firearm is a common legal firearm and should not be placed on this list. An example of the craziness of the new assault weapon definition in the bill is that even a 22 caliber firearm having a detachable magazine is defined as an illegal assault weapon. And hopefully, let's see, where is it? Why can't I get this here? There you go. That is a 22 caliber cartridge. It is defined as assault weapon ammo under this bill. It's about the length of the width of my thumb. The small cartridge that has been used forever for target shooting by people of all ages. I have to ask, what direction are we going in with this? Is the governor next going to define BB guns as an assault weapon? The reason number 2 for opposing the bill bans additional firearm accessories that includes pistol braces. Pistol braces do just that, stabilize the firearm, and are particularly useful to those with disabilities. Reason number 3, the bill modifies the carry arms laws to show your permit if asked by police. This modification is intended to discourage lawful pistol carriers and will encourage racial profiling, especially in our cities having minorities that legally carry. Reason number 4 to oppose, the bill creates more gun-free zones. To me, these additional restrictions are intended to prevent legal gun carry everywhere in public. It is unacceptable to me and probably unenforceable. And lastly, reason number 5, the bill creates regulations and new licensing requirements for FFLs. These provisions appear to be the start of an attempt to drive FFLs out of business. Gun owners like me need to use FFLs to legally buy and transfer firearms as well as to buy ammunition. In summary, I'd like to say that law-abiding citizens like myself that own legally purchased firearms are not the enemy. It's criminals using illegally acquired firearms that are the enemy. Let's stop enacting laws that will take legal guns away from law-abiding citizens and instead enact stronger laws that go after criminals using illegally obtained guns. Thank you for permitting me to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Iommi. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, David, nice to see you again. And I know you're one of my constituents. We've communicated in the past. I just want to thank you for testifying here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Iommi, thank you for joining us and sticking around to provide us with your testimony. Have a great evening. Next we'll hear from John McCartney. John McCartney. Mr. McCartney will be followed by Brooke Cheney. Is John McCartney in? Brooke Cheney, I see you. You may testify. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too, Senator Winfield. And you should be smiling as you're hugging that adorable child of yours. All right, so if I read this, I'm pretty sure it'll be exactly the 3 minutes. My name is Brooke Cheney, and I am from Harwinton, Connecticut. I am the DC Project State Director, a firearms training counselor, suicide prevention advocate, and competitive shooter. I'm a victim of violence. I was bullied in school starting at 9 years old. I started getting raped by upperclassmen at 13 years old. I know what violence is. I know that the act of violence has little to do with the weapon of choice for the bad actors who do violence. I've had a knife held to my neck and my life threatened more than once. I'm also a mom. So when my kids were 5 and 6 and the Sandy Hook Elementary School was attacked, I wept for all those who lost their lives. I wept for weeks until I decided I needed to find out for myself what really does help prevent violence. The media certainly had a lot to say about what causes violence. It's guns, big, black, scary guns. I'd been victim of violence and there were no guns involved. Violence is an act, not a weapon. For over a decade, I have been testifying. For over a decade, I have kept coming back with the same hope that maybe this time we will actually use some of the proven research that helps prevent gun violence and crime. Yet here we are again, talking about creating more bureaucracy, banning more guns, and doing very little to actually help. Out of the 35 sections of the 52 pages of the governor's bill number 16, only 2 are actually focused on gun violence prevention. How many more have to die in gun-free zones before you look at the studies that the Department of Education and Secret Service have done, stating that the most mass shooters are cowards and look for the highest body count by targeting gun-free zones? When are you going to look at the FBI crime statistics that show that the rifles you are so eager to ban are barely a blip in the statistics of violence? I am not a violent person. The bugs in my home get caught and put outside. All life is precious. According to these bills, the idea that I would buy more than one gun in a month or have a gun that has a certain feature, I should be violent or possibly a threat. Education has been shown to be the way to safety when it comes to guns. In 2006, I had my first child. I realized I needed training so I would not be the person who causes harm by accident. I went from knowing nothing about guns and afraid to touch one to becoming an instructor and a sponsored competitive shooter. As a legislator, you have a difficult job. This is just one of many hearings that you will attend during this session. Even just today, some of you are going from hearing to hearing. You are expected to wade through countless bills and make educated decisions. I ask that you do pay attention to the information that is put forth and avoid the temptation to do something just because you feel it might help. Thank you for your hard work and determination to make Connecticut a better place to live for all, not just people who think the way you do. In closing, I ask that you vote no on the governor's bill as it currently stands. Vote no on raised bill 5416. Please consider voting yes on raised bill number 388, number 5415, and raised bill number 5412. And I thank you for your time and your commitment to making Connecticut a better place.
Thank you very much, Brooke. Again, pretty good with the time as usual. Representative Trubisky has a comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Brooke, for coming in. You know, you and I have, you know, I've known your story for a long time, and it still amazes me that after the crime that you have suffered, that you would be able to pull yourself together and become such a strong mother and advocate. And you know, I really appreciate your coming in and talking to us about it. You know, others during the evening or during the day and evening have gone through individual sections of SB 16. But you know, certainly I appreciate you coming in and explaining how these bills would affect you as a crime victim who's overcome. And I very much appreciate you coming in and giving us your testimony today.
You're welcome. And I will say, as a competitive shooter, just so people know, it's like I always will buy 2 guns at once, simply for the fact that I have a practice gun and a competition gun, and it has nothing to do with straw purchases, and I'm not doing anything nefarious because I'm buying more than 1 gun at a time. So as to the gentleman who said that, you know, I have to plan better if I'm going to do this, that kind of defeats the purpose of what I try to do on a regular basis. So thank you all for your time, and I appreciate all the hard work you guys do.
I'd like to buy a practice gun and a competition gun. And so the representative that said,
sorry. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Brooke, thank you for joining us again. You always offer important perspective and information.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. I look forward to seeing you again in person sometime soon.
I'm sure we will.
All right. Bye.
Next, we'll hear from John Westlake.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, co-chairs Winfield and Strathston, ranking members Kitzel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is John Westlake from Coventry, Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity, allowing me to submit testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 16. I hail from a long line of proud Yankees, going back to New London in 1635. Pragmatic and commonsensical. The "you can't get there from here" crew. We're not happy with this most recent attempt at infringement of our God-given right to self-defense, and this is why. This bill is discriminatory as it targets the law-abiding citizens of the state of Connecticut and provides no new attempt to actually curb violent crime. Here's a fact. The use of a firearm during the commission of a crime is already illegal. How many other ways do we have to dress it up to basically say the same thing? What we are missing is an effective deterrent to keep these crimes from continuing to happen. What my rifle looks like, and this is going towards the named evil assault weapons that are added to Senate Bill 16. What my rifle looks like has no impact on what happens to the bullet once it leaves the barrel. Ask Abraham Lincoln. All right. It fires one bullet at a time with each squeeze of the trigger. No different than Barney Fife's revolver. The difference is he only carried one bullet in his pocket, but still only fires one bullet with each squeeze of the trigger. These aren't machine guns. They're semi-automatic by definition, which boils down to one bullet per squeeze. Pistol grips and different types of stocks have no impact once that bullet leaves the muzzle. Military features, such as a bayonet lug. That's a little item at the front of the rifle, allowing you to attach a bayonet. It's illegal and considered one of those evil items that may keep you from owning a particular firearm. In many cases, a historical particular firearm. To my knowledge, nobody's been bayoneted to death in the United States probably since the Revolution. Well, no, I take that back. Since the Civil War. Pistol grips, forward grips. Banning these features makes it clear that you're attempting to ban.
Mr. Westlake.
Yes.
Your time is elapsed. If you could summarize.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Rather than summarizing, because my statement is written and submitted, what I would like to do is go back and visit a statement made earlier by Robert Goodrich.
Mr. Westlake, your time is elapsed. I can't allow you to.
Fort Hood, Texas is not a gun-free zone.
Mr. Westlake, we'll see if there are comments or questions.
I just want to clear that up. Okay. All right. Subject to your questions, this concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Westlake. Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Westlake? Are there any comments or questions? There aren't. Mr. Westlake, I appreciate you joining us this evening to offer your perspective, and thank you for providing written testimony as well.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Have a great evening.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Edward Pashal. Is Edward in? Edward Pachal. Andrew Pachal. Robert Nalawajek. Andrew Nalawajek. Paul Rezinski. Paul Rezinski. Daryl Valenti. Daryl Valenti. Mark Palazzo. Mark Palazzo. I'm gonna call Daryl Valenti again because I see Daryl's name.
Hello,
in
can
it.
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to be succinct. I'll probably be under 3 minutes. I wanted to read something about assault weapons from alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. AR-15 style rifles are not assault weapons or assault rifles. An assault rifle is a fully automatic machine gun. Automatic firearms have been severely restricted from civilian ownership since 1934. AR-style rifles look like military rifles, such as an M16, but function like a semi-automatic civilian sports firearm or pistol, firing only one round with each pull of a trigger. Versions and models of sporting rifles like this are legal in all 50 states, provided that the purchaser passes mandatory FBI background checks and state requirements. The reason I'm opposed to Bill SB 16 is twofold. One, it doesn't properly characterize the rights of lawful gun owners in the state, and it also does not properly deal with the causes for juvenile violence, juvenile crime. I think the two bills should be separated and we can focus more on each of the problems. One thing that I've been listening to since 10 o'clock this morning that I was greatly concerned about was lines 290 through 298, which talk about an officer requesting licensee's license permit. And specifically, I think people have been reading this wrong. They've been saying that they wanted to take out the statement about the officer using who has reasonable suspicion of a crime. But if you take that out of that sentence, a holder of a permit would have to present the permit to the request of a law enforcement officer for any reason, for the purpose of verification and validity of the permit and the identification of the holder, provided that the holder is carrying the pistol. So that by taking those lines out, you're actually giving or creating a situation where an officer could do more profiling of gun holders or racial profiling. So I think the whole section has to be restructured. Obviously, a permit holder should be carrying their permit if they have their pistol, but I just think it needs to be reworded. That's really all I have to say. Everybody else has really testified and covered everything else that I'm concerned about, other than the description of what another is and how I'm afraid that this wording, it's definitely not the intended purpose and it needs to be clarified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Valenti. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Valenti, for coming in. Could you indicated that the definition that you read at the beginning of your testimony was from ATF. Could you be specific as to what you were reading from?
It's actually on the source of it is the NSSF organization website, and they have the definition of what an assault weapon by ATF is, and that's just a little paragraph that I read versus others and AR-15s.
Okay, and just for the record, ATF is the
Alcohol,
federal
tobacco, and fire. Right.
Federal Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening, Mr. Valenti.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark Palazzo. Mark Palazzo. Frank Rosello. Frank Rosello.
We can eat.
I'm sorry. Mary Bernstein. Mary Bernstein. Dr. Matthew Cucolo.
I'm here.
All right, you may testify.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to listen to me. I truly encourage all the members to stay up late, listen to every potential speaker. It's already late in the day, so I'll be quick, but I've waited long times to speak on other bills like religious exemptions and things like that, and never got a chance to speak, which is very frustrating as a citizen of Connecticut. I like to think we're all in agreement that we want to keep our community safe. So I believe that's what's in everyone's heart here, and every listener and everybody giving testimony. And that's wonderful. I ask anybody who's listening to please oppose Senate Bill 16, HB number 5416, support SB 388, HB 5415, and HB 5412. SB 16, I feel like, we got to start punishing criminals and not legal gun owners. We need to start prosecuting these crimes rather than inventing new crimes. That's just how I feel. I think when there's gun-free zones, it's a big sign for criminals to, or crazy people if they want to get in trouble. Criminals will always be able to find guns. Criminals will always be able to find any weapon for that matter. I think as citizens, we should be able to arm and protect ourselves, especially with a big push before to defund the police or have less police or less people in our communities. You need to use whatever it takes to protect your family. God forbid that should ever arise. I know as a legal gun carrier, I never want to have to use my firearm ever, but I know I can protect myself, my family, my friends, and other people in the community who may not even want to be anywhere near a firearm. So I want to thank a lot of the representatives given their great points today, especially State Rep Dubitsky. I met him before, and I think he's really a smart and sharp guy. And I really like this morning, I got to hear a little piece of it as I was in between patients with you trying to just get the definition of homicide and murder and what the real statistics are. Are people defending their lives or people going to use weapons to take people's lives? I like data. I think the more data that we have is always a good thing, and we could analyze things better. Last thing I'll say is, without the Second Amendment, I don't think we'll have the other amendments. It's the one thing our founding fathers bestowed upon us. I get into these debates all the time. People are like, oh, there was back then, they were just muskets. The forefathers would be rolling over in their graves. I agree. They would be rolling in their graves. We don't have enough firepower to combat the government. They could drop a drone or anything they want on you at any time. I think there's such a miscommunication out there and a disconnect between what an assault weapon is and all that. I just think it's gross. I think my time is up, and I just want to thank you again. And I hope we get to listen to everybody all night. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Cucolo. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Doctor, for coming in. The one thing that you did mention is that in other committees, even though you were diligent and stayed and tried to testify, that they cut you off, and we certainly appreciate and that here in the Judiciary Committee, we don't do that. That if somebody is going to spend their time and effort to wait their turn in line to testify, that we're going to hear them. And I, certainly hope that never changes in the Judiciary Committee. And so thank you very much. Very much appreciate your coming in and taking your day and watching and giving us your input. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your evening. Next, we'll hear from John Lucarelli.
Can you hear me okay?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Winfield. Thanks to the Judiciary Committee for hosting these very important hearings on public safety, and especially Representatives Dubitsky, Fiorello, and Fishbein for your insightful questions over so many hours. My name is John Lucarelli, a concerned citizen and lifelong Connecticut Yankee. I applaud this committee in allowing Dr. John Lott's testimony to be on the record and give him ample time to explain his independent research that is recognized not only by many state legislatures, but also the U.S. Department of Justice. And I'm pleased we are finally having a much needed debate, not only on SB 16 and the other laws tonight, but a public referendum almost 10 years later on the Gun Provisions in Public Act ratified in 2013 after Sandy Hook. Many of us sat in these same type of hearings back then and witnessed the legislature act in haste, no matter how well-intentioned, but succumbing to pressure to act prematurely when emotions were extreme on both sides of the aisle. Today, I view our situation as your situation as lawmakers, is you have a social contract with your constituencies to provide the best means for adequate public safety. But I ask, who's going to provide this service? As evidenced by Attorney Jeremy Stein earlier today, violent crime has spiraled out of control over the past few years since the 2013 law was ratified, which was a law severely curtailing citizens' ability to defend themselves. SB 16, as Dr. Lott stated, enacts some of the same rights confiscation language that will also have unintended violent consequences going forward. And then last year, this legislature sealed our fate by passing the 2021 Connecticut Police Reform Law, one of the strongest anti-police laws in the country. And this police, quote unquote, defunding law diminished state and local police departments' ability to provide adequate public safety by cutting needed funding for more training, essential manpower, and even put more pressure, diminishing our already embarrassingly low average response times of 7 to 10 minutes for callouts, according to the state police. So I asked this joint committee again, who is responsible for public safety? This decision lands squarely in each of this committee's 37 members' laps. You are the ones that will present this bill to the Connecticut General Assembly, and you will be responsible for future victims who, as it stands, will have a more diminished ability than ever before to defend themselves if SB 16 is enacted into law. I truly hope this committee will have the courage and strength to defeat Governor Lamont's new bill and give serious consideration to hiring Dr. John Lott to independently review and assess the efficacy of the 2013 Act. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all the hours you guys all have given. I'm open to questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucarelli. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for holding on and testifying before us today.
Speechless, huh? Take care.
Next, we'll hear from Kate Rivera. Is Kate here? Kate Rivera.
I've been trying to get on. Mary Bernstein, number 76. For some reason, it was
right before. Go ahead, Ms. Bernstein.
Okay. Good evening, distinguished committee members. My name is Mary Bernstein. I am from West Hartford. I'm a board member of Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm testifying in opposition to HB 5412 and SB 388. 5412 is an act concerning the duty to retreat in a house of religious worship. This proposed law is a stand your ground law that can be used to insulate people from having to justify why they shot and possibly killed someone. Currently, and in contrast to what proponents of the law claim, people already have the right to use deadly force if it is the only way to prevent the imminent commission of a forcible felony. Otherwise, a person has a duty to retreat. Self-defense is already an affirmative defense that can be adjudicated at trial. If a defendant makes a prima facie case that he or she had acted in self-defense, the burden switches to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he or she had not, that they have the legal advantage, which then goes to the person claiming self-defense. According to current law, the duty to retreat provision is not particularly demanding, as it only requires retreat if the person, quote, knows that he or she can avoid the necessity of using such force with complete safety. The proposed law removes the duty to retreat and allows the use of deadly force, even if the assailant were retreating and thus no longer posing a threat. I would urge you to take into account the implicit bias literature, which shows that people harbor prejudice that they may not be aware of, and that it causes them to interpret the exact same behavior as violent or nonviolent based solely on whether the person is Black or white. There is already evidence that stand your ground laws produce racially disparate results. Several people have testified against allowing police officers power to ask gun carriers to present their permit, and they've noted the possibility that police might use that bill as an opportunity to target Black and brown people. That testimony acknowledges the existence of racial bias. We only have to look at the high-profile cases of Philando Castile and others to know that this can happen. A defense based on the Stand Your Ground bill would rest on a claim that the shooter was afraid, which is subjective. What this translates to, based on how these laws are implemented in other states, is that all the shooter would need to do would be to say that he or she believed that they were in danger and that this fear is both subjective and reasonable, and that rather than retreat, the person used lethal force against their attacker. Now, data supports that these laws are used in racially biased ways. One study in Florida of 200 stand your ground cases found that 73% of individuals who killed a Black person faced no penalty. 59% of individuals who killed a white person faced no penalty. With stand your ground, if people have probable cause to believe the perpetrator acted in, if the police have probable cause to believe the perpetrator acted in self-defense, then they can't arrest them at the scene. Therefore, they can't question, search, and gather critical evidence. A judge at a pre-trial hearing can decide the case need not go to trial. So no examination of all the evidence ever happens, and that should be something that's decided by a jury. It is reasonable for the state to do what it can do to prevent the
Your time has elapsed. Can you, if you could summarize, please?
Sure. Basically, the law that already exists is sufficient. If their life is a danger, they already can use lethal force. But then they just need to justify that that was the case. Removing it is going to open up to shoot just because you say you were afraid. And we know that because of racial bias, we know who people are going to say they were afraid of.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Bernstein, for coming in. If an active shooter walks into a church and a parishioner has a firearm, but is at the other side of the room and is able to get out of the room, but everybody else in the church is not able to get out of the room. Currently, that armed parishioner is required to leave, isn't he?
No, because they would be preventing a forcible felony from happening, because they would be protecting other people from being shot. And that's clearly something that they could defend and that a jury, if the evidence was there, would believe.
But that's not self-defense, is it?
It fits within the current law. It's self-defense, or you can protect others from being victim of a forcible felony.
Okay, so you're saying that you already don't have a duty to retreat?
If it's about protecting other people. If the parishioner were alone in the church with the shooter, and that person could get out safely, then that person, and nobody else was there, that person would have the obligation.
So how would this law change what already exists?
It would remove the duty to retreat. So for example, you can take, for example, let's see. Usually the way that this defense is used is somebody is able to claim that I was afraid and therefore I shot and killed that person. And what this does is it basically gives the presumption to that person without anybody ever examining the evidence as to whether that case is justified. So what I'm doing really is talking about the research and talking about how these laws are implemented.
Okay, there's nothing in the bill that says that the evidence is not going to be examined.
But that's the way it's been implemented in other states. There are law review articles that I have referenced in my testimony. And so in fact, that is actually what happened. I mean, you can look at what happened in the Ahmaud Arbery case, right? Where the men who killed Ahmaud Arbery basically said, we feared for our life. And they said, oh, yes, you must have feared for your life. And so then nothing happened for months and months and months. There was no examination. There was simply a presumption that because you said you were afraid, you must have been afraid for your life.
I think you picked a bad example because each of those men were convicted of murder, and my understanding is that that they may face the death penalty
Because the video surfaced. Had that video not surfaced, then they went for months and months and months, and nothing was examined. Nothing was examined when it happened. The men weren't taken in. Nobody was questioned right after the murder. If there were no video, there would be no conviction. I mean, I'm sorry, if there were no video, right? All they would have done is said, oh, you were afraid. You were afraid of a Black man who was running through the neighborhood. Of course you were scared. Of course you shot him. And that was the presumption for months and months and months in that case.
I've never heard of any shooting case that has been found justified just because somebody's afraid. There has to be a reasonable, a reasonably articulable situation where a person is in fear of immediate and otherwise unavoidable danger of death or grave bodily injury. You can't just say, "Well, a Black man walked in, so I was afraid, so I shot him." I've never seen in any jurisdiction that be justified. You're saying that is?
I'm saying that if you look at the Philando Castile case, right, and that was a police officer, and he was a permitted gun owner who told the officer, we have this on video, who told the officer that I'm going to show you my permit. I am carrying, I'm a legal gun owner, and the officer shot him multiple times.
That was not a stand your ground case.
No, that was not. But what I'm saying is that these extend to stand your ground, and basically the same bias that all of you, including yourself, were afraid would happen if you allowed the police to ask. And I agree with you on this, that if you gave the police the power to ask any individual for their permit, right, that could be subject to racial bias. And what I'm arguing is that stand your ground, and the way that these have been implemented in other states demonstrates that these are used in a racially biased way. And it's because of implicit bias. It's because of who in our society we are taught to be afraid of and who we are taught not to be afraid of.
Well, I think there's probably few, if any, people in this legislature who want to make sure our laws don't invoke overt or implicit bias, but I don't think that this is one of the cases that is susceptible to that analysis. But I appreciate your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Senator Champagne.
Thank you. Ms. Bernstein, something you said about the church example that Representative Dubinsky said kind of bothered me. And I want to go back to it. So you have a parishioner in the church, on the other side of the church, a gunman comes in, and you said that our current laws, that if the gunman interceded, he would be found not guilty by a jury.
I believe that, yes, if the evidence showed, if there were if somebody had a gun and they were aiming it at people or started to shoot, hopefully that would not I mean, we know it has happened, sadly, and somebody took the shooter out, then they could certainly defend that action as defending, somebody who, defending a lot of people, presumably.
So
one second, Senator. Ms. Bernstein, just when the senator is asking a question, let him finish the question.
I apologize.
Yeah, proceed, Senator Champagne.
Thank you. The second part of my question was that means that in order to be found not guilty by a jury, that this person would be arrested, handcuffed. Basically, the media would go after him. And all he's doing is defending a church. So if the case that happened in Texas, where the retired FBI agent basically shot and stopped the gunman inside the church, given the logic that you just said, he would have had to have been arrested and gone before a jury. Don't you think if somebody's going to step up and protect the lives of others, that they shouldn't have to be arrested and have to go before a jury?
Are you finished?
Yes.
I think that if you take the life of another person, that your word should not be enough. I do believe that, in fact, that the evidence should be examined, and because you can think of other examples where somebody walks in and a person thinks that they're suspicious and they've got their hand in their pocket and maybe they're getting out their cell phone, and somebody thinks that they're a shooter because they don't recognize that person and they shoot them. Then I wouldn't want to take that person's, would we take that person's word? Well, I would want somebody and a group of people charged, like a jury, to actually look at that evidence.
Okay, that wasn't the example that was given, but I just want to make sure that, if a citizen's going to step up to protect the lives of others, that he's not facing having to go to court, defend himself. If you're going to defend, and basically, if you're given the state laws, most likely you wouldn't be arrested, because that would be a credible self-defense of a third person. But, to have the idea that if somebody steps up to defend a whole church full of people, that they should have to go before a jury is kind of, I don't know. I guess we're not on we're not thinking the same here, because I definitely, if somebody's shooting at people in a church, I'm praying that that person that's armed would step up and help them and not be arrested, because he's probably going to save countless lives like that FBI agent did in Texas. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? Seeing none, Ms. Bernstein, thank you. Representative Fishbone.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just briefly, I'm just trying to put it into perspective because I'm sorry. I'm just trying to put it into perspective because we heard a lot about the law that I totally disagree with. And Ms. Bernstein, are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so the acumen by which you testify here today about what the law is presently is based upon what?
It's based upon my reading of law review articles on Stand Your Ground that examine how they've been implemented over the years in states that already have them.
Are any of those law review articles written in Connecticut based upon Connecticut law?
But we don't have Stand Your Ground in Connecticut at this point.
I understand, but you're here testifying about these bills telling us, given the scenarios under Connecticut law, and I'm just trying to figure out where this is coming from. So are any of those law review articles that you're referencing, and you're talking about, scenario inside the church and all of that, and requirement, duty to retreat, is any of what you've written based upon Connecticut law?
The studies that I am discussing.
Yeah, that's a yes or no.
Representative Fishbone, I understand how you would like the question answered, but I'd ask you to let her answer the question.
Sure.
Yeah, the studies that I've examined look at how Stand Your Ground laws have been implemented. And so they can't be any about Connecticut because we don't have Stand Your Ground laws.
Okay, so I take it that the answer is no, none of this is based upon Connecticut laws. So you said in response to Representative Davitsky's scenario, the duty to retreat from a church, that one does not have a duty to retreat from a church. That was your testimony. And I'm just trying to figure out where that comes from.
That comes from my reading of the literature on how Stand Your Ground has been has been implemented. And my understanding of, that in the state of Connecticut, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in Connecticut right now, if somebody stepped in to defend somebody who was being attacked, and in defending that person, they killed them, right? That act would be defensible if the facts were on their side, that they indeed stepped in to prevent some kind of forcible felony. That's my understanding in Connecticut. And correct me if that's not right.
There was a lot of conflicting elements there, but I just want to bring your attention to Connecticut General Statute 53A-19, which has to do with the duty to retreat. And the only place you do not have a duty to retreat is in your home place of business. That is it. So I understand where you're coming from and your perspective, and I thought I missed something here. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Ms. Bernstein, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Kate Rivera is next. Kate Rivera.
Good evening.
Good evening. You may testify.
Okay, my name is Kate Rivera. I'm a racial justice advocate, organizer, and educator, and I'm the mother of a victim of gun violence who was juvenile justice involved.
Kate, one second.
Additionally,
Just so you know,
sure.
I'm not sure you know your camera's not on. If you can turn it on, please do.
Sure. Can I continue?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Additionally, I have organized multiple Black Lives Matter events, and SB 16 violates the First Amendment rights of us freedom fighters for civil rights. Police enhancement bills are a bizarre way of saying new ways to incarcerate Black and brown youth. Police do not stop crime. They are the cleanup crew after the fact. Stopping poverty is how you stop crime. Fully fund schools, offer pro-social activities, affordable housing and childcare, and jobs that pay a living wage. 365, 386, 5418, and SB 16 are racist, ableist, classist, and do not serve to make our community safer. They only ensure the continuation of mass incarceration. It is imperative that we treat our youth like the young people they are. Science tells us that the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until 25. Why are our laws ignoring scientific facts? Children cannot make statements to law enforcement alone and should not be incarcerated, period. The DOJ determined the civil and disability rights are being violated in NYI. The same is happening in detention and Regions facilities. My son was abused at Regions at Boys and Girls Village, and only after I advocated were staff fired. Last year, a child at Bridgeport Detention had his clavicle broken by staff. Think about the abusive environments you are sending our kids into. Please know there is no therapy for kids in detention while they await adjudication, which takes the better part of a year. Instead of my son was born with disabilities that affect his executive functioning and impulse control. Connecticut is severely lacking in effective, appropriate, and safe mental health services for youth. I know this because I spent the last 16 years of my life searching for the best help for my boy. At age 14, my son was robbed and shot in the head and stomach, and later he became involved in our woefully inadequate juvenile justice system. Instead of paying $1,400 per day to incarcerate youth, imagine if we provide the services kids need to thrive, like community-based service providers, safe houses, and Section 8 vouchers to move families that are targets of gun violence out of harm's way. Flex funds need to be used liberally to support justice-involved youth and their families. If you plan on actually using the valuable recommendations of the JJPOC, I can volunteer my time as the voice of parents is missing.
Okay.
And I am open to questions.
Perfect. Let's see. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? Seeing none, Kate, thank you for joining us and your continued work. Enjoy your evening.
Just one thing, there are children waiting to testify. Their numbers 200, 201, and 202. And they're really the experts on this matter. So if we can get the children to testify, that would be great. Thank you.
Kate, I'm trying to get us through. So I'll try.
Thank you.
Next we'll hear Marie Jurgens. Marie.
Yes.
All right, you may testify.
Senator Winfield and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Marie Juergens. I'm an East Hartford resident, and I am an activist with Power Up Connecticut, Power Up Manchester, and Power Up East Hartford. I am writing along with, I agree with the Connecticut Justice Alliance in support of SB 387 and SB 392. And I'm writing and speaking in strong opposition of SB 365, SB 388, HB 5418, HB 5417, SB 386, and SB 16. I am testifying in opposition to these bills I listed because they are rooted in the false claims that Connecticut is experiencing tremendously high rates of crime being committed by youth. This is simply not supported by data. This crime rhetoric is being used by some legislators and groups such as Safe Streets to push fear and push for reforms that in the end will result in more Black and brown youth and low-income white youth being involved in the juvenile justice system. Organizations such as Safe Streets only promote racist dog whistles and white supremacy. They have not provided any real solution for issues related to crime in our state. This issue is important to me because in working with Corinne Prescott, CEO of Power Up Manchester, I have seen firsthand the difference made when adults invest their time and energy into improving the lives of children. Organizations like Power Up create real opportunities for children and teens to thrive on a limited budget reliant on donations. Corinne Prescott identified that children in Manchester needed not only safe spaces, but also mentoring and engagement that boosts them physically and mentally. Legislators should take note of the success that Corinne Prescott has already had in 1 year with her Empower You program through Power Up and ask themselves, 1, how can I assist her in getting more financial support? And 2, how can we create, support, and sustain programs like this across the state? We should be looking at ways to prevent crime, not incarcerate children. Preventing juvenile crime starts with investing in the needs of our youth. I urge you to support SB 392 and 387 with the recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Justice Alliance, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from Mark Chimbolo, Mark Chimbolo, followed by Steve Jagodzinski. Steve Jagodzinski.
Yes, I'm here.
I hope I didn't butcher your name.
It's close enough. Thank you.
You may testify.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate you allowing me to participate today. My name is Steve Jagodzinski, and I only wish to make a brief statement today. I'd like to have my voice heard, and it's certainly nothing new that you haven't heard already in this long session. I will be speaking in opposition of SB 16. I currently live in Stamford, and I am a law-abiding, lifelong Connecticut resident, and I absolutely oppose SB 16. This bill is broadly written to punish law-abiding citizens and sportsmen and does nothing meaningful in its goal to prevent crime and violence perpetrated by those who violate our existing laws. It's a person that is responsible for committing crimes, not an inanimate object. Again, something that has been touched upon by many people throughout this testimony today. I oppose revising the assault weapons ban to include pre-1994 rifles with certain features and firearms classified as others. This does nothing more than create hardships for potentially tens of thousands of law-abiding Connecticut gun owners and possibly turning them into felons simply by not registering their firearms in time. I also oppose the creation of gun-free zones on public transportation. This is incredibly discriminatory to low-income residents. And it's actually quite shocking that this has been presented. Those who cannot afford their own car and rely on it for basic transport are effectively being classed out of the ability to carry when they like. That's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jagodzinski. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, thank you, sir, very much for your testimony here late as the newest Stanford rep coming up. I just want to thank you for gutting it out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Next, we have Dimitri Golovayan. Dimitri Golovayan. Cindy Prizio. Good evening. You may testify.
Hi, good evening, Senator Winfield, Rep. Staffstrom, and all esteemed members. My name is Cindy Prizio, and I'm Executive Director of One Standard of Justice, an organization that stands up for fair and equitable treatment of those in our community burdened with great stigma and injustice. We support people, not crime. One of the things I just need to say quickly is I had a visceral effect here today by hearing so many people use labels rather than person first language. If not for valuing all human beings for no other reason, why do we call someone what we don't want them to be? I'm here to show very strong support. SB number 387, an act concerning the recommendations of the JJPOC, and SB 392, an act concerning statements made by juveniles. We oppose all other bills. I'm also here to support the work of the Connecticut Justice Alliance and the JJPOC. While I oppose SB 16, the only redeeming factor, which Jeremy Stein shared earlier, is Section 33. Gun reduction strategies, prevention, intervention. And here I'd strongly suggest restorative justice as a solution for harm reduction, real accountability, changed behavior, and healing for individuals, families, and communities. I personally am appalled at the thought of incarcerating any of our children or adolescents. So oppose transferring anyone under 21 to adult courts, let alone a 13-year-old. Unlike what was shared by Representative Devlin, it is most definitely unnecessary to auto-transfer certain offenses, including sexual assault, to adult court. Two things: neurological research states impulse control and decision-making controlled by the brain doesn't mature until 25 for a person with quote-unquote average trauma. For adolescents with much harm and trauma in their early lives, that age can easily go up to 30. We should be asking our young people not what you did, but what happened to you. Youth crime, this is number 2, follows the age-old trajectory called the age crime curve. You probably know it better than I. The majority of adolescents will naturally age out of criminal behavior or desist. There are things that can promote aging out or halt it so the behavior continues into adulthood. Of course, we're all responsible for elongating that curve. An arrest or incarceration creates more anger, shame, resentment, especially when the youth feels the systemic biases and injustice, especially our children of color. Arrest or incarceration exposes our youth to others with deviant behavior, lack of resources, so individuals don't get what they need. And it triggers mental health issues, including stress, anxiety, and depression, or exacerbates existing undiagnosed mental health issues.
Your time has elapsed. If you could summarize.
Okay, I'm saying in short order that the JJPOC's recommendations of last year were over the top good. I say bring them back. Instead, we whittled them down. And we must stay the course when it comes to juvenile justice reform. Follow our hearts and the data to a better Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, well, Representative O'Day.
Just real quick. Hi, Cindy. As always, feel free to reach out. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, sir.
Well, coincidentally, Representative O'Day, I do need to talk to you, so I will be reaching out tomorrow. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure we're going to be done tomorrow, but we'll see. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, or the next day. Okay. Good luck to all. It's great that everyone's hanging in. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us again, Ms. Prizio. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Robert Pizzi.
Yes, Pizzi.
Pizzi.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pizzi, you may proceed.
All right. Good evening, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Rob Pizzi Jr. I'm the president and founder of Central Connecticut Arms in Portland, Connecticut. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, husband of 27 years, and father of 4. I've held a pistol permit for over 38 years. I'm also a federally firearms license holder. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose SB 16, also HB 5416, and I'm here to support SB 388, HB 5415, and HB 5412. 46 pages of this 54 bill. Let me back that up. We're going to go back to the first one, which is SB 16. 46 pages of this bill. 88% of it calls for gun control, gun bans, gun registration, more gun-free zones, and limits on how we and where we can carry our firearms. Law-abiding citizens of Connecticut, gun owners are not the problem nor root cause of violent crimes in the state. As a Connecticut business owner who employs 8 people and whose families are supported by their employment, this bill will have direct loss of revenue for my business, which in turn will result in layoffs due to the loss of revenue. It will also cause people to not be able to defend themselves, adding additional gun-free zones, which as testified today have been proven to be ineffective. I am in the process of building a 54,000 square foot all-inclusive destination style facility in Portland that would not only employ approximately 20 people, but draw in customers from the tri-state area with the archery, axe throwing, and restaurant, in addition to the firearms training and retail and range operations. The additional yearly sales tax revenue would be over $500,000 to the state of Connecticut. So I question you, why would I want to continue to invest almost $7 million of my money into a project in Connecticut to be legislated out of business due to ineffective, unconstitutional gun laws that have little to no bearing on crime? These proposed laws will not only affect the rights of the citizens who have taken the time to legally own common firearms listed on this bill, including a criminal background check and state mandated training. The claim that homicide is at a 25-year high means that over the last 30 years, gun control didn't address the issue of crime. Maybe that has to do with the fact that our criminals do not obey the gun control laws and criminals are not being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Criminals are criminals because they do not follow the law. It's really quite simple. Enforce the laws that are on the books, prosecute criminals who commit gun crimes to the full extent of the law. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzi. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pizzi, for coming in. There's section 10 of SB 16 has rarely been discussed today, and I just wanted to get your views on it. That's the section that imposes a new state license on federally licensed firearm dealers. If you could tell me what that would mean to you and your business, I appreciate that.
Well, being that we're already regulated by the federal government, and as has been testified earlier, we have to have a state permit to sell pistols and revolvers at retail, which is issued through our town. The additional need for oversight from the state police, which is severely underfunded as it is, can barely keep up with the permit applications, authorizations, and things like that. I'm afraid that that would just have more of a negative impact in business. They wouldn't be able to oversight it. Well, what would they do?
Okay, so it would be a third level of regulation.
Correct.
Do you see any gap in regulation between the federal authorities and the local authorities that needs plugging?
No, not really. I mean, we follow all the federal laws that are laid out. Connecticut already has some of the strictest gun laws in the country, which all FFLs adhere to. Our number one duty as a store owner like myself is to make sure that firearms don't go into the hands of the wrong people. I take that obligation very serious, and we follow all laws, and we really keep an eye on that stuff.
And you're already you already need to follow state law with through the special licensing and firearms unit, right?
That's correct. Yes, we follow all the laws from the STFLU. I believe
SLFU.
There you go.
I always get it backwards too.
There you go. Okay. But yeah, we do follow their laws and their guidance. We operate within those parameters. We conduct the background checks as required and all.
Has anybody from the state, whether it's the state police, SLFU, or anyone else, indicated to you what the purpose of this new state licensing scheme is?
No, I have not heard anything directly in regards to that.
Okay, nor have I. It would seem to me that 2 levels of regulation plus already involvement with the state on every purchase is more than enough for any business, and I just can't imagine what another layer of licensing would do to enhance public safety. But I very much appreciate your responses, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening and offering your testimony. Douglas Phillips.
Good evening, Chairman, Senators of the committee. My name is Douglas Phillips. I have a degree in counter and anti-terrorism and national security from Purdue University. I have also assisted in being a volunteer for the armed security team of my church. I'm calling in today's testimony to be strongly opposed of SB 16. I do support SB 388, and I also oppose SB 5397. Gun control is not a public health crisis. It is something that responsible gun owners have been dealing with for quite some time in the state of Connecticut. It's no more saying that McDonald's French fries are a public health crisis because they cause high blood pressure. We're not going to get rid of any French fries in the state of Connecticut anytime soon. So why put restrictions on responsible gun owners who basically sometimes, as someone stated earlier, some of these lawful gun owners actually do competition for a living. So putting a ban on another firearm that's considered the other AR would restrict that person's lifestyle. Also, you need to impose stricter gun laws for criminals who are caught with these illegal firearms. You'll give someone who's dealing drugs life in jail, yet you'll give someone who's caught with a firearm that's not theirs roughly 5 to 10 years, contingent upon what the crime is. It's unconstitutional. I'm also not comfortable with being profiled, if you will, because I'm a licensed gun holder and I happen to drive by a police officer, and just because my vehicle happens to be a blacked out vehicle with factory tint, I may get pulled over and be asked for my gun permit at any given time, which I will lawfully hand over. But it's more on the lines of you're getting ready to profile the minorities in our great state of Connecticut. I am very aware of the situations that go around in the state of Connecticut. Someone earlier stated if someone were to, God forbid, walk into a public area and open fire, now we're going to be restricted on carrying in public places where it takes statistically 911 anywhere between 3 to 15 minutes just to get to a specific location, depending on where you're at. So I just wanted to state that again. I strongly oppose SB 16. I do support SB 388, and I also oppose SB 5397. Thank you for your time, and I'm open for any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Sina, thank you for spending your time with us this afternoon and evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Likewise, thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Amber Valengis, followed by Elizabeth Drysdale. Amber Valengis.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. You may testify.
Okay, wonderful. Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amber Valangas, and I'm a resident of Sherman, Connecticut, and a volunteer with the Restorative Action Alliance. We're a regional advocacy group made up of anti-carceral crime survivors, individuals who've been impacted by the criminal legal system, and restorative advocates and justice practitioners. I'm here today to testify in support of SB number 387, SB 392, and in strong opposition to SB 16, SB 365, SB 386, HB 5418, and HB 5417. While these bills purport to advance public safety, the ones that we are opposing, many of their proposed solutions have been proven to have the opposite effect. For example, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention has determined that a transfer to adult criminal justice system typically increases rather than decreases the rate of violence among transferred youth. And the U.S. Department of Justice concluded in 2010 that transferring juveniles to adult court for trial and sentencing has produced increased recidivism. I think we've heard these themes throughout the day, so I don't want to really beat it too much, but I just wanted to go on record that our organization believes that all people, particularly children, have value. We know that a safe society includes the opportunity for every person to be treated fairly and equitably, to be able to meet their basic needs and have access to the tools that will allow them to thrive. This includes investments in education, affordable housing, equitable employment opportunities, healthcare, and the like. We join the Connecticut Justice Alliance in emphasizing that youth justice policies must be based on data and research about youth development and delinquency to promote improved outcomes for youth, communities, and families. We must ask Connecticut legislators to enact solutions that put actual long-term safety of all of those living in our state over proposals designed to calm unfounded public fears caused by media sensationalism and politically motivated misinformation campaigns. We encourage members of this committee to take a look at the helpful facts and figures, as well as proposed solutions published by the CTGA. We ask this committee to report SB 387 and 392 favorably. We support the JJPOC, and we urge the committee to oppose all the other bills listed above and that I spoke about in my testimony for the reasons that we previously stated. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I really want to thank all the legislators here tonight, because I know it's been a really, really long day. And we are so appreciative of everyone who's taken the time to listen to members of the public about things that are important to them.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Ms. Valangas, thank you for joining us again. I'm sure we'll see you in the future.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. Elizabeth Drysdale.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. I just want to throw my support behind, I'm sorry. My name is Elizabeth Drysdale. I'm the Secretary of CCDL. I am also a firearms instructor, a single mom, and I reside in Cheshire, Connecticut. I support SB 388, House Bill 5415, 5412. I oppose SB 16 and House Bill 5416, and it's that last bill that I want to talk to you about. At the end of January, my father came home from the hospital with hospice. He has a rather large firearms collection, including some heirloom guns. And this bill will make it the lawful transfer of his firearms to me, his only child with a permit, after he passes, nearly impossible. I would have to find an FFL that is willing to store the guns until such time as I can transfer them one at a time. This would cost me hundreds of dollars monthly, because there would be a monthly fee just like you would at a storage unit, and then it would amount to thousands of dollars a year. This bill has actually encouraged me to seek to transfer those ahead of time if possible. But I know that he was upset when I told him about this law and the fact that especially some heirloom guns could possibly have to be sold without any recourse, because if we cannot find an FFL that is willing to store them, which is a burden to them and to their business, we might lose them. I also wanted to share with you that a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to purchase 3 consecutively numbered serialized revolvers. And I did this so that I would be matchy with my 2 daughters. We each have one of the firearms, the youngest will when she's eligible to own them. But it was a fun opportunity, and this bill will make that go away. This bill will also make it impossible for collectors in our state to have the opportunity to purchase things that only come as a collection, such as derringers, such as commemorative firearms where they're issued as a 45 and a 9mm set. And there is absolutely no benefit, no legal benefit to anyone having to wait to purchase a firearm for a month and only being able to do it one at a time. I'm really pretty upset about this because of the situation with my father. And
Ms. Drysdale?
Yes.
Your time has elapsed. If you could summarize, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Drysdale, for coming in. Each time somebody speaks about one of these bills, they seem to come up with a new reason why why this particular bill is misguided. And you've just nailed it with regard to box sets and consecutive serial numbers and things like that. They're collectors thrive on that type of thing, on the box set with perhaps a rifle and a pistol together, with consecutive serial numbers and engraved, and some of those sets sell for tens of thousands of dollars to collectors. And I think you nailed it with that issue, and I appreciate your coming in and giving your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you. And briefly, I just wanted to thank you, as Rep. Dubinsky stated. These hearings are so important so we could hear these reasons why sometimes legislation is good and bad, and the pros and cons and the unintended consequences. So I do want to thank you for waiting so long to share your story, and I hope your father is doing well. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Ms. Drysdale, thank you for waiting so long and providing us with your testimony. Please enjoy the evening. Next, we have Patrick Early.
Good evening, Senator Winfield and distinguished members of the Judicial Committee, and all people who testified on both sides of the table. I mean, we're coming on 12 hours now, and I appreciate everybody's effort. It's certainly worthy to do so. I'd like to start by saying our founding fathers had the foresight to realize that a day might come like today when our right to own firearms and protect ourselves is in jeopardy. And therefore, 231 years ago, they introduced and signed into law the Second Amendment. As a father of a young family, I live in Riverside, Connecticut. I am absolutely opposed to SB 16. I think it's been established that Connecticut has some of the strictest gun laws in the nation, and we should concern ourselves more with enforcing the laws that are already in place rather than imposing new laws on law-abiding gun-owning citizens. What I found astounding throughout the past almost 12 hours now is that there's no actual data been provided or presented or actually been collected or analyzed to warrant such a bill as SB 16 to actually come to this committee. There's been nothing more than, some sound bites about ghost guns and generalizations. And in fact, some of the specifics of the proposed bill has not been detailed. What I believe has been established today is that the common denominator is that the majority, the vast majority of all infractions related to guns are from people that are not legal gun owners. Expanding gun-free zones, I think, is just out of touch with reality, both in mass transportation and municipal buildings. And for not singling anybody out, but for one of the other people who testified to say that they did not want an off-duty police officer to have his weapon, his or her weapon with them on school grounds when they're going to pick up their children, I think is just ludicrous. If we don't trust our own law enforcement to protect us, and I understand all the other movements that are out there with concerns with police officers, but I would certainly want a police officer to have their weapon with them at all times.
Mr. Early,
the other people that one of the other people that testified mentioned what's going on in Ukraine, and I'd like to bring it much closer to home and point out the fact that when it was realized that one of the Boston Marathon bombers was in their town, I dare say that every anti-gun person living in Watertown, Massachusetts, wished and prayed that they had something more than a kitchen steak knife to protect themselves, protect their family, protect their friends. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Comment or questions from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing that, Mr. Early, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, we'll hear from Representative Tom Delnicki.
Good evening, Chairman Winfield. And I see we've got Ranking Member Fishbein et al. My name is Tom Delnicki. I represent the 14th District, South Windsor. I rise in solid support of 5418. But I'm going to talk about an aspect that probably hasn't been discussed tonight. And that's Section 18 in that bill. You know, it's bad enough when somebody gets their car stolen after their person breaks into their home, grabs their pocketbook, grabs the keys, goes out and drives the car away. That's bad enough. But when the vehicle gets involved in a number of accidents by the thief, hit and run, when basically that car is taken on a crime spree, the car is recovered. The car should have been totaled but wasn't. And it's still not been fully repaired after, somewhere around 6 or 7 months. That's insult and injury 1. Injury 2 is when the insurance company that insured the vehicle takes and cancels the comprehensive insurance on that vehicle. And if anyone's familiar with automobile loans, if you do not have comprehensive coverage, your loan can get called by the bank or the finance company, and now you have to either pony up the full value of what's left on the loan, or you have to surrender the vehicle. Think about that. Person, through no fault of their own, in their locked home, has a thief break in, grab the pocketbook, grab the keys, take the car on a crime spree. The car gets virtually totaled. Unfortunately, the insurance company didn't total it. The car is yet to be fixed, and they had their comprehensive claim, coverage, I should say, canceled. We were able to get that straightened out, only to have her husband have his comprehensive insurance canceled next. And that, I think, is almost resolved, but it took numerous calls, Connecticut unfair insurance practice complaint, and calls to executives at the insurance company to get it resolved. Regardless of what you do with the bills tonight, that language needs to be in some vehicle, some form, somewhere, because that's just not right. It's bad enough to be a victim of the juvenile crime crisis. It's worse when you get victimized a second and third time by your insurance company. I'm ready, willing, and able, and happy to answer any questions anyone may have. And I'm here to answer anything.
Thank you, Representative. Comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? Seeing none, Representative Delnicki, thank you for that offer. Perhaps someone will take you up another day. Thank you for being around to testify this evening.
I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you take the Section 18 to heart.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from George Harris. George Harris, see you there.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee, good evening. I am Reverend George Harris, and I am speaking in support of SB 387, SB 392, and I am speaking in strong opposition to the following: SB 365, SB 388, HB 5418, HB 5417, SB 386, and SB 16. I testify this evening as the senior minister of First Church of Christ in Simsbury. I have lived and served in Simsbury with my family, my wife, and 19-year-old daughter for the past 6 years. I also represent the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, or GIA, the organization comprised of dozens of faith communities working for justice in the Greater Hartford area. I understand that the bills I oppose are ostensibly meant to restore public safety in response to an alleged spike in juvenile crime, particularly car thefts, especially in suburbs like Simsbury. As a minister, of course, I care about the safety of my congregation and my family. But as a minister, I also care about the truth. Every Sunday when I get up to preach, I have to give careful thought to representing the issue I am speaking to as correctly and honestly as possible. If I fall short, if I get it wrong, I will lose credibility and my members, and I can hurt the very people I claim to serve. In this case, if we get our juvenile justice policies wrong, we will hurt some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, Black and brown children. And I have reason to believe that much of the information being shared about juvenile crime in our suburbs and towns is at best misleading, and at worst is being manipulated to target the very children that our Connecticut juvenile justice system is designed to help. I worry that perspectives being shared to support a get tough on juvenile crime approach are long on frightening anecdotes and short on an honest reporting and interpretation of the data. Now, mine is a congregation with many people who work in the insurance industry, actuaries, and the like. While a sincere community of faith, mine are also a data-driven people. Numbers and their interpretation matter. Now, every month, about a dozen Simsbury clergy meet together to compare notes about what is happening in our churches and synagogue and in our Simsbury community. Last Thursday, we were joined by Simsbury's police chief, Nicholas Bolter. Chief Bolter visits our meeting about once a year to provide an update from his perspective and to respond to our questions and concerns. I have come to know Chief Bolter as a very fine man of great integrity, and he is well respected in the community. We asked Chief Bolter to speak to us about car thefts in Simsbury. He acknowledged the concern,
Mr.
saying
Harris,
that, yes,
your time has elapsed. If you could make your point, summarize.
I will indeed. Chief Bolter acknowledged the increase in car thefts in 2019 and 2020, but said the number came back down in 2021. In fact, he said that after seeing numbers in the 20s in the previous 2 years, 2021 numbers were back in the single digits, much more consistent with pre-COVID numbers. Chief Bolter said such a decrease is representative not just of Simsbury, but of the region, and suggested that the bump had been COVID related and that he expects a return to more typical levels this year and in the future. So I think that that is not consistent with what the rhetoric I've heard, and I would just like to offer that in response.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Thank you very much for joining us to offer your testimony and sticking around. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Barbara Fair.
Hello. Well, you can't see me. My camera's on.
I don't know, but we can hear you. So
You can hear me? Okay, that's good enough. Okay. Hello, my name is Barbara Fair. I'm a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, and a licensed clinical social worker and a West Haven resident voter, and a longtime advocate for equal justice. Good evening, members of the Connecticut Judiciary Committee, and thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I've been on since 10 o'clock this morning, and so I heard a lot of rhetoric around, a lot of themes around criminals and lawful gun owners. So before I go on, I wanted to say that I'm here in support some concerns and oppositions to Senate Bill 16, 365, 386, 387, 392, and House Bills 5417 and 5418. I submitted written testimony that will actually tell you what I found was concerned, what I support, and what I was opposed to. So I won't take up time with that. I just want to talk about some of the stuff I heard today. I heard a lot about, like I said, criminals and lawful gun owners. I was thinking about lawful gun. One of the first things I was thinking about with a lawful gun owner was George Zimmerman. And there's been many cases like his, but Trayvon Martin came to mind. This young kid who was walking home from the store with a hoodie and was shot to death because the legal gun owner, Mr. Zimmerman, believed that Trayvon was up to something. And so those are the scenes that I'm always worried about, because someone thought somebody was up to something because of the way they looked, that they get to shoot them dead, and was not, I mean, he was prosecuted, but he was found innocent. So I worry about things like that. Another thing, I heard a lot about criminals. The reality is our young people are not the only criminals that we need to be concerned about. We have criminals among police, legislators, corrections, all levels of government, even our state's attorneys, but I'm sure we're not talking about those people when we talk about criminals. Another criminal, another person I consider a criminal that we won't be talking about is this wealthy family from Greenwich, the Sackler family, who manufactured and distributed highly addictive drugs with the cooperation of highly intelligent medical doctors who wrote prescriptions causing the opioid crisis that thousands have lost their lives, yet not one person's going to jail. We actually protecting them from any civil lawsuits, yet they contribute to the deadly poison across this state and did not face any criminal charges. No one's going to be prosecuted, convicted, or sent to jail, but yet our prisons are full across this nation with
Barbara?
people who did this very same thing, sold drugs. So I'm going to end it there because I know my time is up. But I do want to summarize and say Robert Goodrich gave us the solution, and all we have to do is listen to him.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Ms. Barbara. Thank you for
Hi.
hanging in there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm tired, but I hung in there.
Yeah, we all are. Thank you for hanging. As a licensed clinical worker working closely with young people in an urban center, what do you see? What do you see as factors in reducing youth crime such as car theft and gun violence, and how do you think we can effectively address it equitably as well?
Yeah. Well, as far as car theft, I remember car theft happening way back when my kids were little. So I don't know about the increase in car theft, but I do know that just recently I heard Lieutenant Governor state that car theft was down. And I've been hearing that in a lot of data reporting. So I'm not really sure why we're spending a whole lot of time on something that seems to be decreasing. Around gun violence, that's something that's going to take a lot, because what I see in our community are kids who feel disconnected. They don't feel safe themselves. I mean, there's a lot of kids that carry guns, not because they'll ever shoot anybody or because they're part of a gang or any of these narratives out there. Some kids just carry guns because they don't feel safe and they don't feel like the police are going to protect them. So they carry a gun just like a legal gun owner carries a gun. It's about their own safety. And
Absolutely.
so I see them, I see safety and security very important for young people, a sense of belonging, feeling connected, being in a healthy environment. And a lot of these things are not happening for kids that I see in the urban centers. I see a lot of trauma that goes untreated. And people should understand trauma is like a psychological wound that depending on how early they face that trauma, it could have long lasting effects. And a lot of these kids have been in violent environments in their homes, on the street, in schools. And if violence becomes a way of their life, like America, that's American way, if we want to be honest. Violence is as American as apple pie. So we're not going to rest ourselves out. We as adults have to start doing the work and start modeling what we want to see our kids.
Right.
I mean, I'm 73 years old. I've never had a gun, never cared about having a gun. I've felt safe. The only time I didn't feel safe is when I was in an environment where there was a gun. So a lot of the stuff around SB 16, I didn't even pay attention to because it wasn't of concern to me. But what was that I liked in SB 16 is that the governor at least is making an attempt. He's not doing it the right way, but he's making an attempt to provide some kind of funding for organizations that are going to provide preventative and intervention. And I think that's very, very important, as opposed to throwing our kids away. Let's start providing some of the resources that they need so they can be better.
I appreciate that, Ms. Barbara, and I can certainly relate. I spoke earlier about how my son was, robbed at gunpoint at a bus station, waiting on transportation twice while he was in high school. And what I didn't state is that, he did feel a need that he needed to get a gun to protect himself for the same reason that you just stated. And, he wasn't from the streets. He had a BB gun, and he could have lost his life out there, with a real gun too. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I mean, it was a BB gun, but that's the kind of pressures and the real life issues that we're dealing with on top of that trauma. So thank you so much for hanging in there tonight and being with us and sharing those experiences. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hold on. Sorry, I gotta do what I can. Comments or questions from other members of the committee? Comments or questions? If not, Barbara, thank you for hanging out with us today. It's been a long day. Thank you for your 3+ decades of advocacy.
Thank you. Good night.
Well,
Well, no,
good
I'll stay hanging there a little longer.
All right. Well, next hear from Marty Isaac.
Thank you. Good evening. Senator Winfield, Representatives Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Martin Isaac, and I live in Trumbull, Connecticut. I'm a board member with Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm here today to speak in support of that part of SB 16 that directs the Office of Injury Prevention within the Department of Public Health to create a gun violence intervention and prevention program. Over the years, this legislative body has passed strong gun laws to protect the populace, and it's worked. As ranked by the Giffords organization, Connecticut is ranked 3rd in their gun safety index and 45th for gun death rates per capita. That is not a surprise. Strong gun laws yield lower death rates. And while on a comparative basis, that sounds good, last year, gun homicides in our state were the highest in 25 years, nearly double the level in 2018, and this brutal carnage demands a response. The primary issue we need to address is the violence in our cities. It does not often make the news, but day after day, month after month, our city residents are terrorized by shootings and death. The sad fact is, it does not have to be this way. Years ago, we did not understand how to stop violence in our cities. Carnage was unanswered because seemingly there were no answers. That is not where we stand today. Connecticut needs to invest in intervention and prevention mechanisms, evidence-based programs with a proven record of success. These programs work because they are aimed at individuals at high risk of perpetrating or being victims of gun violence in high violence communities. We need to have the will to put resources and structure in place to put these solutions to work here in Connecticut. Many of you in this room are familiar with one of these programs, Project Longevity. The good news is that there are additional programs that are even more effective. Hospital-based violence intervention and violence interrupters have a proven track record of reducing gun violence. We have a moral calling to act. Financially, it's equally compelling to act. It's estimated that gun violence of all kinds costs Connecticut taxpayers between $60 and $90 million annually. Every dollar invested in saving lives saves money too. It is time that Connecticut puts into place an evidence-based mechanism to deploy resources to save lives. While I commend the governor for directing DPH to establish a gun violence prevention and intervention program and for allocating $3.6 million from the ARPA fund for the program, I urge the legislature to establish an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the DPH and to permanently fund this initiative as proposed in HB 5397. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Isaac, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I am told that for the Zoom that we're on, we need to take a slight break and reset since we're going over 12 hours. I believe that is correct.
Yes, just a moment.
So we're going to recess at this point and then come right back. So we'll be back shortly. And Deb, let me know when we're ready to go.
Okay. Okay, we're all set.
All right, we will reconvene the committee. Just like pause there. Next, we will hear from Lynn Dawson.
Hi, my name is Lynn Dawson. I'm a practicing attorney and I live in Cheshire, Connecticut. And I just want to thank everybody. I thank the committee for being on, listening to everyone for, I think, for 12 hours now. So I just want to start by saying that I understand why this committee and why the public at large might think that the answer to crime is incarceration or tougher penalties, but I just want to tell you that it's not. And that's really not the answer in the long term or in the short term. I have worked in the criminal justice system for over 30 years, and I've worked in the juvenile justice system for more than 20. Few people within the Department of Correction are actually corrected. In fact, I think in Connecticut, the recidivism rate is close to 40%. So people that